A champion, ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. Know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah, I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion. We need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you're talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn, me and sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air. I called the ride cause I'm going up, and there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up. You know it get cold on the late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you can have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plan. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah,
Chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah. My life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah. It's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah. Chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah. I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah. No Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah. I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night.
still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb. I'm leaving no remnants, they all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind, it's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in the room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood and up in the few, might land in the tomb.
Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one-up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me, I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But, in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes, I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm a villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm a villain. Too bad you can't take me down. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
No matter what happens today, at least one of our teams will finally be locked for playoffs. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Riot Games Arena. We're coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. And like I said, finally, we're going to get to a day where we get to send teams to playoffs. I'm your host, Yingsun, and I'm joined by Kukuka and Ash. It's a big day today.
Finally, sending teams to playoffs. I'm very happy that we got to week 5 and there's still so much on the table. I understand that some teams must feel a bit uneasy because their fate is also no longer in their hands, but it's very exciting for us viewers.
It is exciting for the viewers, but definitely not for the teams, like you said. The fact that it does, yesterday we expected like KC and BBL to maybe lock in their spots into today, and now they can't do anything about it.
The funny thing is KC can lock in today by not doing much.
Yeah,
they just have to wait for some of the other teams. But let's talk about yesterday because it was a great day for Giant X fans.
It was a great day for Spain too. Come on, both of the Spanish teams won yesterday, but yeah, finally, as you're saying, Giant X managed to win their first match here in 2024. You know, the team that actually won LCQ did not have the best of the starts of the year, but yesterday it was different. Once the pressure was off, we saw brilliant performances from them, getting better and better round after round. A clean 2-0 for them.
And I think we also have to think about how they're going to maybe replicate this going later into the competition, into the next stage as well. But it is nice for them, at least in their last match, to actually have this win on the side of Giant X. The difference was night and day, I feel like, from what we've seen from them the previous weeks into kickoff as well. I don't know what quite clicked.
I think it's more than just nice, because that match could have been the difference of them making playoffs or not next split, which is crazy. And as you guys can see, it is what is going on. I don't even know what's going on. I'm gonna quote the great Pansy, while everyone else is just busy figuring out permutations and thinking about who's gonna qualify, who's not. I'm not. I'm just chilling. Yeah.
I think it's just great. Like for you know, in this team thing, in this group, right? Things are a bit more steady. We see Foot, we see Navi. You know, this could happen a little bit of everything here. But here, the fact that everybody could end on a 3-3, I think is just crazy. And of course, permutations matter a lot.
Yeah, and KC, it doesn't look great for KC right now, but they could actually, I believe, lock in today if Vitality lose their game, which would be kind of crazy, because Vitality, I feel like, was one of the teams that we were pretty sure could make playoffs. And if you guys take a look at the schedule here as well, we have Vitality versus Koi, and then a huge game coming up, which is Fanatic versus Navi. And thankfully, all they have to do is win. If Navi win, they're in. If Fnatic win, they're in. And I feel like Kukuga, that's the most simple we've ever had on a day, ever.
Yeah, exactly. And it's so important as well, right? Because as we're saying, is last week, this is one of the matches that we look forward to the entire year. Navi versus Fnatic, especially with how the things have changed. I think it cannot get more exciting.
I think other than thinking about Foot versus BBL tomorrow, I think we have to anticipate that Navi versus Fnatic is going to be one of the closest matches that we can see within this competition. So far within stage 1, but Koi also have the chance to do the funniest thing ever.
Yeah, I'm just so glad this is not a seeding game, because usually we get here and they both qualified already, and it's just like
for once, bless the format.
Seeding game. Yeah, now we have something that matters. But let's quickly talk about Koi versus Vitality. Like you said, Ash, explain to me what is it that Koi, what is the funniest thing Koi can do today?
They can just, you know, take out a French team. I mean, you know better, I think, than anyone. And the Spanish fans, they just want to kick France out.
I think it's so important, right? We're talking about another team that during kickoff had some performances that were definitely to keep an eye on them, but then during the stage, they've not managed to win a single match. And it's so funny because in a similar way, but not as effective as yesterday with Giants, they have the chance of getting Vitality out of playoffs. One of the reasons for them being that even though Vitality has won some of those matches, their map differential is terrible, because each time that they've won in a 3-mapper, and every time that they've lost, they lost a 2.
I can one-up that. Not only can Koi lock out Vitality getting locked out means KC are 100% in, which means Vitality can send their rival into playoffs by losing. It's too much.
French fans are going to go crazy today.
Yeah, it is way too much. And Koi, of course, is playing their last match of stage 1, as they will not have the chance to make a playoffs. And before they take the stage today, I checked in with our IGL Shadow. I'm now joined by Shadow from Koi. Hi, Shadow. Thank you so much for joining me today. Now, you guys, I feel like, have been really unlucky, and it always seems to be bind. That's the scene of the crime. So talk me through, you know, what happened against Fnatic, that 3-11 against KC last week as well, because it really feels like you could have won those maps and even the match too.
Yeah. So I think it's more the defense side for us. Like, we had a big problem almost every game. On just the defense side, and we can't figure it out. But I think now we have some good solutions for coming into this game at least. But I think we also had it against Karma Corp, but we just couldn't close it out.
I wanted to ask a bit about you, because it feels like you've done like a 180 in terms of going through highs and then going through lows. Because last year, I think you only lost twice. That was it, the entire year with Apex. And now this year, it feels like you guys are struggling a little bit more. So how are you dealing with going from winning everything and now struggling to win?
I mean, it's hard to keep the positive attitude, for sure. When you keep losing, and you can't find a win now with like 7 or 5, no, 6 matches lost. So it's hard now, but in Apex it was amazing to win all the time. But then the last loss was so much harder, so I don't know.
So how do you keep a positive attitude as a team? Is there a particular player that you feel like always kind of hypes you up, cheers you up, or is there something that you have actively tried to work on to not get too down about it?
I think it's about like the team. We're kind of a good group of guys. And I think we keep improving every week, so we know we can do so much better. We know we can win those games that was close or was unlucky, but I think we can win all those games, so it's just keep improving, and we know we're close to it, you know.
Obviously losing is, you know, really difficult, and like you said, it's not easy to try and be positive. But what would you say has been the biggest challenge for you as a player coming back into VCT?
For me, it's like first time IGL as well. I was not IGL in Apex, and it's a big challenge of like being the captain of a team and keep improving the team with all the basics, all the knowledge the teammates and like every player in the team has. So it's mostly that, to learn or to teach them the way, kind of.
Do you enjoy it, being IGL?
Hey, it's fun, and it's something I kind of have to do at some point in my career, so I'm glad I'm doing it now.
Do you feel like you've channeled the other IGLs you've worked with before to kind of be your own IGL?
Yeah, like I watched or I played with a lot of good IGLs, so I kind of take what's good with them and use it in this team, kind of.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, Shadow, and you got to get a win today. I believe in you. Let's go, let's go. Woo, 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 woo. Woo! I mean, they won a map last week. It's an improvement already. But Ash, it's really nice to hear Shadow kind of talk about his journey and what's been going on, his challenges. But what have you made him as an IGL? Because I feel like we haven't really talked about him as much.
I think that we haven't talked about it because it didn't really feel like Koi had much of an identity until we saw them really starting to light up as the season went on. I think that there's really interesting mid-rounding that Shadow does provide to the team. There's a lot of set strats that Koi like to do on the attack. We did miss a little bit of their prowess on defense. I think historically that's the side that they've struggled on, and I'd like to see them apply the way that they're moving towards a lot of these goals on the attacking side towards the defense going forward. And again, they'd have the chance to take out another French team this week, but they did make it quite close against Carmine Corps last week, and it was a completely different team, I think.
Here's the thing, right? For Shadow, I think that we have to be realistic. It's his first year.
Yeah.
It's true that he has had many other IGLs that he has been able to learn from. I know what you're giving me that smile.
Enzo.
Yeah. Angel. Anyway, we also need to understand that there's a lot of super experienced players in the team. Like, it's a very weird mix with like players that have not played in tier 1 before, and then you have like the Shaders, the Starxo. We have to think about maybe the IGL and not being as strict or as determined as we can see in other teams, and that is good, right? Like, inventing a new way of how you want to do things and how your team wants to approach things is good. What happens is that it takes time to actually make these things work. I think that especially what you mentioned against KC, anybody could have won that match. Against Fnatic, they could have won that bind.
Yeah, I feel like it's always bind. Against KC, they should have won the bind. Against Fnatic, they should have won the bind. But I'm glad you mentioned Starxo, because we are finally seeing the resurgence of that 2021 Starxo, the one that brought home a trophy, champs as well. He looked great.
Yeah, he looked great, and it's not only that. I feel like peak Starxo is on my top 5 players of EMEA.
He needs to dance.
It's a
dance.
Literally, he needs to dance, because probably what we are, and the reason we're not seeing him that well is like when you see him on camera, he's a little bit like too concerned. I do think that even though Shadow, and I do not have this information, but I do think that even though Shadow is the ideal, he puts a lot of weight on his shoulders of like maybe the mid round, and of course he's playing the initiators and everything that he provides to the team. When it's good, it's brilliant. Like some of these executions and how he combines with many other players is what has made this match has come so far.
It really is. I think also talking about Starxo as well, last week against KC, like he managed to get 49 assists. That's the most assists so far within this stage of VCT EMEA. And it's nice to see him lighting up in that kind of sense. But going back towards Shadow, what you were saying about what he's providing here as the team, he talked about it in the interview with you, Sue, about how they don't really have like a specific emotional leader, and Starxo was also the player that I think we initially were looking towards to fill that role.
If he starts dancing, I feel like that's what's going to happen.
See him dance,
Although I will leak a little bit of info, because I heard that Shadow is actually a fantastic singer. I heard that he loves to sing. I also heard he likes Taylor Swift, so I feel like he immediately is my top 3 IGL, like in this league. It's not even close. So that's very good news, I feel like. If we're looking for that leader that's a bit more relaxed, that's a bit more chill, that could get the team maybe singing.
There's a new album out, 31 songs. I think that, that will bring immaculate
Honestly,
vibes.
I think if they win today, we should bring Shadow back and we just impromptu karaoke just to get the vibes
We just
up.
say that the question that they left yesterday was actually a Taylor Swift song that he needs to sing.
Oh, yeah, that would be amazing. That would be
Don't
amazing. But this is the thing, though, for Vitality, is they can't be joking around. There's no singing. There's no dancing. There's no relaxing. There is no chilling. Because today, Ash, if they win, they are through to playoffs. And if they lose, they're out.
It's a lot of pressure, I think, especially facing up against a team like Koi, where they had that potential to upset Carmine Corps last week. That's a lot of pressure on the shoulders of Vitality, a team that we had high expectations with, especially with Trex coming into the roster as well. I think he's looked really good flexing in here for Vitality. And I also think that, like, Safe was just insane last week. If we're talking about Starxo, we can't not talk about Safe.
On many levels. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Trex, because Safe was talking about his ex, but we got Trex with his ex now. Yeah. Kukuka, so you think maybe Trex is going to step up today?
Yeah, definitely. The thing for Vitality is that I look at this roster and I see so much potential. I understand that the idea that they brought in at the beginning of the year ended up not being like the chosen one, like the one that created the entire change. They have to swap things around and then bring in Trex and then they tried the deadlock for stage 1. Didn't work. Again, rebuild, and it's like a constant experiment. But I do not think that you could do this, what they're doing, with any roster. I do think that there is a lot of talent. I would like them to see qualify for playoffs, but I think that this is one of the teams that is going to be a big surprise during stage 2.
I think the other issue with this roster, though, is the fact that I feel like we're anticipating a lot of hero moments, hero plays coming out from this team. There's been a lot of individualistic prowess that I think has helped them win a lot of these maps and help with that round differential in that kind of sense. I want to see a bit more cohesiveness coming out from Vitality. Everyone needs to step up today with what's on the line.
That's the thing, though. We heard it from Benji. They don't need to step up if they got safe. Like, safe is there.
But that's not consistent.
Safe, it's safe. You're in safe hands, right?
I mean, if you're looking at these clips, yeah, of course.
He was nasty. the fact that him on Cypher, like them playing, just imagine this. You're seeing the replays and yeah, he can shoot. No news. But the fact that he was doing it against a double duelist and that he was just waiting on them. The positioning is crisp. Like how 100% he is in the game, no matter their score line. I think it's just brilliant for the side of Vitality. It is something that you can rely on, but you should not. I want to see players like Runner, like Kicks now playing on the Gecko, being some of the other names that we keep mentioning time and time again here in EMEA.
Yeah, I mean, you can't just rely on him being that scary in that kind of sense. We saw it on Breeze. Their opponents weren't even willing to try and contest that map space. But if he's not putting out those numbers, if he's not finding that value on those lurks, then there's other questions, I think, as far as for the rest of the team, especially on the attacking side when we're looking for them to play as this cohesive unit.
The thing is about Koi, though, facing a player like Safe and Vitality, you know, the usual suspects of Shados and Starxo, they've been playing against this guy for years. You know, back in the days, the Guild days, the M3C days, Gambit days, any opportunity, I'll bring it up. But they know what this guy can do. They will not underestimate him, but at the same time, Ash, I think they're the type of players that will contest because they know what he can do.
I think that is fair, but I also think that if Safe manages to start off on a really hot streak in the first map, then there's the risk of, again, the emotional pressure on the side of Koi, and we've seen how that's kind of broken them down if they aren't able to start off hot within a series.
Let's talk about pressure, right? That is the number one thing that can go wrong for Vitality today. We assume that they have time to prepare this match. Of course, we understand, and they understand how important it is. How are they going to deal with the pressure of, yes, you win, you're in, you lose, you're out. The other team, though, you know, what are the expectations for them? Like the only thing that they are doing today for stage 1 is upsetting you. Like they're just going to be playing like it's ranked, and maybe trying out some stuff for stage 2. But now the only loser for today could be you. Right? Like
are we feeling like a BBL Giant X here? Is that what you're saying?
That's the thing. Like on the side of Giants, they played a lot more loose. They were more confident, and maybe all of that second guessing in the back of the heads of Giant X wasn't there yesterday.
I just think you want to see the funniest thing happen.
I want to see the funniest thing.
I feel like you're praying for their downfall for that.
I am. Yes.
And Ash?
Pretenders.
No, no. Oh my goodness.
I'm the best of both worlds. I've been glazing there for 2 minutes, and they're like pretenders.
I mean, of course, it would be hilarious if the funniest thing happened, but it wouldn't be funny for this team.
No,
because
I don't think so.
There's so many expectations for them. We thought they would be somewhere within, I think, like the top 6 within EMEA when we initially saw this roster come together here for 2024.
I think the pressure for them was also there last week. I feel like they also felt the same amount of pressure, and the way that they handled it and the way that they came out on top, to me, is kind of a prerequisite of how today could potentially go. They've been there, they've done that, they know they have to win, and they won Kakuga, so maybe they already know what to do.
But again, I think it comes, when we talk about the map differential and the fact that Vitality is not holding the best, because every time that they win in that third map, but every time they lose, it's a 2-1, an 0-2. It goes back to Vitality wins their map pick. And then when they are in the opponent's map, like things start to go wrong, maybe that mid-round calling has to come into place. Also the experience of playing together. They do not get to play that many officials because we know that that's not how the year works. And they have to out-resource some of these things.
Twitch chat is wildin'.
Yes!
Twitch chat is wildin'.
The Spanish fans are out right now.
Yes.
I mean,
they want to see the funniest thing happen.
They do.
Because also, you need to think of something. If you're a KC fan, you're voting against Vitality.
Yeah, that is true.
That is true. And you know, know their fan base is absolutely massive. But my other concern here for Vitality is the fact that I think they have had some criticism about their reliance on that anti-stratting. And I think Koi is one of these teams that has made some of the most changes and experimented the most throughout the competition. And that could be a detriment to Vitality.
Think about this, right? To finish off of what I say, maybe their anti-stratting on the side of Vitality hasn't been on point. Maybe also the fact that teams have an entire week to change things up has not worked in their favor. Think about what happened yesterday with Heretics and what Weber and Ilsinho were saying at the end of the day. They knew that they were going to be counter on Icebox. So at the beginning of the week, they were like, let's just throw a Reyna there. Like, they cannot do anything instead.
Honestly, it worked. It worked. But I wonder if we're going to see Bind. I feel like Bind has been such a great map for Koi, so that's going to be very, very interesting. Of course, a lot is riding on this game for Team Vitality. So let's bring out the teams and get this show on the road. Well, up first is Team Vitality, and for the French team, it is do or die today. They win, they are going to playoffs. They lose, they are out of this competition, and this will be the last time we see them on stage. Let's see if they can handle the pressure. On the other side, however, their opponents today are Koi. They won a map last week. Finally, they had an opportunity to take the series down as well if they were able to just close everything out. But fear not, they have one more chance today. One last chance to see if they can close out this split and end with a win on a high. It is, however, easier said than done. Team Vitality, a lot of pressures on them, but they know what they gotta do. They did it last week. Can they do it again this week? That is the, I feel like, $1 million question.
Everybody, like the vibes are just vibing today, Ash.
The vibes are vibing. Hey, Josh is back in the studio, so how could they not be?
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to Gorilla as well, because we heard from that interview from Runner last week. Not often you hear players give a lot of kudos to the analyst, to the assistant of their team, and the fact that he was so willing to do that makes me feel like he's been working very hard, and maybe they've been very well prepped coming into this.
Okay, well, preparation.
The bind is gone. We're not going to see it. They yoinked it from us. They took it from us.
Oh, Split is going to be the first map. Like, I remember as if it was yesterday what happened on that map with Koi versus Liquid. How they had such a convincing first half and then it all disappeared. Breeze, we were talking about it yesterday, the home ground for Vitality. I understand that they want to perfection this coming into playoffs. We can expect the Astra and some crazy plays. As I'm saying, if they manage to perfect it, this could be ready for an international stage.
It definitely could be, and if we get the opportunity to head over towards Icebox as well, this is a map where we've seen Koi make the most improvements on throughout the competition, but going back towards Split, it's kind of dodgy too. We haven't seen Vitality on it, but that could also work in their favor.
I cannot believe we're going to get a map pool where Koi is starting on defense all 3 maps. The half that we are not confident in, that they're not even confident in, Vitality picked to start on attack side on Split right off the bat. I feel like Kukuka even, they know that Koi's defense not the best.
Yeah, I think they know that, but hear me out. This is the perfect exercise for Koi. Starting off on the defense, just proving that if your setups are going to be working, if the work that you've put up is actually going towards a good direction, and also in the second half, having the means to swap things around time after time.
Yeah, let's take a look at agent select here and see what we're gonna get. Whoa, okay. What do you guys make of this?
I mean, Starxo on the
Viper too.
Yeah. I mean, for Vitality, most of it was a question, right, of what they were going to run, but things are pretty tamed, you know, in a sense. Maybe I would have liked the Cypher a little bit more than the Killjoy, but I'm very, very excited to see what Sender is going to be doing. But Ash, what do you make of Koi's new home?
I am excited to see Starxo on the Yoru because I felt like he felt pretty flat when he was playing the Fade previously, and after seeing the way that he's able to pop flash, play for himself on the KO pick, I think shifting into this double duelist Yoru meta here on Split is a great move here.
It makes a lot of sense. Like if you were to put someone as the double duelist, you would give it to Starxo. Maybe in my head I would have swapped things around and given the Yoru to come up, but this
I agree. I completely agree.
I mean, this is the reason why Starxo was smiling. Now I get it.
This is the thing. Starxo has never played Yoru before, but as you guys remember, his raise was unreal. So I'm very, very interested to see what we're going to get and toss this over to your casters. For today, show some love to Pansy and Steel.
Thank you. Yeah, actually quite excited for this one. Josh, I think kind of coming into this, my mentality is that Vitality have everything to lose here. This is a pressure game for them, a lot on the line, and Koi get to come in and do what the hell they want. A fun opportunity to kind of paint the picture that they want to be seeing. No pressure on their shoulders. This changes the dynamic. But where does your mind go? Is it the veto? Is it the interview we heard? Is it the agents? Like, what has stood out to you here?
It's a little bit of everything. Obviously, we're looking at a similar situation as yesterday. Giant X came in. They had lost everything. They had no pressure on them. And now it's the same thing for Koi. They're playing no pressure, but the maps, Breeze, we've seen Koi on it like one time. Split, we've seen Vitality on it no times.
Oh, hold on.
We're going straight into the action.
Yeah, Starxo's already spotted a couple players, instantly dealt with though. Kick's going to take him away. That should be big information found. But how do they respond to this? As you were highlighting, this isn't a common ground map pool for either of these teams.
This is like the perfect storm for anything to happen right now, and it's really like all expectations are out the window. You would expect Vitality to win, but the perfect conditions for Koi to get an upset are kind of like laid out here.
A little bit of chip damage though. Vitality have to be careful here. They're being kind of corralled towards this, but no further rotations. A little late on the exploration towards B main. Coming out from Koi, finally clearing through this, but you can already see how close by Vitality are. Flash in hand, and the site's going to be contested. Now, if you're Koi, you want to be kind of allowing this to happen. Keep control maybe of Heaven, play this one back in. I'm looking at the flank, Josh.
They have to wait for the big flank to come in, and you know, with Killjoy on Vitality's attack side here, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to hold the flanks in certain situations, but Koi's going to wait for that big flank to develop. The Viper obviously coming through. Sewer's already some kills coming in.
That's perfect. Identifying that back line, taking away Safe, taking away Trex. That makes the post plant a little bit trickier to hold. Runners chomping at the bit, but still a Prowler here for Shadow. That's fantastic. Reveals the position, he gets the kill. Camo went down, but they still have bodies alive. Hicks and Sender, the last two standing, they fall back towards site. Trying to hold this push here, and Shados takes away Kicks. Sender looks to the right, takes away Shadow. Once more, can't get more. Shados. This was really well done, Josh. This worked out perfectly.
This was the perfect, like, just everything happening, falling into place for Koi, but I wonder, was that more of a misplay by Vitality there? Offering up two isolated duels. They had the main advantage, they had the positioning and everything, and it's in those types of situations, like obviously the Viper will set up for the retake on A, so you need to expect that they are going to play off the site and they are going to do something. Like if they're not playing A, where are they going to be? Maybe mid, maybe B. Are they going to come in with this flank? So Vitality, they just need to identify, hey, they're playing for the retake. Let's go and do something together. It doesn't matter what. They could have fallen back together.
Productive,
be productive together. Play ramp together, push screens together, something together, and they're chill.
Okay, first round claimed. Now we see how this goes forward, because I think we will touch on this as it goes in, depending on how this round kind of follows through, that the interview kind of highlighted some of the issues that we noted, obviously, and they talked about it here. And starting on this side, it feels like Vitality have gone, we know you don't feel comfy, have a go at it. But this is a good proving point, right? This is a good proving grounds for Koi here.
Yeah, this is interesting right now. Koi obviously having to start defense, and defense traditionally being their worst side. Like, attack, they get 9 rounds, 8 rounds, no problem. Go on to defense, and they can't even close out a game. So it's going to be a real test right here. Can they get anything done? Basically starting on their map, they have no tape against Vitality though. But they need to come out with a lot of rounds here. On the flip side, I'm looking at Vitality's comp here. This is more of like a defense side comp. So interesting, I think they have the side choice, so why are they starting attack? Like they need it.
Is it like a direct, like, okay, well, we know Koi's not going to be comfortable here. Is this the best way we could approach it? But then surely they'd maybe taper their agent composition to be a little bit more suited to that, but maybe a question for Salah afterwards, see what his consideration was for this, depending how it goes. Because again, we could all forget this, right? If Vitality come out, look absolutely on the money, you know, absolute magic, then we go, cool, it was, you know, all good. But they've been trying to work the clock down, but real patient play from Koi here. They've not really shown much weakness. Nice work from Runner, though. Finds a fight towards CT and actually gets the upgrade. That's a big pickup here. Plant, and waiting to see that spike come over. That was in the hands of Kick, so he's got to make a bit of a journey coming back around. Shadow still on the side. Oh, Shadow looking real good. Koi getting a grip back on this one. Safe, always dangerous, but most threats contained. They should be able to get that Bulldog back. Waiting to see if that does come in. It does. So no harm, no foul.
Yeah, grabbing that Bulldog, upgrading from that Ghost, that's always why it's nice on a defense or any bonus round, really, where you don't fully upgrade and invest like all 5 players into getting an upgraded weapon. Because the Ghost, the Sheriff, like these weapons are pretty good. And then if your teammates are fighting with Stingers, Bulldogs, whatever, and then you're able to like pair up with them, then you can recycle that weapon. And usually you can deal with just the abilities and having the superior firepower from one player. So.
Okay. So we've got Koi coming in on their bonus, so it does retain the 2 Bulldogs, the Outlaw there as well. On the other side for Vitality, of course, first gun round. Now, it might be a little light, though. See what they've got in the pocket. No ults nearby either. Maybe you could say Kicks is a little close, but very early start towards mid-control here.
And we're going to see a really big grouping on the middle area because they have to fight together.
Oh, beautiful.
That's big.
You're right. You're absolutely right. It was fighting together, right? Koi just taking contact. Nice swing from Shados. Gives them the man advantage. And look at the state of Runner. He took so much damage from that as well.
Really not a good situation for Vitality here, going into their first gun round against the bonus. But Koi doing a really good job here all the way through. They spot where Vitality are. They group and fight because they have 2 ghosts on their inventory. They need to fight together, otherwise they're going to lose their duels. And then instantly they give up that middle position. Right now it's just Camo spotting it. Once he sees him, he's going to fall back into B site and call for the rotation.
This is huge. Again, for safe.
Oh, they thought there was a gap.
For Trex.
He's falling back. He's clearing his back. He thinks that there was a gap in the back lines. Yeah, there's a chance of it because they're not running a Sentinel right now. There's a hole and...
Okay, but this is enough to bring him back, though. There's been this utility shown, but keep your eyes on the spike. Oh, the timing on this. Shados has that angle so perfectly claimed. Safe couldn't do much, and it should have noted the spike dropping there as well. So even with that little feint towards Heaven, yeah, they managed to slip Trex there, but actually managed to collect the spike uncontested. So
15 seconds.
There's no one to deny this on the site itself, right? So this is just going to be probably a plant and then into the retake position. I don't know how much they're going to be able to control
it's the plan for the
this.
tall box, though.
Okay. Post-plant positioning now. Going to be a problem. Where do they opt to go? They don't have much information here. You can see Vitality unsure of what's safe and what's not. Heaven's been lost from their control for too long. Trex needs to over-deliver here because Runner is still so low and he's been noted. This is a big position, smoked off as well. Runner needs to be played into this or vice versa. Clock starting to tick here. First tap on the spike and the first kill found. Beautiful. Isolating 2, but Grabino does get the trade on Trex. So now it's down to 1, and Run's position was noted. High-low setup. Koi perfectly played in the end. Got a little dangerous there, but it's a bonus round. They'll be happy with this.
Koi should be really happy with that. It was a decent recovery from Vitality, but I really like how Koi actually played that. So, Shadow, right now, he's making a lot of sense with what he said about, cracking the code a little bit on that defense side, creating some solutions. It looked like it was a really good job there. First fighting in middle together, then backing off, understanding that they had the man advantage and keeping that advantage, maintaining that advantage. They got off B site completely. Here, go there, plant, whatever you want to do. We'll just play the numbers. So really well played from Koi. Vitality need to figure out really early on here. There's no tape on them.
Yeah.
What are the solutions?
This is the fun part, right? You're going to see both teams learning on the fly, and if you're discussing or considering this being a volatile matchup before, that adds to it, right? You can't come in with that safety or that comfort. So now for Vitality, they got to do a little something here. They're maybe hoping they get an ult coming through. Runner close by, only 1 off from his, Kicks 2 away, and it's the Stinger purchase, the Frenzies, the Sheriffs. This time they've won mid-control.
Yeah, mid-control is exposed, but right now Koi had that B main control, and now they're actually peeling off of it. They're having a heavy read onto A. I wonder why they do this. They have that... Oh, no! You can't be peeking that wide, Camo.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate for him, because that opens up... Oh my god, Runner. Not going to be happy about that at all. Starxo probably grinning a little, but he doesn't even know the damage he might have done. Pop flash could be fantastic, and there it is. Beautiful, but it does get traded. That was excellent from Runner. They're making this competitive. These stingers are working. Shadow and Grabino sweating now, but Grabino on the back of the side playing it cool. Quick little TP. Shadow's got the cross. Koi, yeah, gets a little close, gets a little dangerous, and you expect that, right? Vitality are a great team. They are a very solid team. But right now, Koi are matching them. They are ahead in this regard. 4 on the trot, and I'm wondering if we've got an early timeout coming in. Vitality need to fix something, and fast. Sala is not happy with what he is seeing.
Yeah, starting 5-0 down is definitely not the start that you want to have, so taking that timeout kind of just figuring out what's going on. Hey, like they're playing a little bit different than what we expected based on like what we saw from their previous matches. I was getting a little bit scared there for Koi because they were, I think what was happening was they had that Viper wall for the retake on A like they had on Pistol.
Okay.
And I think what was happening with the read was, hey, they see this Viper retake wall on A, so they might actually come back to A. Let's go stack it. I think they were taking that kind of a gamble. And that's why Camo got a little bit surprised there on the rafters by that speed up to B heaven. But I think the reason why Vitality actually chose to speed up towards B there was because they were basically on a stinger buy and they use a lot of their abilities to take fast vents control. And once they kind of pump that towards vents, like threaten that they could be going A, that's when they're like, well, we got stingers, we use half our inventory, let's just speed up towards B right now and just take these fights. Just because stingers close range, just take a fight. Let's just make a decision and go.
It got real close. So you saw there on the screens as well, Sala having a word, mostly leading the conversation more than the IGL. When I always like to see kind of who's mostly talking in the timeout to see kind of what the adjustment is. This is quite obvious. As you're starting at this sort of deficit, you want to keep Vitality in the right place mentally, because this is a really high pressure game, and I will expand on this and tell you it further and time again because it's so important. If Vitality lose this series, they are done for. There is no permutation that will change that. So, focusing now, we look at the round, and already a heavy presence towards middle again. This is a high priority area. Both teams wanted to stake their claim early.
This flash rocket combo might come out as soon as they take contact right here.
Oh, Sender, they've got a freebie on Shadow straight through there, just spamming away. Starxo now lined up. They had no idea of where Vitality were. Completely caught them off guard. They must have slipped ahead, and that's a little unfortunate also for Koi, because it felt like a coin flip there. But Vitality will take that with both hands.
I have to think that it was like, okay, Vitality calls a timeout, they're gonna do something elaborate, let's go do something that's gonna disrupt them. But they have the rocket launcher and they don't use it. Raze just goes for the dry, I guess the walk push through the smoke with the flash. But, you know, leaving the B-side exposed here in the 2 versus 4, they might just opt to save here. They do have a little bit of economy that they could try to take away some guns from Vitality here. But realistically, the rounds, they're giving it up.
Yeah, and also you don't, I mean, you've got Trex relatively close by to the divide. Safe isn't too close, but maybe just not worth going too far for this one. See if they get something out of it, but overall, cool. Like that from Vitality. Good first step, gonna make you feel a little confident, but repeatable success, no. I doubt we're gonna see Koi meandering down middle anymore. So let's see now as we go forward into the next purchase, into that next buy round. Do they have a proper solution in mind?
Right, well that's the thing. We didn't see Vitality actually have to show anything that round, right? They took the timeout. They didn't even show what they wanted to do or what the plan was or what the adaptation is to what Koi's been doing. Koi took a really risky thing to say like, hey, you took a timeout, we're gonna go do this. So, yeah. They still have the rocket. They still have a decent economy, so they have the Vandals, the rifles.
Nice.
And they can definitely make a plan with this. It looks like they're setting up kind of similar to last round from Koi. Vitality's got the Seekers on kicks.
4-1. We've got
mid setup here from Koi again, leaving B gapped. Getting that early information towards A, so they're going to be able to shift over towards B. We see the fast rotation, the fast Viper ulti going down, block everything but the Seekers out. The Seekers are going to get stuffed immediately without getting any value. Here comes the rocket launcher down mid, taking out before he can shoot it.
Safe was so ready and waiting for this. Camo gets denied so quickly. That's heartbreaking for him. Now, what do they do to try and recover from this early start? Because they're kind of pinned, right? They're kind of just split right in the middle. You've got 2 dedicated towards the pit, 2 towards the other side, but Grubino's position is
If
wild.
Grubino doesn't get to at least 2 though.
I mean, Trex just got caught on the other side. No shot, that's, oh, Grubino over-delivers and then some. 3 massive kills. Yeah, Kix is still alive, but what's he meant to do in a 1v3? Starxo's got the corner. Koi taking matters right back into hand. Perfectly played after what was looking like a real nightmare, losing Camo in middle.
Vitality coming back from the back foot like this. Going down when Koi's on the back foot a little bit. I don't know exactly what's going on. It seems like they're kind of like indecisive, nervous. The only real round that they looked to be really decisive was a round that they had the Stingers and they just decided to send it through B. That's it. Everything else has kind of been like pretty slow. They pop the Seekers, don't get any value of it, chasing the Viper down at B. You know, that mid fight didn't go in it did go in their favor a little bit, but it's just they need to be able to capitalize on these situations and maybe make a more decisive plan. It's just difficult right now for them.
Yeah, lockdown here for Sender, divide for Trex, and actually Trex answers back really quickly. Last round he kind of got dealt with right over towards B main, and they are hungry for that kill. The double swing on it, he stuck around, just seemingly stun-locked by it all. And it's just a quick pivot towards the A side, but there's still 2 players here. Shadow, the reveal, the timing, a little uncomfortable, and Shadows couldn't quite correct there. Now, TP taken, Grubino gets on the site early. He's beaten the push. Sender and Kicks, do they consider this? They're gonna hear the TP. They certainly know now. Grubino still has his paranoia, still has his smoke, still has TP, but no opportunity to use it. Starxo with a bit of a flash off the wall. Decoy in. He knows one's low, he knows one's on the site. Identifying both players. He's got everything he needs. The flash not quite there, and Sender very prepared. And a quick adjustment here. This game is certainly heating up now between these two.
That early fight at B from Trex there got them the information, got them the advantage. In a lot of these situations, you're going to want to look to keep that advantage. Obviously, knowing the information, hey, I got a kill on B. Hey, there's more people fighting me. He could have recalled a star, popped the smoke, whatever, run away, kept his life, got that information. His team's going to speed up towards A anyways, and he's going to be keeping the rotation kind of slow. I don't think he needs to go for more there.
Tech pause coming in. Not sure what the issue is. Maybe the audio problems resurfacing again. Actually, no monitor issue this time. Wonder whose it was. I'm seeing who's looking at their screen befuddled. But
defeated.
Hopefully it gets resolved quickly. Because again, the momentum in this game is still very it feels like very high octane here between these two. It hasn't fully settled into the calm of the, I guess, the ebb and flow of a traditional match, right? We haven't had that yet. So I'm kind of looking at this and being curious to see when that eventually settles down. But again, when I'm looking at repeatable success, have we seen enough from Vitality to say they've cracked the code yet? Or are these still a little too hard to identify what those win conditions are?
We're talking about Vitality, not Koi, right?
Yeah, Vitality.
Okay. I do wonder. I feel like we're seeing a lot of like peaks and a lot of valleys right now in terms of kind of like the pacing and the emotion, everything going on in this game. It's like we're in this lull. Nothing's happening, and then suddenly it's really explosive stuff, and then it pulls back a lot, and you're just stuck wondering, like, okay, like, what's going on with the decision making? One thing that I can say for sure is about Koi. They do look really good on their defense. It looks like they do have plans, and this is coming from me, right? And we've been seeing this a lot from these guys, is that their defense kind of, everyone's individual, everyone's just falling apart. They don't have a cohesive game plan, but right now we're seeing them doing a lot of things together. So what we're seeing is early fights together. Even though the B main fight was kind of a little disjointed there at the start, they went in and got the trade. They started with 3 people there. Their rotations are doing really well, and they're moving around together more as a pack. Not the best, but improvements. They're in the right direction. Vitality, we still need to see them kind of keeping their advantage and not mucking about, basically, because right now what we're seeing is we're seeing them linger on too much. We're seeing them stray apart too much. So in that round where, you know, it came down to the 2 versus 4, I think it was round 3, it was the first gun round, even when they're kind of like prodding towards B heaven and setting a person up A heaven and dying to ramps there, I feel like they could just make a decision together. It's a 3 versus 4, stick together, make a plan. You have like a 3-on-2 kind of at worst on either site. Maybe you run into a 3-on-3, but those are like okay situations.
They're the odds you'll take,
yeah,
right?
But if you spread apart, that's when things can kind of fall apart for you.
Okay, so we go back in. Thank you for your patience at home, for sticking with us here. All resolved, all good to go. Vitality still with 2 ults in hand. We've got the Showstopper just 2 away, 1 off from the Viper's Pit, so a big round on the horizon. On the other side, Starxo does still have his. I kind of want to eventually, maybe after this half, and maybe after this map, kind of review what we made of Starxo on that role, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. And it looks like a brawl to begin with. Both teams crashing towards the B side of the map so far, but again, it's an early show of presence. It's once again just Trex here. Let's see if it works. The pop flash kind of forcing him away, and actually, Trex did eat that paranoia, so he has to respect this, but the response in kind comes out from Vitality. Straight up middle.
straight up middle exposed, and they know that there's 3 people. Raze peaked, Yoru Flash, Paranoia came out. There's only 2 on A. Does Vitality use that information to speed up? It doesn't look like it. It looks like what they're going to do is keep Raze inserted in the vents, and they're going to go back towards B.
But I like what Starxo's doing, trying to identify this. Spots one, clears vents, sees nothing. Right, it could still be a B piece. We don't know quite where they're going. Maybe Safe's going to missell something, but no. Grubino now knows it, but he's in danger. He can't get away. He just kind of drifts away through this round. Kicks with a big pick. Now with the lockdown coming in, yes, there's space for what they want to do with this here. How do they want to handle it? You know that Starxo can stick around a little longer, as can Camo. He needs to now back away. Starxo's got a couple more seconds. There it is. Has to respect it, and it's game back on. Shadow's cleared quite early here. This flank could be pretty big, but Sender's utility to be in the right place. It's identified, and they swing. But they still haven't got full control on the side. They're still just getting the plant down now. This is really on a nice edge between these two. Clear through Heavens quick. Camo really heads up work by slipping back CT. Not expecting that, though. Vitality stacking as 3. Taking CT control has garnered them a good bit of safety now to work with.
Love that reaction from Vitality. We saw on Pistol Round how they weren't kind of, in one of the earlier rounds, they weren't taking screens, they weren't doing a fight together, and it cost them. And here, instantly, they identify what the situation is, and they go and they push in and they get another kill and make it unwinnable for Koi. I really like what Koi were doing there, though. They had the rotation through sewers. I think where they messed up, though, was I think they should have committed through the B main flank. Going B heaven, the enemy, they have to expect, Vitality is going to expect you to come through vents, and then you're going to go be heaven from vents, right? So if you go and do this big flank, you push through way, you come through sewers and everything, and then you just go into the spot that they're going to expect you going, as opposed to the spot that they don't expect you. Maybe they thought, oh, Killjoy was B main, though. Maybe there's an alarm bot there. We have to flank through heaven. Or maybe it's an overcorrection. Hey, our defense is really bad. We need to play more together. Hey, we're going in this retake. Let's make sure we group, and they group to the closest spot instead of just going through and just having this 2-man wolf pack flanking B main all the way.
Costing them in this round. And now we've got some succession coming in here. Vitality stabilized round after round. 7 and 8 now in their pocket. Divide still in play. Couple of ults coming through very close by, but still. Vino, got to be careful now. Been pressured early. Sometimes individually by Drek, some with the entire team. And this time it's the entire team. 5 on the other side. And it looks quite a simplistic approach. It is. Rubino's got to be careful. Paranoia posted right side, but already they're so close towards Pillar. He didn't expect it, and actually Runner could have done so much more, but he gets his value in the end. Rubino just off on the timing there completely. And Runner can just keep that control now. With that showstopper there in pocket, that's enough of a threat. This is very difficult now for Koi to find any value from. This pace change, this simplicity has worked so perfectly. Camo's going to take the first step by taking away Sender. It's 2 towards the back of the site and 1 towards main. The ults are still in play here, so they do have a little bit of an ace up the sleeve. And there we go, a little bit of late round utility identifying. This is the problem to try and get past. He can't quite gap close, but he can still hold the ground. Prowler goes in. They got to get a move on if they want to really try and pressure this. Shados, Camo got to get a bit of a wiggle on here. Time is ticking. They swing together. Actually, they're starting to clear, but do they have time on the defuse? Defuse has started, dragged away. Got to listen out for this spike here. I don't think he's got time on it. No, they just a little too late, but very well handled by Vitality there.
I think one of the things that we didn't see, or it kind of like looks to the layman, hey, he popped the showstopper, but he got no kills with it, no value from it. The fact that Koi was so afraid to go in for that retake because someone was going to die to that showstopper basically burnt all the time on the clock that they weren't able to actually get the defuse in the end there. Obviously the gravity well securing the deal for these guys, but that's sometimes when it's important for someone to be just a sacrifice. Hey, I'm going to go in, I'm going to tank this because it's more important for us to have this time, and I'm going to sacrifice my body as a resource to keep time as a resource.
So, enough has started to slip away. Koi have decided, let's see if we can try and close this out with a nice strong half, right? So far we started really well, good beat on the game. After those timeouts around that midway marker where you saw Sala really having that conversation, you can see the answer now coming back in. Barbar thinking it's time to kind of slow things down maybe, see what they can achieve here and what the answer is in their mind. Do you have a solution in your mind that you'd like to see maybe Koi trying to explore? I mean, obviously it's quite tricky to convey that in the space of a timeout, but is there anything, just an eye test alone, you'd like to see them maybe attempt?
I think their general like approach and game plan and everything's fine. When they try to bully Trex at B main, I feel like it could be tightened up a little bit. Trex being able to get away, has his star down so he could pop his grab well. They need to be able to capitalize on that kill a little bit better. And then I think another thing Vitality is doing is they did a pace change, right? They've been going either slow or they've been doing like a fast mid play to take fast events. They haven't really gone fast into B main and straight into the B site. And right there, you know, Koi wasn't really expecting that. They were set up for this fast mid play again, and then Gravino's alone on the site.
Okay, 5-4 now. 3 in a row for Vitality. They didn't best run as ult, but they still have that Viper's Pit and the Divide yet to utilize.
Oh, they're trying to push the Vitality into going up mid. They're trying to like fake a fast B push with a paranoia, with the smoke, with the Euroclone and everything.
Okay, but this time, remember last time they went for this mid pressure, it didn't work out well. This time around, they do at least get the first couple of steps here, but what do they do after this? They're gonna have to kind of pivot and try and match the steps by steps of where Vitality's going, and you're gonna hope and maybe assume that they're not in B main. They could have maybe disrespected that utility and early presence, but the logical choice from Vitality is to go to A. Now with Shadow making contact, that's massive. Kicks going down removes a lot of that potential of safety towards the site. Now maybe you see Starxo being a little bit more confident to make a little bit of a play on this. No, gonna respect the utility that's been used to force him away, and Vitality get a couple more steps. Plant should be coming in now, but it's not a comfy plant till then. The Viper's Pit on top should make things a little easier, but it's a 5v4 in this retake. Prowler gone. First couple of steps in. How do they want to clear this Viper's Pit? 3 players finding their safety inside, and Spam is the starting solution. But Sender's still here. He's so tempted to walk this wall. And oh no, Starxo was right behind him. He had no idea. And the wall not really helping in this instance. Safe now, the next on the chopping block, but the angle. He gets spammed, but he doesn't fall. And now he sees 2. That's 2 victims. Good trade. Where is Runner? He's on his knees at this point. Diffuse is there. Koi find their form back. But tell me about that start, Josh, because this was really a game of map control in this one, kind of feigning presence. There was a lot going into this round.
Yeah, right now what we're seeing is kind of like a compartmentalization of little small plays. So they have the B play, they have the mid play, and what they can do is they can kind of like chop and change it. We fake the B play into the mid play. They weren't able to capitalize on it and get any kills, but they didn't lose anybody either. And then as soon as they show their hand, hey, we have B control, hey, we have mid control, it causes Vitality to speed up towards A. It's okay, Koi's got the retake wall. I feel like Vitality should put that Viper ultimate down into screens and disrupt the rotations entirely. If you just pop in the middle of the site, you're exposed to all sorts of spam and coming in from every different angle.
Well, it's a similar scene, but very, I guess, singular in approach from Vitality. Yeah, we still have Trex on the other side of the map, but this is very all in.
I've got your trail.
Seeker's gonna go through.
Poison's on.
Shados, maybe considering Trex is around here. I want to see how that goes in middle. Timing's gonna be a big factor. And okay, so they spotted each other, they know his presence, but it's still that A side that's a problem. And this time they're fighting CT. Something we complimented them for. Fighting towards the backside of the site, and it's worked really well. Yeah, Runner's doing damage, but he keeps his life. Carol on the trade out, 1-for-1. Plant is in, and there's still that mid presence. You can see that they're keeping that in the back of their minds, but they have to focus on trying to play towards the site now.
It's planning for Heaven, so this late flank from center is actually going to be really strong for these guys.
Okay, smoke goes in to allow them to push forward from CT. On the site, you got kicks. Trex trying to just spam through, knowing that's the pressure point, right? That's where they're going to be coming from. We still have that presence towards Heaven. How do they clear it? On the back of Shadow, potentially. Good work towards Sender. It was Shados who got traded. So Shadow needs to hold this back. The plant is for this position. And now Trex has cleared out Gravino. It's all on the Shadow, and he falls. Good reply from Vitality, answering back now.
That late flank, any late flank, up Heaven, up vents, it's so strong when the spike is planted for Heaven. And Shadow having a good presence of mind to understand, hey, it's planted for Heaven, they can re-wrap late, I'm gonna wait here, I'm gonna wait for the rotation, I'm gonna trust my teammates to get the kills. But again, I do like how Vitality pushed into screens there and tried to make something happen.
Kicks with that 2-for-1 was just lovely for him.
But I mean, one thing I have to highlight for Koi is they've had rifles basically every single round this entire game.
That's very true. Yeah, they haven't been hurting for cash by any means. Or they contact, but do they shoulder check this? It looks like they're trying to bait a little more. Still got utility to burn. That's 2 players now considered on the other side.
Trex is too much of a nuisance. He's not getting a lot of like impact that you'll see on the scoreboard, but just being able to control this space, deny the pushes, you know, get one before he goes down. All of this is so important on his value towards B and towards market, as we saw in the last round as well. Just making Koi think about this flank, this potential flank and lurk this entire time.
Okay, Camo finally falling back. Looking to see where Vitality decide to group towards.
That aggressive alarm bot in market is going to basically tell these guys, hey, if Koi come and trigger this alarm bot, they're not doing that with one person. They're doing it with like 2 or 3 people, and that's going to be the space that they need. What?
Wow, okay. A blind Nightfall in towards middle catches
have to be nervous.
nothing. Yeah, they're on edge. They don't know where Vitality are. That was just a fact finder. Does Camo over-deliver? Saw Rubino do it. Does Camo one in? He's going to find the first spot to second. Pain Shell to follow it. Shados to find Trex. That's a big player removed.
Smoke, please, Rubino.
There's still no support there for it. Could maybe deep smoke this away. Sender looking to apply pressure himself. They're getting surrounded here. They need to bail out and they get it. Starxo keeps them safe and Kicks can't do it again. This has been a very diligent half. Josh, we were talking about Koi's defensive sides. The desk was doing so. The interview was talking about it. Is this a good enough display in your mind?
This is definitely the start that they want to have. Obviously, having 7 rounds. I don't know if they've ever had 7 rounds on defense before, so it's a good start. Having Pistol to kind of help leverage that a little bit was also pretty important. But this is where things get a little bit weird, because you expect Koi to have a really strong attack side, but then as I'm looking through the defense side of Koi here, or sorry, Vitality, they have Astra, they have Viper, and they have Killjoy. And these are pretty good agents to have for retakes, for anchoring sites, for locking down choke points, and recycling abilities to always keep uptime on smokes. It's going to be interesting to see Koi struggle to break through this, but they have the double duelist. Anything can happen.
Yeah, and this is when I'm going to start looking at Starxo as a kind of how well he looks on Yoru. Does he look comfortable? I know what this guy can do mechanically. I think a lot of us who've watched a lot of the EMEA VALORANT, or had to play against it at one point, actually knows the capability of this man when he's on point. Haven't really seen that in this role, but still, Trex to start things off. It's Camo to go down. That was like maybe a blind catch on the cross, not sure. The smoke did look like it was in place, but still, Plant's going to come down. And they're grouping. They're already clearing mid. Very proactive work from Vitality.
Spike planted.
Enjoy it while you can, safe.
Oh, poor old Viper players. Kicks though, going to start this off. First couple of Packfinders invested. Does clear below, but still, I'm looking towards CT2 here. Starxo committing towards this one, and it's a lovely little kind of play back through here. Starxo yet to be pushed off this angle. It looks like Sender's aware of the chance, but he still falls for it. Shado's going to find safe, and yet this is lovely from Starxo. Kicks had a couple of rounds where he had some massive impact, but this is brutal to try and clear back through. A quick stop. But that spike is starting to tick. 2 players to dig out of position, and it's not going to be comfy because Shados isn't really playing into this yet. He's allowing Shadow that room to take control by Pillar, not risking anything, and both pistols now picked up by Koi.
That's a great start for Koi. Again, going into the second half, leveraging both pistol rounds now. The thing to point out, though, is it is Koi's map pick, and Vitality, they're not really good on their opponent's map picks traditionally. So, not something unquestionable. Koi, obviously, not a high-pressure game for these guys. They're kind of loose, and it looks like it in their gameplay as well.
But this is where it gets fun, isn't it? Because then the pressure point becomes Breeze. Because Icebox, I mean, we saw Koi actually look very good on it in that KC game. It didn't. It looked very solid with them. No discomfort really shown. At this point, this should be a throwaway round, really.
Must be nice.
Yeah, Shadows just gifted some kills there.
We used to say, I wish they ecoed my way.
That's a good saying. Actually, I like that. But again, this shouldn't be one of those situations, that we see get to that pressure point for Koi ever. It's all on Vitality's shoulders here, right? This is the scariest scenario for them if they start losing this, if they don't get, good, maybe that first gun round doesn't go in their way, it can spiral so quickly, it gets terrifying.
If I'm Vitality's coach, I'm probably saying at some point this game, especially if it starts to really look unwinnable, is to make sure that, that's a big kill.
Yeah, hold on. This shouldn't be doable, but okay, there we are. Just gets a little nervous when he hits just like that shot.
Just decides to hit that shot just so I have to shut up, you know?
Exactly.
Just stop talking, Steel. I might do this. I think one of the things that the coach could say is, hey, even though it's not looking good, they have us here, don't let your mental crumble that we can't come back. It's a BO3 for a reason. Yep. We're going into our map pick next. The only time Koi played it this season has been like a 13-4 loss against BBL. So, let's focus on going forwards. We can still close out the series and maps, whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a BO3 for a reason.
That's what you hope, at least, right?
That's what you hope, yeah.
hoping.
Yeah.
There's some interest now. This
I'm
is where
known
it
as
gets
an
fun.
optimist. So.
Yeah, I've heard that. I went to Reddit a couple times. They always say, so cheerful, this guy. A beam, a ray of sunlight. But at this point, though, this is the bonus really for Koi. And it's got a little bit of upgrade to it. It's got a little bit of investment to it.
Ooh.
This is interesting.
All right.
What do we have here? Okay, well, Cameron's already found Trex, so just an easy start, I guess. Paranoia posted, everything's sent into plate, and Starxo is off. So yeah, after kind of setting this in motion, this is a really nicely crafted side take. I almost want to see the effect that it had on either Trex or anyone else on the site, kind of what it did to them. Rubino in the perfect place, but the Bucky ain't it, Chief. But the rest of Koi are there, 4 alive, farming this up. Camo close to ult, Starxo's got his. This is where you get a little nervous if you're Vitality. This is now a snowbally round.
This is more than a snowbally round.
It's
because
a snowballing
map. I mean, at this point, like, does Vitality call a timeout? Like, hey guys, so yeah, remember to take a deep breath here, because we're here for the full 3 maps.
It's best of 3. Best of 3, guys.
Best of 3. So, I mean, yeah, do they pop the Starxo's Dimensional Drift here? Probably not. They're rifles against pistols. Maybe they save it for the next round and do a nice fast hit with it. Maybe the focus should be getting Raze the showstopper. Yeah. Camo, come. Let's go get you some eco kills. Maybe get you the orb at B main. Let's see if we can get you the showstopper. We can combo that. We can combo our ults. Next round we'll be having 11 rounds. You know, we combo these, we get 12 rounds.
Yep.
They have, you know, 7 rounds to close it out. 7 chances, as someone watch partying surely will say.
Look. Me and my drawing skills, I watch Sliggy as an inspiration, right?
Yeah.
I try and draw, you know, because it does little like 7 on the screen, chances, underlines it sometimes, it's beautiful. You know, for now though, we could dive into this, and it should be a formality here. These pistols aren't quite in the place they'd want them in quite. Yeah, beautiful from Camo. And you said it, let's try and feed him the kills, let's get him ready to roll, and they've got it online.
Rift, so it's
a little bit of a shame there.
Unlucky.
I mean, Shadow's got 1 off from his, yeah, not exactly the same, can't really combo it to the same extent, but yeah, Vitality. So here's the fun thing, right? Pumping the brakes because this is snowballing, right? They've won the bonus, they won the pistol, and now this first real gun round is lacking any ult to depend upon. Yeah, they could get the Viper Spit, but still, this game just reminds me of one of my most favorite quotes, which is like the, you know, power resides where men believe it resides. And now this becomes the issue, right? Because Koi has every opportunity here. They've not won a single series this entire season. Not one. They had 1 promising game against Carmine Core, right? Where we went, oh, they're looking pretty decent.
Wait, they're not getting 0-2'd every game.
Yeah, literally, it's like, oh, wow, look, hey, they've figured something out. Something's starting to work. And the idea that such almost a small man can cast such a large shadow in this is just brilliant in my mind. The fact that Koi, who, as I said, has the opportunity to deny Vitality here, and the pressure that puts onto Vitality is such a proving point for this team as well. If Vitality can come out of this, okay, we lose map 1, hey, it's not the first time we've had this issue, that's fine, whatever. Breeze should be good, but then Icebox does put another question mark, right? Like there's that uncomfortable element, that little bit of kind of magic to the air about it of, is this the upset? And I love the idea of an upset because it is so telling for Vitality, and the concept that Koi can actually do this and have looked diligent. This hasn't been, yeah, the rounds have been close, but look at the scoreboard. It's 11-5.
So Koi's basically saying to Vitality right now, I'm not trapped in here with you, you're trapped in here with me.
Absolutely. Is that one of your guys? Another great quote, to be fair. Like, it is that pure concept of it, just a man with nothing to lose is just terrifying. And we're seeing Koi on this massive upswing. Now, what does Vitality do? A timeout called from Sal. Oh my god, I thought Starxo might have had that. Didn't actually do that much damage either, which is quite fortunate.
The Killjoy setup on A is not really going to do anything to, you know, stop, kill anyone. It's basically there for information at best to get the rotation here.
Okay, so Cam are going to use the ult to take space and probably secure Heaven a little bit. I wonder if he just ends up posting it in towards... Oh my god, a blind send. Sender going to be devastated by that.
Spike planted.
Plants in, 5 standing, and they've got 2 up towards those rafters as well.
Face your fear!
Don't think the Nightfall caught, but Shados quick and close enough by, I think actually did catch, looking at the assist there, and the quick corner clear from Trex, but they're down to 3 players. I mean, Trex's ult could be helpful in this, but I don't know how much it's going to give them. Runner on the swing, Gravino gets played in, and Runner goes down. Quick trade out, 3v2. It's Kicks and it's Trex desperate to figure this one out. Can they hold this line? Yeah, they can deny Camo for sure, but the trade, the numbers still being so critical. And Kix gives away a little bit of the game here, trying to clear out as he goes. Tries to dive through a tap on the spike. What more is he meant to do with this? I think they've got the timing right. I don't think there's much more to be done, yeah. Just letting the clock rock down. It's 12 and Vitality staring down the barrel of a gun here.
I think the most important thing Vitality can do right here isn't necessarily trying to mount the comeback, get 7 rounds in a row, get to 12-12, go play overtime. I think the main thing is I'm seeing Koi getting so much confidence with their aim. You can see how snappy they are, how they're just hitting their shots so well that they need to, Vitality needs to break Koi's momentum here. Like, yes, you're going to take a map off of us, but that's it. And you can't let them run away thinking that they're going to win the next map as well.
You don't want the 5 in the row, everyone's heating up, feeling the game out. If Vitality need to stop the rot and fast, beautifully done.
Thank you.
Very nice.
7 chances.
7 chances. Quite the elusive number. We'll see if they get any closer towards it. So far, it's been sparse on this half of Vitality. Not quite finding the footing nor the leverage to do the damage they want. And yes, Stave still has that Viper's Pit, but not exactly what you want to be banking on here. And Shados showing early presence towards A, keeping that additional body trained towards that A side.
Oh, the timing on that peak.
Okay, careful now. Trax needs to, fall away safely, because they're really posturing around this map.
Use the Viper's Pit on middle. This would be a great timing. Spotting them at B main, forcing them to either go into B into 3 players, or have to take the super long rotation all the way back into Killjoy's setup on A through sewers. But doesn't go for it, so...
Shados really trying to sell something here. How are they responding to this? They're pulling... I was keeping a look towards Kix there, and he kind of like drifted back a little bit. He's like, he's considering maybe going for that rotate, but it's not been enough. It has only been
30 seconds
Shados so far.
Could be a good
now,
combo.
This is a very similar side hit to what we saw before. They're going to get themselves backside with Starxo. Can they get a nice little pinch towards the pillar? It looks like that's the plan. Kix unaffected though, going to be able to clear out one side, but they've lost the other side of control. And Camo with a big 3 kills. Oh, it's stunning. Koi fully in control here. It's down to safe. An MVP in his own right, but he can't do it now. 13-5. Koi striking first here. Probably putting the fear of God in Vitality. They need to wake up, and they got to do it fast.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us, makes us, makes us. This is when we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what
There is.
Let's go! Nice! Nice! Let's go! Come on! Nice! Good job!
Kamilka, look at me. Kamilka, look at me.
Something in the waters here. Omega Group, they just can't stop winning, even when they've already been eliminated from playoffs. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash. Guys, the funniest thing might happen. It might happen.
I'm already laughing. I
It
already
might
find it fun.
happen. I'm stressing.
I'm stressing.
You stressing?
I'm
How do
stressing.
you think Vitality is feeling
That's
right
what
now?
I mean. Like, oh God, Ash, what's going on?
I mean, they're in hot water at this point. I think to go down 5-13 here on the first map of this series, that's a lot of pressure here for Vitality. And that was honestly a nearly flawless map, I feel like, from them.
Man, the rounds that we were seeing on the attack, I'm so happy that we got to see them setting up for some lineups. Like the set strats were so good coming from Koi. We saw it a lot during the last week against KC, but it was surprising to see that they can keep the grudge going on Vitality. They just cannot win their opponent's map pick. Even though I also, you know, just to lend them a hand here, Vitality had not played this map yet. You know, you're still trying to find your footing against a team that definitely had a very clear idea on how they wanted to do things.
I mean, we talked about how Shadow, his first year as an IGL, some of the challenges he's been facing. I feel like on that map, everything just went his way. He had a great performance.
He did have a great performance. I mean, what, 18-4, I think, was the final scoreline there for Shadow. And I really love the way that he led the team on the defense, their approach to looking for a lot of that mid control, denying that space as an avenue for Vitality to break through, and then defense was flawless for them. Vitality didn't even get a single round.
Yeah, like, don't get me wrong, there is a moment where Vitality, you know, takes a time out and actually starts addressing the problem that they're having on mid that you're mentioning, Ash. But honestly, the way that Koi was converting those 4v5s into wins was crazy. Like, the trading from Camel was on a different level on here. It literally looked like losing a player was always part of the plan. We have seen really, really good performances from them today. If they can translate it onto the second map, maybe we don't even go to a third.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Vitality, they were finding those first picks. They found quite a few of those first picks, but they just didn't convert those rounds. And also Koi, they win pistols, They want bonuses now, apparently. They want maps. This is the crazy thing as we head on to the next one, because if they manage to do this, they're going to get their first win of the season, their first 2-0 in a while, and they get to knock out Vitality. I just cannot believe the Koi that we're seeing right now.
It's finally a good weekend for Spain. I'm just here for it,
You
honestly.
deserve it. You've been through a lot. You've been through a lot. You've been through
I actually
enough. And speaking of it, Safe, let's take a look at him in the AIM Labs warm-up real quick, because we are heading to Breeze, and this is where he shines. He comes alive. This is where we understand, Ash, why you don't peek him.
It is, I mean, sure, Benji Fish, you mentioned not 1v1ing him on Icebox, but heading over towards Breeze, Safe on his lurks on the Cypher pick, he maintained such great control over on the A site on that attacking side with his lurks, and was a force to be reckoned with in that matchup against Giant X. And we also saw how he continued to light up, I think, in the rest of that series last week. And I feel like now that they've lost the first map, Safe was not happy last week for the remainder of that series, and he continued to turn up even further.
Yeah, exactly. We need to think about how their mental is right now after that first loss. Yes, okay, we meme a bit about how Vitality is not capable to win their opponent's map pick, but the pressure here is way higher. Like, not making playoffs, I think that after all the way that they've come, probably it's too harsh on them. And also, another thing that comes onto the table, Koi changed the composition for Split, and they look wonderful. What if they do the same for Breeze? What if all of that preparation, what if they are expecting you to pick that home run that we assigned for you yesterday, that you've been shining on here on Breeze, and they know exactly how to address everything with the Astra issue, right? Especially if we go back to seeing Starxo maybe on that Euro this time.
And the great thing is, of course, for this series, they're starting all 3 maps on defense. In past weeks, I would have been like, oh no, oh why Koi? But after seeing what they managed to do on Split, I'm a believer. I feel like they are finding solutions for their defense side, but the question is, can Vitality now find some holes? Because they didn't seem like they could, right, on Split. They didn't really know what to do against everything that Koi was doing.
Yeah, go Ash.
No, they really didn't. And I think when you're looking towards Breeze, though, it's also a very different map compared to Split with how you're going to be playing that ebb and flow. We saw, again, a lot of that map control, the push and pull coming out from Koi. And then heading over towards the side of Breeze, we also like to see a lot of aggressive plays coming out from Vitality as well. Those walks down towards elbow, even taking that Halls control early on the defense, too.
Even with that, right? Like, we've seen 2 different compositions from Koi just in this map now. They've been going from the Yoru, also trying some double controller. I wonder what they're going to do now.
Yeah, let's take a look as we head to Agent Select and see if we are going to get some changes. Not something that we're expecting from Vitality, especially after the Breeze that they showed last week. And Starxo's just going to play Yoru. He's a Yoru main now.
Man, I love it. Is it a thing for this Spanish people? At least for Giant X and for Koi, they want to go for this double duelist. I mean, Starxo, especially his utility usage on Split, was brilliant in so many of these occasions. Cam was going to be moving on to that jet. I actually really like this. What do you make of it?
I mean, I love the double dive opportunity here for Koi. The fact that Starxo can play a lot of that disruption here on Breeze, have those quick rotations as well with the TPs. I think chaos is about to ensue here.
Well, this is the thing. This is the Giant X comp. So Vitality should know what to do. They beat it once already.
Yeah, exactly. And if we remember, it was actually on the attack side, the save went nuclear with, who was it at the time? Purple, right? Picking with the operator being shut down time and time again. Definitely, if Koi wanted to learn from what not to do, they can look at that map.
Well, I can't wait to see what we're going to get here. And as the great Taylor Swift once said, you know ball, and I know Aristotle is panting and steel.
I don't know what to say to that, if I'm completely honest. I really don't know what to say to that. But thank you ever so much. Keep the Taylor Swift quotes coming. You know that I hate them. Koi against Vitality. The Swifties are coming for me. It's fine. We're into map 2. Now let's kind of dial it in here. Let's kind of, pick up where we left off. Now, should be comfortable if you're Vitality, right? This is your map choice. You haven't seen it much, but it's your map choice. You'll be happy here, right? Everything's looking good. Koi, when do we even see Koi here? What the, who knows what we're up against, but we'll be fine with Vitality, right?
You would think so. You would think so. I guess we'll have to see how things develop. Koi looking strong on their defense on Split, seeing if they can keep that momentum up into this next map.
Here.
As the mid-fight happens
early.
early.
My god, Camo, this position is so dirty. And Koi have kicked off with a big 2 kills. Trex, though, doesn't want to go quietly from this round. But what can Kicks and Safe do? Not noted thus far, but I mean, if you're going to see a Cypher, you might imagine he's going to be lurking around up tube. But the plant's going to come in, and a little bit of a switch of positions. Shadow down pretty low after that engagement in middle. And looking like he wants to kind of work through by that double door. One towards CT, one towards site. Safe can kind of play the cross and play off the contact from Kicks.
Get behind the stairs.
Oh, the timing a little sketchy on this one. Does he get checked? Yeah, he does. And the angle just not good enough for him there. Grabino's going to clear him out pretty quick. And now Kicks has to go nuclear. 15 HP. This is a lot to ask for. Yeah, not going to happen. Shados. The one to start it off right. Koi coming in deadly here.
I think Koi has a really good understanding of how to do their retakes right now in their defense, and especially using their Viper wall. So on split, we saw that going across from screens all the way through A main and cutting off the site. And same thing here. It works double purpose. One, it blocks off A main so that they can do any fight in it or early aggression, but it also doubles up that it splits the site. It allows them through double doors, allows them through spawn, allows them to clear out like close yellow stairs. And that's what they use as they walk up mid doors. They're able to find the sneaky, pesky little Safe sitting behind the stairs and deal with him.
How do you feel about the Yoru on this as well?
The Yoru in general and Breeze, I like.
Yeah,
okay. I do like it. I think he has a lot of value, and I think he can whip out the op as well.
Nice.
Flashes are good right now in current update.
Yeah. Let's see how it looks with Starxo. So far, Runner's found camo. That's pretty big. This could be a good goer, and Starxo's in a little bit of trouble here. Does have a way out if he needs it, and he's going to isolate Runner, so answers back in kind somewhat. Pound for pound, taking away one. But this gives a couple of steps towards the site here. Starxo still being a nuisance, building that ult closer and closer. Two Outlaws, though, for Safe and Trex. Oh, and Starxo's chomping at the bit, man. He wants in. Safe's found another. He's taking away Shadow. And it's all off the back, so that was... There could have been eyes on that. But still, okay, they're going to back away. What can you do here? This is such a bizarre round, but look at Grino's position. If they keep eyes on this, right? If they can keep that in the back of their mind? Yeah, like, sure, you're not peeking anymore. You know the Outlaws are out there.
Shados is also one-shottable. He has light shields, so that's a little bit dangerous for him.
Toxin screen down.
Keep your head down.
Anything can happen still with 30 seconds remaining. The spike gets planted. That's when
30 seconds left.
Things have to start moving.
Yeah, tap on the spike.
Teleport.
The fake teleport.
Yeah, gets a little closer. I'm nervous though, because this angle's not bad for the Outlaw, but Center might be dead here. Yeah, just melted alive, and it's all unsafe. Show us something.
13 seconds.
He needs a kill. I don't think he's going to be able to get the kill on the cross in time. Nice attempt. Koi though, keep control for the second, keep the two Bulldogs in play, maybe opting for deciding whether they're on the Outlaw or not, so it looks like the Outlaw's going to be gathered there, but still, a little bit better of a response from Vitality, but again, it's a round win.
Yeah, I like this investment as well from Vitality. They have one player picking up the LR, that's Trex. It means that 4 people are going to have full buys in the next round, but Trex isn't. But he can always just like follow one of his teammates. With that Outlaw, if the defenders decide to buy rifles like Bulldogs, Guardians, Outlaws, Vandals, they can't afford heavy shields, which means that they're one-shottable to the Outlaw. So great damage, great opening. They weren't able to convert it, but 3 kills from 1 weapon investment, that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah, go take that. As it stands, utility being cleared. Keep him guessing, but kind of almost outdone by the positioning from Camo. So he can kind of keep his shoulder on that angle on the other side of the map. And the drift back. I want to see how long Camo sticks around here. What is his intention behind this?
As long as someone's got his back so that they can't sneak up middle and get around him, he should be safe here in this angle.
Does Shados maybe fill that gap, I guess? He's going to hear this. So yeah, he's been seen as well. Camo's going to be getting himself out of danger now. But it feels like Vitality haven't fully made their minds up.
Now.
Yeah, he's just committed even deeper. He's like, cool, fair enough.
Cool, thanks.
Off I go.
Yeah, I'll take this.
And this late play back towards A with a mid split. It's Sender going to be kind of playing towards door late potentially, but the rest of Vitality eyeing this up. But there could be some stall on this because Grabino's still here, right? This is still going to be a little bit of a nuisance to get around for Vitality. With Camo's deeper positioning, they're kind of reading this very, very well. They're in the right place, 4 players in the correct site. They can't really pivot away. Runner gets out, but okay, big there. Shados goes down. Grabino on the trade. Oh my god, those Sheriffs. Players in the right place for sure. They did catch towards middle, so that Shadow gone. Trex comes in from Tube, and I'm waiting for that plant to come in. Yeah, this is looking very nice now. Vitality Kick it into gear, and Trex gonna claim camo. And they at least get the first one forward. So they're gonna get 2 of the rifles out. Do they get a third? No, so it's the Outlaw being moved forward, but they keep the Vandals there. Again, it was a little bit of a dangerous round there in the third, but we get to see that first roll buy for both sides.
Decent map control coming out from the side of Koi. Obviously on the double duelist, they need to get a little bit active, get that space, be proactive on the rotations. I didn't like how long Starxo was kind of lingering around the B site for, but I mean, he had, I think, just a frenzy on that round anyway, so it's not like he had a lot of value if he got anywhere. Like, this is such a long-range map. I'm surprised he even got the frenzy to begin with.
Yeah.
Get a ghost, a sheriff.
You don't like the frenzy? It's just a CZ, Josh. Come on now. Do you remember that gun?
I remember that. That's a little bit different. It's more like losing to Glocks than it is losing to JWCZ or something.
A little bit of a different stress point to start with. Looking like they want to commit to this B side, but Camo's shouldering, so is Shados there. Oh my god, no, Camo. Oh, that's so uncomfortable. Oh, the ult does come in time, but still is traded out by Shados. Maybe kicking himself about that one. And a quick rotate though, so they're going to try and either feign this or just like actually commit to it. It looks like a commitment. Reno is here. So they didn't pull everyone over. This is a lot to handle for one man. Vitality have made the right choice here, but the spike is going the long way around, and Grubino's isolated runner. He's still got a chance here. Starxo can now get closer. Trex removes him. He could have waited longer. Player spotted. Starxo finds him. Trade again. Trex is unrelenting in this. He wants to make this round happen. Even if he's doing it all himself. Plant there.
Spike planted.
And it's in.
They're going to use
both ults if they need it.
Yeah. Just to at least reposition, get out of there.
So much utility, but a good bit of chip damage. Yeah, Divide gonna go through, but look at the state of Trex. Down to 11 HP. They're trying to get out of there. Shadow, does he disrespect? Oh, no, he had no idea. It was literally a jump scare.
Why have you gone and done that?
Oh man, that was wild. 23 HP and 11 remaining, but it worked out so well. Literally, they seemed so unaware of the possibility they might even do that.
That's
oh, what a round.
That's like a, oh man. Camo, I think pinged out where the trip was so that Shadows could have broken it for him.
Yeah.
So that, the players on the left and on the right don't expect Camo, but he walks back into that. I feel like Rubino doesn't need to peek out from the site there because he has 2 teammates that can see over the Astra smoke to see the site cross. All he has to do is train on B main or just completely tuck, and his teammates will get next.
Yeah, a little bit of maybe like an overheat moment there for him. Maybe wanted to do as much as he could. I understand the concept, but you're right. Maybe just allowing that space to kind of build, working off the back and allowing his teammates to take the strain. But now down to Sheriffs, we're going to see a little bit more stability, hopefully, for Vitality now coming into play. See if they can work towards their ults. Runner, only 1 off from his. That could be very valuable to have to hand. But already a massive adjustment from Koi, kind of playing out this Shiko.
Spotted out. That tag actually spotting Jet falling around to tunnel might set up Starxo for a big play here at middle. Maybe, oh no, he's been spotted. That ping on the ground, you can definitely tell, hey, there's someone else here, but the teleport is going to be able to get him out if he gets into trouble.
Decoy.
Waiting to see.
Group towards A main.
Yeah, I think it's the right call. Oh, safe. Careful. Grubino's starting to like warm up a little here. He's been hitting some shots.
Deploying drone.
Big chip damage on safe, down to 5. And that's quite a bit of information to be finding at this point. Yeah, there's that additional layer of the pressure through Tube. And I'm still looking at Grubino here because he's got his up there committing. And the Hunter's Fury is going to make this difficult. Where do you run and where do you hide? You make it past the first hurdle and actually doesn't get connected on 20 HP and he's still giving it a go. Oh, a nice attempt, but Sender clears him. That's going to be the pit removed. And now we're down to time. 18 seconds. Look at the flank, though. There's still going to be pressure back here. Camo wanted to be involved in this. Trex down low, but really big control from him. Didn't expect the follow-up from Starxo, but now they know about the flank. Any recovered weapons? Yes, but only in the hands of one. It's Starxo with it all to do, and too many players in too many positions. Vitality keeping calm in the end, but that got really, really sketchy.
Koi, it's like on Split, they were just like, oh my god, we're like invincible, we got plot armor, we can do anything. And right now, they're doing kind of like what you expect from them. They're skipping steps. So instead of like doing things one at a time, oh, I'm gonna get to this other side of the, astral wall, and then I'm gonna kill them when they try to like use a Sova ulti. But instead of like taking the time to get there, he's knife out B hopping, like getting to the last step. What about all the other steps on the way there?
All right. Steps to be made forward from Starxo. Oh, right off the rip. Got the operator out for Camo as well. He needs to start activating in this one. Spots one player. and plays in, Trex. Trex! You're so aware of it. So well handled by Trex to even keep that in mind, that off the back of the spot coming out from the Yoru, that someone would need to keep them somewhat safe, and he does. Eventually goes down, but a 2-for-1 trade, he'll take that at this point. And the spike's already on that A site.
It's like these guys are playing with blinders on right now. They just tunnel vision and lock in and just, it's like a bull with like the, you know, the matador with the red stuff.
Flag.
Yeah, the red flag, and they're just like charging at it. I think Koi, they should probably take a attack timeout and just talk about what's going on. Hey, let's look about what was working on Split. This was working on Split, but how was the execution of what we're doing? It's not just the game plan of let's be proactive, let's take this fight together, let's move to this spot together after. It's not just the game plan and the concept of that, it's how you execute it. You can't skip the steps. And we're seeing that every moment here, is that they tunnel vision on the end goal and they're not seeing the forest for the trees.
Yeah, and now we've got to look towards them keeping these weapons too for Koi. They're going to be pressured. You can see the Vitality walked away from this fight pretty quickly. They were actively looking to try and get these removed. Every single angle. Pressure's coming in. Camo survives for now. Player watching. Oh, that's big. Vitality takeaway too. That's the Operator gone and a rifle and an instant timeout. You're right. Koi need to pump the brakes here because Vitality looking much stronger. Now, again, though, when we're talking about the kind of two teams. Now, we haven't seen much of Breeze when it comes out from Vitality, but they look quite well prepared. They seem to have like a good candor to it. They seem to know what they want to do on this. Whereas on the other side for Koi, doesn't seem like it's in their wheelhouse yet. Now, again, I don't know how much time they've had to work on this. Yes, it's in the veto, so obviously you'd hope that they would have a little bit of comfort, but this could still look like almost old Koi, right? The Koi that we didn't see against KC. We haven't seen those glimmers of hopes from. This could still be that very individual Koi, a little bit messy around the edges, not quite having that synergy. Now, it goes kind of two ways in my mind. Either Koi lose all confidence after this map and fall back to old habits because they don't have that structure or that, you know, adjustments that they were hoping to make, as Shadow was saying in those interviews earlier, or they can maybe adjust a little and they have a competitive game. But map 3 is the one, do they recover or not, right? Because this looks like it's very early to Koi, but it's 4
You're already counting them out here. You're already basically setting up. We're guaranteed a map 3,
100%,
okay?
100%. But look, it's just... They don't look like the team we saw on Split, nor the one we saw on Icebox, nor in just the entire series against KC. This still just looks a little underprepared, and it's just not been in their map pool.
Counterpoint.
Go for it.
We saw early on Split, it was one of the early rounds, round 3 or 4. Raze has Showstopper. They do the thing where they put up the Viper Orb and walk down middle,
yeah.
And they don't get to use that Showstopper off cooldown. I feel like I'm seeing kind of like the same early stages of that Split where they're kind of still making a little bit of mistakes. Like, yeah, they strung a lot of rounds in a row. They got the bonus and everything. But they still made like a recovery in the second half of their defense.
And this is a nice little adjustment here, isn't it? But Safe is so heads up. He's so heads up. Just aware of what maybe Starxo was wanting to achieve. And Rubino now put on a platter. Not a very pretty place to be, and he knows it. What is trying to do with this one? Already Rubino gets cleared. The site's theirs. It's just so systematic. They know exactly how they wanted to approach it. Tunnel's not looking like an option. Trex has already denied that. Vitality back really in control. That's beautifully handled.
I do wonder if Koi is kind of mismanaging this Shadow's Hunter's Fury. They've had it for a few rounds. They had it when Starxo had his ultimate as well. They could have comboed it. They could use it easily for a retake or one of their early fights if they want to. It feels like they're just sitting on it and taking all these isolated one-by-one duels. It is reminiscent of the Koi that we've seen in previous weeks as opposed to previous.
Coming around to my point.
I am a little bit. I am. Yeah.
Just say I'm right, Josh. It's fine. It won't hurt you.
Right now, it looks like you are right.
We'll see. We'll see.
You know, I was trying to be like the glass half full. You know, optimist.
Yeah,
I was trying it. I was trying it
out.
How
did it feel?
But it felt wrong. Clearly, it's wrong.
But you're right. Look, I like what you came in with, though. I liked your idea that there were a couple of rounds on Split that kind of looked like this. But it's just, as you said, the issues we're seeing, it looks individual from Koi. And that wasn't what we were seeing. It looked like it was kind of like a pack mentality more on Split, especially in that KC game as well. I'm worried about this one. Yeah. I'm happy for Vitality because this is a big, like, mentality reminder that they are the favored side here. They've made it to Breeze. They should be good, right? Like, this is the game that gets them back feeling themselves.
Yeah, Camo at the end of last game was looking really strong.
Yep.
Getting multi-frags as Ray's running around with the Vandal. Has, you know, his blades right now, but is opting to use a Vandal in this round with light shields. Wondering what's going on here.
They doubled down on the investment this time.
A little bit.
It's not just Starxo going on the exploration mission. Last time around, it was Safe, who was more than up to that individual challenge, but they put a lot more weight behind that and going to prop up, it looks like, Camo behind it. And now I want to see how Vitality responds. They've had pressure on A main. It looks like Vitality then pivot elsewhere.
Wonder if they're going to pop out the Cosmic Divide here for this B split. That's going to help them from being shot in the back. But they need to do something to set up and make sure that they don't get flanked at the same time through the Cosmic Divide.
Oh, Safe!
Big.
He always just gets so much value. Like, Safe, even in his quieter games, is one of those valuable players. And it was just kind of like a mid-presence, almost feign. They're kind of showing a little bit of something, but they don't look like they're committing there. Again, I'm kind of looking to where the spike is. Yeah, they've got some players over here.
Sneak
but
it.
still, I'm not too sure what
They're going to place the Viper Wall now.
Okay.
They're going to place the Viper Wall. They're going to fake out A with a Sova Dart. Everything's going to happen to pull Koi off of the B site, and then the hit's actually going to end up on B.
And look at this. And if you're Shadow, you can see why you're considering that, right? You can kind of understand it, but I think Shadows just went, wait, what the hell's going on? I'm not completely rotating here. They've cleared out kicks, but there's going to be an issue. No one else is behind it. But that was beautifully constructed by Vitality to give them this B site. Can they hold the retake? There's a lot of utility still in play, at least with Starxo, Shadow, and a little for Shados. I mean, he can still kind of find a bit of value on the way back in. On the other side, not as much to be writing home about. So we have to wait and see if Vitality can hold this one now. There it is, Hunter's Fury, run up. Be a little careful now. They're going to clear off the back pillar. It's Grubino to close the gap. Runner goes down. Now, the back line is hard to clear. Safe. Ooh, not clean that time. After what was an exceptional start, we're down to 2 here. Trek's going to play with the time, and Sender needs to watch his push, keep him safe. They can't quite deal with the defuse just yet. It's still going on. Grubino finally gets pulled off. The damage is getting done, and Trek's left in a 1v2, but time is going to become a factor, and Trex is just refusing to lose in this one, toying with him constantly. Gorgeous work from Trex there. His value undisputed. Just takes a little sip in victory.
And Vitality doing what they do best. We've seen this in previous weeks. Once they're able to get the spike planted, especially on that B site, it's just so much utility that they have, especially with that gravity well. Just stalling out on the initial retake from the defenders, make sure that they bleed as much time as they can initially, and then as soon as it comes down to, you know, a 1 versus 1, 2 versus 2, any low man versus low man situation, you know, you pop that grav well on that spike tap, and then you just burn out the clock with the jump jiggles from that window area. And you really need to have a good game plan to deal with that post plant from that window, from that Astra. Trex is going to win that every time if you give him the opportunity and don't just pressure him, get in his face.
Yep. And see if there's maybe a kind of like an audible adjustment here.
So much focus on mid from Koi. But the hits from Vitality have been going through the sites. It's been largely A, some B. Couple of pump fakes after taking some sort of like middle control, but they're not really super contesting middle that much.
No, and as it stands, you can see Koi still trying to go through the motions of identifying what's going on here. Re-clear with the owl drone. I mean, doesn't really get what they need, but they might get more curious about middle again.
You don't care about health?
Apparently not. Apparently irrelevant. Let's see if that comes back. As it stands, though, Vitality, yeah, gonna go for this A site take. There are a lot of players here, and it looks like Starxo's getting tempted. No one being played into this, but it's actually Grubino. So that's spike planted denied. That's runner gone down. And the Viper's Pit comes through. Kicks goes down. Grubino's doing really well, but still, they need to find some stability on the site. This is so back and forth. They're just putting bodies in this one. Safe does have the spike ready. 25 seconds, but he's got to be really careful about this. He's going to be there.
Oh, he's dead.
No, how does he live? How is he alive? Camo can't gap close, but 15 seconds, they don't have a safe plant anymore. With Camo being in this position, they've got to find some safety. So opting to try and wrap the site. 8 seconds now, they've not noted anyone, maybe feeling they're being mirrored here. Camo wants to close in. He spotted the player, the plant's there. Trex, the bodyguard, works out. Camo now has to find some value, and he's found nothing. This is wild. They're just ring-a-ring-a-rosy around the site. Shadow finally gonna catch Safe. But around and around we go. Trex down low and a 1v2. Oh, he's finally been caught this time. A nice attempt for Koi to answer back, but that round was just ridiculous.
Put that in like fast forward, Benny Hill music on.
Yeah.
Interesting rounds though coming out here. Koi needing to find their footing again. Similar to how they did on Split. I mean, that's the main thing that's missing right now is, I think, a little bit too much overextension and over-peaking in some of these small moments. Grubino has done it a few times towards A. Camo not really being relevant at all this map.
Yeah, he's finding it hard to find impact here.
Yeah, maybe just taking the action in the wrong spots. We've seen the aggressiveness towards B. We haven't really seen anything down, as you Brits call it, tube.
Wow, funny. That was a good one, Josh.
Halls, tube even.
Proud of that?
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah,
we got the A main line this time though.
Right next to the Victoria. It looks like a 3-2 split. Pretty classic. Again, just kind of leaning into a more traditional approach. Pop flash through the wall, and away we go. Now, Koi unaffected though, holding from a really adjusted position by the wall instead. Oh, Shadows is screwed. Did he get another follow-up tag? I mean, it doesn't really matter. Safe is there with the rifle anyway. It's just kicks and safe though. A 2v4 is so difficult. How are you meant to play this? I mean, get the plants the first step. It's the ones after that that get really difficult. There's still utility, and they have just an unexpected angle. Shadow clears out well. That's 2 back-to-back now. What's changed?
Good adjustment from Koi. They, instead of taking this line down B and towards elbow from the tunnel, they actually took the A main line and they leveraged their retakes. We saw that it worked really well for them on split, their retakes.
Yep.
And why not? Why not go for it? And understanding that, hey, if Trex is alive as Astra towards the window, we'll have to do a flank. But right there, just stuffing them in the tracks before they could even, Vitality could get them into the site to plant. They're just taken out. 2 people from tunnel from, I think Shadows got it from half wall. So, I mean, realistically, it's just a matter of shooting back in some instances. Just shoot back.
Just shoot back. Thank you for your wise words of wisdom there. How many years in esports do you think you've been around?
16.
That's rough, isn't it? Camo, though, we've been asking this man to step up. He's been mostly in the pocket of Safe, who's been putting him down whenever he feels necessary. And at this point, it might be a similar scene. Already grouping towards that A side. We still have that mid presence and towards Tube, or was it Halls? Whatever you go for. Animals. But Camo, I'm a little worried about in this game. Safe has been on fire in his work. Again, not in a highlight sort of manner, but he's good for his. And here's the adjustment though. Vitality looking elsewhere.
3-prong A attack right into a 4-man stack. That would be really unfortunate. The backstep on the Viper at B from tunnel would be huge. I'm just not sure if they go for that.
The timing of this ult could be pretty valuable for Starxo. He's going to spot at least one player, clear out towards A main, sees maybe just Safe, and that's it, right? So where are the others? What are the others up to? Starxo's going to commit to this too.
It's on Sender as well, I'm pretty sure, or Trex on Halls as well. I think they're gearing towards that A hit.
Okay, so we've got Starxo watching main and then, sorry, towards, yeah, I guess a little main and then double stack towards door. Vitality are running this clock really low. 30 seconds in Camo. This time we'll find the shot he wanted. And yeah, they're just running the clock almost out of time here. 20 seconds, they got to get towards the site. They just don't have the utility for it. Koi maybe finding a bit of a solution, but it felt disjointed this time from Vitality. Trex has been marvelous, but this is a really tough one. 14 seconds to be lucky to be alive. Trying to back away. Yeah, caught in the end. 5 standing. And Andalusia flawless. I feel like we haven't had a lot of those. These have been scrappy rounds. And now the gap's closing here. And your palms get a little bit sweaty if you're Vitality. Where have these 3 rounds just come from?
Seemingly out of nowhere, but again, if we're gonna draw parallels to Split right now, it's like this is looking kind of similar. There was like the middle of the first half was going in the way of it was going in the way of Koi, and then Vitality picked up a few rounds, and then Koi's able to pick up a couple towards the end of the half. And it's looking like the same thing's happening here, but Cosmic Divide and the Runner has his ulti as well, so we're going to see something happening here with this, whether it be a fake or a full-on hit. They do have so much post-plant util between the Viper.
Yep. And I think they're making no subtlety of it, you know?
Yeah.
This is straight on in. Very clear cut. Use that ult to get you on the site. Clear it out, but the response from Koi is correct, though. Playing off site for now. Giving them this, they can't really deny it initially. It's whether or not they have what it takes to kind of play this back through. Now, Trix's timing. Does he get some play? Back of that drop. I'm eyeing up Starxo's position as well. Oh my god, Grubino, that was rotten. Takes away Safe's head. Runner now called into effect. The drop down in Tube won't be hurt, but Grubino is clearing house. Kick's gonna fall, and now it's all going wrong for Vitality. Trex, his impact can't be this much, and he's not even got the shot on here. Koi suddenly with a whole new lease of life. These last 4 rounds look like a different team.
That's a great recovery from Koi because, yes, they have the pistol, but traditionally speaking, their defense has been not their strong suit.
True.
And this is a big change. It's a big difference. It gives them a lot of buffer into this next half. They might not even need to get pistol. Their attack, phase 1 game plans have been so strong. All they have to do is make sure that they're able to capitalize and close it out. And it's not going to be the easiest thing ever.
No,
Vitality is clearly strong on this map, and they do have a lot of agents that make it really difficult, really easy for them to hold across the map. Astra being able to make an impact globally. Viper has pretty strong global impact as well.
They've got all of the tools,
They've
got everything there. They look comfortable here. This looks like a good map for them. It's looked solid. It's just those 4 rounds at the end. It just gives you that feeling of dread when you know what's on the line. It's qualification or not. That's it.
So we're still going 3 maps then?
You keep it to yourself. We'll see. I'm still saying yes. I believe in Vitality here.
Big flank coming in though.
Yeah, but Koi's already got so much pressure on towards the site here. Starxo's noted this flank early. That can be called out on the TP back. He can still control this to the pinch, but you got to be careful. Shadow's got the spike here. That's an issue. And then when he fights elsewhere too, Safe is outstanding in these moments. Gets a grip on this round, takes back some control here. Starxo, clears Trex. You're not going to get another. Oh my god, that was messy. Okay, let's calm down a little bit here. Shados, chill.
Fake TP turns around.
Well, I'm getting a weird feeling about this round. I've got a weird feeling about this round, and I don't like that.
Yeah, hair sticking up on your arms and everything.
There's something about it. It's making me feel uncomfy. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. There it is. Okay, nice work between Safe and who was it, main runner? Yeah, not a problem there in the end. I just got a little nervous. There was just like echoes of Shados clutching out like silly rounds that he shouldn't have impact in. But got to say, in my mind, Safe was a little bit of an MVP in that round. That started to get really dangerous.
There was a lot of action happening. There were like 3 different fights going on at the same time. There's the Halls fight, or Tube/Tube. There was a fight towards a main at the stairs here at the shop. And then we also had players coming up mid doors as well. So a little bit of everything happening all over. And dealing with the chaos pretty, decently. Vitality is able to come out on top, clean up that pistol round. Koi getting the spike plant. But not investing here, not even doing the good old Vitality Outlaw purchase here. It would have done well. There's 5 light shields for the defense of Vitality, playing for that late game. One Outlaw could have broken these guys.
Yeah. That's what happens when Fanatic just kept buying light armor. They bring out a gun to ruin it. You know what I mean? Can't play the game you're meant to, we'll nerf you ourselves. And for Koi, it looks like taking the round trip, right? Getting Starxo towards that ult, nice and early. And Camo, careful now, he's been having a rough time, bless him. Bless his, oh god, Safe, not bad. Oh god, no, what is going on? What is going on? Camo's hitting, and now suddenly Runner and Kicks have got to be You're not happy about this, and you're going on your own here, Kicks. You better be ready for what's on the other side of that wall. You got a Bulldog. You don't lose that, right? No, you don't. Kicks is fine. Okay, now we start going towards the site here. What else has been recovered? Not much. Just that Bulldog with Camo now to really clear. Shadow unable to get anything to his hand. Camo, just on the corner. Kicks. Getting up close here. Timing's everything. Swing! And it ain't a miss for Camo. It's a perfect hit as Runner now in a 1v2. Ridiculous from Koi. You thought Vitality had made it out of the storm there. Absolutely not. Dragged back in. Problems still aplenty. 7-7.
And out of nowhere, Camo's back at 9-9, looking a lot closer to the rest of his teammates in the scoreline. So it can go anywhere from here. Obviously, that's a huge round, swing round for Koi, doing it with basically just Ghost and Classic. They lose to Clocks.
Okay, I'll pay you your like daily right, just for saying that. Oh my god.
That's a tough pill to swallow for Vitality.
You saw it on Sala's face there. He's pissed. He ain't happy about that one. I don't blame him. That's the one that, after not getting pistols in this series, you finally got one. You think, brilliant, we've got a real chance of this. They don't even upgrade here, no sweat. Well, Ghosts and Classics, baby. 7-7. Maybe Vitality can do it back, who knows, but they're gonna have their work cut out. You can see the kind of like tempo that Koi's coming in with now is a little bit more careful, a little bit more, cautious, because there could be problems. And look at this double stack towards elbow, Starxo. The timing, there it is, beautiful from Trex. That's a rifle up for grabs here, and Shado's got to be prepared. There could have been another layer to that.
Getting out with that man advantage. Here comes a B hit though.
Oh my god, but there's 3 players here. Trex, oh my word, they're doing it back to him. Anything you can do, I can do better. Trex individually, massive impact now. Fortunately, I guess for Koi, none of these rifles are easily recovered, but I think that one on the site is, so they should at least have that Vandal. They do. It's a runner, and Safe can catch this cross back. He doesn't need to take the fight, he can just spot it. This is massive.
Get a reposition, Safe.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, looks like he's trying to
Oh, man.
Oof. What, they have nowhere to go, man. They're struggling here. Koi don't know what they're doing. This is outrageous from Vitality, hurting them back in towards B, but the cross is going to be watched. They can't really deny this one. Do they get caught in? No. Runner just kind of creeping around the side, trying to keep his cool. It's Trex again. Runner finally chimes in with one for himself, but this has been Trex's round. He has been out of this world for this side. Grubino, irrelevant, a formality. And again, Vitality answer back after what was a tragic second round. The third, they do it right back to him.
A good display of resilience there. Not just completely collapsing off the back of that. Getting 2 really good opening kills from Trex. First one at elbow, second one here. Camo just completely out of position. The Cypher trip on the round prior was on the floor basically. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna updraft up here. But once he drops off, he's got no cover anymore. There's no Viper wall to block off the site or anything like that. He's just exposed. Vitality picking that round up, making it, you know, anyone's game still.
Yeah, game on now. Back and forth from both sides. 7 to 8, Vitality back in the lead, and Starxo trying to clear the site. Now we can see the difference though. Vitality is sticking around on this. Last time around, oh my god.
Wow. You got guts, boy.
Yeah, that is nuts. They're gonna get the plant for this though, I think. Camo might be on an island though. I'm a little worried for him because Runner slipped the net. Now he does get spotted, but how much damage can one man do? Not enough. Camo goes down. Runner is noted, but we're in the post plant. No real layers to this. It's going to be just kind of buying time with Grubino's utility, playing through a tradition. You got to see if it lands properly. It does. So there's no sweat on that front. They can buy time. They're going to get all that information. They'll know there's no luck on the way. They can focus on what's in front of them. And how does Koi get back into this? It's just Starxo trying to dive through. It's layers upon layers of utility. Someone does need to start that defuse though, and it's starting right about now, and Trex, he excelled before and he might just do it again. What is going on in this round?
The battle of the burst fire there. Vitality coming out on top.
Bloody hell.
I really like that from Safe. What he does in the clutch situation, he throws a hat, finds out where all the enemies are. Okay, Koi, they're playing the retake from A main.
Yeah.
He throws a cage towards a spike, pops the cage, has a teammate tap the spike. It causes Koi to freak out. They start dropping their shocks on it, but they also peek out. They have to do a spam battle. There's 2 cages there, one at main and one on the spike. They have to start spamming at the defuse, otherwise potentially a defuse comes in.
Yep.
And then that allows this play to happen. You know, we're seeing Trex running through the orb, we're seeing everyone fighting, and Koi's baited into peeking, and Vitality just clean that up.
Massive. A little bit of a oh my god, the pace. Camo almost Beyblading into the site. Safe. Playing towards the back. The pillars. Looking at who's with him. It's going to be Kicks and a little bit of a lean closer from Trex, but very close by now as well. For Shadow.
One shot could take out both these trips on site if he suspects it. I don't know if they've seen the Cypher though. I don't think they did.
Don't think so.
Starxo playing with fire.
Yeah. I mean, they get to play fast and loose, right? They've got a map in the pocket.
Yep.
This game has no pressure on them. You can make some pretty almost overconfident plays, and they've just gone silent on the map here, maybe allowing it to kind of simmer for a little bit, but...
Dash and updraft used for Camo, and he's used 2 of his shots on the Blade Storm. But Shadow's getting that opening. Maybe changes things up a little bit.
I mean, that's an operator down. That should draw a player back to try and police it. So they could maybe try and explore this. It depends how they want to read it. But, you know, we don't have infinite time, so we will have to make a committed concept to this, which
They're
looks
going to
like...
get the hat off on the dead body. That's what they're going for.
True.
Shadows is going to get the info, and then with that
30
info, they're going to make a play. But the thing is, they have no time, 25 seconds. They have to commit A. They just get the info, and they have to go.
Yeah, if anything, they now know where they are, but that's no big surprise. They've got to make a move here. 20 seconds, trying to offset the pace. Safe getting curious. Not really knowing what's going on. It was just a pause trying to allow for a little bit of pressure to come out from the likes of Shados. Trying to show, and now there's an issue. Look at them. They are walking, wounded. They are down in the dirt here, and that shock dart could be an issue. It is. The Blanc still going to come in, but can he keep his life? He's barely able to get away. Shadow just wants to live. He doesn't get the chance to. All on Shados now in a 1v4. Got the operator, I guess. That's a problem. They're so paranoid about it being in middle. Oh, not known for his operator work. Not known for the operator work, but great for Vitality, making it out of that round with 4 standing, operator recovered. After that big threat that came through from just that pick from Shados, they kept pretty composed.
Revealing area.
I wonder how Vitality is going to set up, knowing that Trex has Cosmic Divide. Maybe it allows them to play into B or mid a little bit more and use that for the retake on A, but you could really go any way with it. They also have Runner and Kicks with some ulti combos for a retake as well. So we might see Vitality heavy playing into middle this round, but still 3-round lead over Koi right now. Koi on their attack, so anything can happen. I mean, they're struggling right now, but
yeah.
You know, realistically, what have we seen? We saw them lose pistol, they win an eco, they lose red again right after, and then they have to do another eco. So it's only really like 1 gun round that they lost, essentially.
Kind of, yeah, I see what you're trying to say there. It makes sense, and I kind of like the timeout now.
Yeah, I do
see
too.
what they can maybe influence, and this is what they've been able to extrapolate so far, because I feel like there is genuine pressure points here, but Vitality have been pretty well-rounded at handling them. Again, we already got Sender sitting towards 7k almost. You've got 5 on safe. They're getting a really robust economy building. They've got a couple of ults to play with too, some very key ones here. We do have the Hunter's Fury with Shadow, but I mean, without that to be complementing something, how are you meant to utilize that here? There are options for Koi. I'm wondering how deep the playbook goes here as to what they're comfortable with. And on the other side, Vitality's starting to look a little bit more, I don't want to say comfortable because they're definitely not yet. This map, it will be just genuinely uncomfortable, but they're looking a little bit more confident. We're starting to see them look a little bit more like themselves. And I've got to say, a little bit of a side note, and one that I feel like I haven't said enough this season, is Trex is being so influential in this series and in this map specifically. He's on 22-12, but even just, you could half some of those kills and they are just some of the most valuable ones we've seen. We go back in. What has been the answer? Shados is in danger. You're very lucky.
Having the teammate with the Vandal break the trip. Maybe they don't expect the op up here.
I think he saw camo. Does this pull the 3rd player over, or are they still happy enough leaving who would be Trex there?
He gets out of there. He's going to take the op somewhere else. I don't even know if Koi knows he has an op. I think the op was discovered and picked up at the end of the last round. So they know to expect it, probably expect it on the Yoru. Saw the Yoru at B main, I think on the camera on the jump spot there. So repositioned op right away. Retake on B because they have Cosmic Divide, they have Yoru and Sova ults to combo.
It's just how much damage can Sender get out of this? Because he is very much on his own here. It's not comfortable to hold. Kicks, does he commit as well, or does he play purely for the retake? Hunter's Fury first and foremost, and Runner's got Grabino. That was over on the way through this. And now you can see the mess starting to happen. 30 seconds, and they're just about everywhere. Spike has not made it to the site yet. It's mostly just camo. And you hate to see it. Yeah, he's not happy with that. A shaky one there, but Starxo shows him how it's done. 2 back-to-back, and a 2v2. 15 seconds, though. The 3rd man being the clock here. And it's in the favor of Vitality, and one of the 2 men is Trex, who's been a monster in this map, and he still is. Haunting Shadow's dreams, was safe to secure it. Vitality handle threat again.
Vitality have to be happy about that. Going, you know, even if they're able to close out here and go into a 3rd map, I think they're going to be looking at how resilient they were coming back into the 2nd map, winning it in style. I wonder if Koi is going to be kind of like defeated. They should have the no pressure loosey-goosey still. But I mean, a lot of these rounds are just not playing out in their favor. They're missing like really bad shots. Where's a cover on the plant here? Like we have to cover the spike plant, and there's only really one place that they can come from to deny this. I feel like all these little things are adding up right now in the wrong direction for Koi, and they need to stop skipping these steps and start playing a little bit tighter on their executions. If they want, ooh, that's a good start for a runner.
That's so nice, so well played in as well with Trex there, just kind of like dropping the smoke as he gets a little bit closer. Just so beautiful. Anyway,
like Astra's been so out of meta that, you know, you
just
see the
like
star, you just think it's a smoke. Oh, they can recall it. Oops, I forgot.
I mean, Starxo going to try and keep them on this side of the map. I don't know how much they're really going to fall for this. They're happy to depend on the retakes. They have so many ults for themselves. Starxo with a quick pivot towards B. But they're already on towards the side. What can Sender do here? Lovely! The flash! I mean...
No, that was from the teammate.
Yeah, Camo kind of bailed him out in that, but as it stands. Hunter's Fury going to find Grubino. That's the plant denied, and now there's problems. You're going to be looking at Starxo maybe to find some more impact here. He's got to over-deliver. It's on his shoulders. Will Vitality make it to 12? It's 1. That's not bad, but the reposition from Runner just didn't see it coming. And Camo, after his last disastrous round, has to pull off a 1v2, and this could be one way to make up for it. But again, Trex is the bottom line in this. He is the full stop. He will not let Vitality fall now.
Trex doing a Terminator cosplay at the moment, just
whoa,
absolutely...
whoa.
What?
Nice sign. Nice sign. Good sign. Appreciate
Mostly
you.
here for Pansy. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry.
See ya, Steel. See ya.
Plus Durka, what? I didn't see that.
Well, it's not Josh, is what I'm telling you.
It's not me. Okay, well, I don't think many people are here for me anyway, so it's fine.
Wow, man. That was deep. Okay, we got 7 to 12 though, right? We've got a bye.
One enemy remaining.
Are you excited for map 3?
Icebox should be interesting. We got Vitality on Funny Comp all the time, and then
Comp.
Koi started with the Viper Harbor, and
Oh god, they're so close. There we go, though. It's jump-off point. They're just going to heat up here, warming up, and Runner just icing them instantly. Camo goes down. You can see all the utility ready to go. What does Safe do? He finds him. Perfect placement. Denies Starxo, and one by one, Koi are being reminded here.
How funny would this be if it goes overtime?
I'd love it. Just take me on that ride, it's fine. Shadow's has got room, but I don't know if Shadow can get out of here. I mean, maybe run. Yeah, okay, he's made it out. That's quite fortunate. And seeing this, they've got to know something's happened elsewhere on the map.
I think the one thing that Shadows needs to do is not overextend. I think he's just holding this position towards the back of B site here and knows that if he goes any deeper, he's going to be the first person that Vitality clear. 3-on-4, if they get the post plant down, Viper should grab the orb if it's still towards B main and then get the plant. They can use that Viper's pit, but
Sender's here. Sender's already made it over, and Shadow!
Oh, no!
That's devastating!
All right.
This
Icebox?
Icebox. It's looking on it. Grubino, you got to be a magician in this round. That's a good start. Clean, too. 20 seconds. Yeah, and Vitality are just wrapping the map. The man to end is Trex, who has got nuclear in this one for Vitality. He's not losing now. He's not losing today. He will take us to that third map where it will all be decided. Vitality have so much work to do still, but they've made it to the third map. We'll pick up after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on now, second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean? Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't made top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I do left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on wet, yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Let's go, Dregs!
Oh, Vitality, they hit back and they hit back hard on Breeze against Koi. I'm your host, Yingsun. I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash. That's the kind of Vitality we needed to see in this extremely important playoff match.
Yeah, exactly. Probably we expected Breeze to kind of go this way, but it's so good that they can prove that they are still this good in the map, that they're still this prepared, and they can work around anything that's on the other side.
All things considered, too, we did start that first half off 6-6. Koi have been really good in getting those pistol rounds within this entire series, and we saw the ideas that they had taking that mid control, but Vitality, they adapted appropriately to the control that Koi were looking to find.
I mean, we're talking about before how they needed some hero plays. Usually they rely on that, they step up, and I said it doesn't matter, they win. They just win when like Trex and Safe are doing Trex and Safe things. What can you do to stop that?
But what Trex was doing on this map was on a different level. It's not only that he got the only clutches that we saw, is like individually the way that he was using Astra to its full potential. It's so weird to see nowadays, right? And I think that Steel was mentioning during the cast, sometimes you do not expect it because it's not what you used to be seeing. But even with this pulse, in all of these situations, he just looks in control.
He really does. Like the reads, the micro was crazy coming out from Trex. The ability to just use his utility with the perfect timing, his jiggling in these post plants as well was insane. He also was a menace, I feel like, on the attacking side here for the side of Vitality when he was constantly pressuring that Halls forcing Koi to consistently dedicate a body there.
It just felt like whenever he was alive, doesn't matter if it was a 2v5, 1v3, whatever, they were still going to win the round. But this is the thing, though. How much can they rely on this going forward? And especially, I guess, for Trex, he wants to make sure he beats his old team, right? Maybe he has a horse in this race.
I'm going to give Koi, I think, the same leverage as I gave to Vitality on the first map. You know, new composition. You're still testing out stuff. Where are you going to be comfortable? Although we did see them make, I'm going to say, some of the mistakes that we saw Giants doing, like fighting against Safe and Shop. I know that you think you have the up. I know that you want to build pressure. And it's just not. It's just not going to happen, mate. It's just not going to happen.
It's not going to happen. And Koi were also playing against themselves, I think, on the attacking side. They left it right down to the wire every single round.
That's the thing. They love doing that. But on Breeze, out of all maps, it's somewhere where you just cannot rely on running the clock down and just execute onto a side. Because we saw it happening like 3 times in a row, I would say, where they would try to execute with 15 seconds. And there is not much that you can do because the positionings and the reads from Vitality were there. And also, the map doesn't allow you to work like that.
It also helped that they won their 5v4s. They did it this time. They didn't lose too many 5v4s. I think that helped. But let's talk about the final map of Icebox.
Yes.
Very interesting that we have Koi coming in here with a win on Icebox, and it's Vitality coming in here with a loss, Ash, but you can learn a lot from your losses.
You really can learn a lot from your losses, and when we're looking over towards the side of Vitality as well, they're one of the few teams that's actually running the Raze typically on Icebox as well, which is a little bit different from what we've seen typically. I think more of Jets. We've seen a couple of Yorus here on Icebox too within this region, and that's a dichotomy that we're looking at. If both of these teams are sticking with their previous compositions, the only differences are going to be those duelists.
That's the thing. There's been also a lot of testing on the side of Koi, right?
If Shados picks Arena, Bear. If Shados pick Arena.
We were there. Hear me out. It worked.
I remember it all too well.
Yeah, I remember it all too well as well. But what I was saying, like, they've been testing a lot, and maybe the Reina could even fit into their plans.
My God.
Maybe they were watching yesterday and they feel like they can do it. But going up to map 3, the chances for Vitality, again, just following the pattern that they've been playing throughout this stage, it looks very good. And going back to the composition bit about Koi, it really looks that they're slowly but surely trying to find out what works for them, right? The harbor was really not it. You know, at the beginning it was closed, then it was just devastating. Then they implement the no duelist and a double controller. Again, not for them. Then they put in the jet, and I feel like little by little, they're not only feeling more comfortable, but also not giving a lot of chances for the opponent to prepare for this last map.
I love the Gecko Sage stuff. I think it's strong. It's good.
It really is. I mean, especially when you're looking over towards that B site, because I know for so many teams on the attacking side, you're looking at that A simulator on attack like consistently with how difficult it can be to actually maintain that control over on B and even land that plant down when you don't have that safe ability to execute if you're lacking on that mid control.
Maybe this is where they don't make any changes, because again, before Vitality lost the Gentlemaids, you know, they looked fine there. It didn't seem like they needed any changes. And again, Koi just beat KC here, so we might actually get a map where both teams just stay as it is.
Yeah, exactly. I do expect this map to go the distance, to say the least. I don't want to see any of the teams being defeated. I think that we've seen a lot of smiles on Koi's faces.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, we caught it. No changes.
Yeah. I think that's mostly what happens for that third map. Like, there's a couple of things that you have prepared for the rest of them, but for the last one, you want to play it as safer as you can.
You definitely do, and I really like the choice, especially from Koi, who have been experimenting so much on Icebox previously. They fixed a lot of the mistakes that they were making last time on Icebox that we saw in that matchup against KC, looking much more comfortable in those post plans, finding a lot of that space. So happy with this.
But they're not starting on the attack. They're not.
You're fixated, right?
Yeah, I feel like they need to, because that's how they beat KC. That 9-3 half was huge.
I think that whatever happens, we just need to see them confident. We need to see them work in the map. That is something that was working against KC time and time again. I want them to see with the same kind of will to do that.
Me too, but then when you look over on the side of Vitality, my big concern again is the consistency for this team, because we're consistently looking at 1 to 2 players being the heroes here. Everyone needs to step up.
Well, all of them have to be the heroes here if they want to make playoffs right here, right now. Pansy and Steel, I don't know which way this game is going to go, so I'm going to ask you two, who's winning this?
Ooh, who's winning it? Head says Vitality. The fact I love Misery, I want Koi to win because it's just funny. Just let it burn, man. Just let it burn. Let's see what happens.
Some
what about
men
you?
just want to watch the world burn.
Honestly. But what about you? Where are you calling this now? We got map 3, right? Map 1 looked really good with Koi. Reinvented map 2. Vitality back where they should have been. Map 3.
Hear me out. I think Vitality win here because they got attack side, Koi starting defense. That was the big question mark going into map 1.
Very
they looked
true.
strong on their defense on split, and then a little bit limp on freeze.
Okay.
So the stage is set for Vitality to be able to come in and just close out. They won their map pick.
Oh, everything's lined up for them.
Playoffs.
But that's why it's even sweeter if it goes wrong. Like,
That's
and
true.
again, like I have no like nor dislike for either of these teams. I'm pretty indifferent, but I do like it when, you know, things just go terribly wrong. But, and again, let's add some context to this. If you're just tuning in, maybe you didn't watch the previous games, I wouldn't blame you. You know, that's fine. Glance in. Koi, this was the first real sign life we saw them push Carmine Core. They looked so good here. But Vitality, again, this is a good map for them. So we are seeing a balanced third map, which is normally quite rare, I feel, in these sort of like series. But we've got a very big lurk coming in as well, so keep that building in the back of your minds. That's going to be eventually there, but Shadow's already clearing pretty well. He's dealt with the first player. Starxo's cleared center, and you're right. The flank's gone down. This is huge. And actually, Gecko coming into effect, going to force safe slightly deeper. Kick's going to try and spam this one out, but the defuse ain't stopping right now. And the flash is fantastic. He can't deny it. The defuse was just stuck the whole time. And yet, Trex, you're a monster, but it doesn't matter. The round is Koi's to start with. First one claimed.
Good start to the half from Koi, obviously getting that pistol, but, you know, as we saw on Breeze, don't get ahead of yourselves. You can always lose the second round. Spike planted for Vitality. We saw the Outlaw purchase on Breeze. Do they do a force buy? Do they pick it up again here and look for the opening picks? With the double initiator, including the Gecko, a wingman plant's always possible.
And just like reminding myself of this, as silly as it sounds, Starxo back on that KO. Love to see it.
Yeah.
His flashes, his utility in that game against Carmine Core was so good. I think it was one of the highest assists we've ever had, like statistically an outlier. So, what is this? What is this like shaky Kierby aim? Like, what year is this?
That's what he had when he was on Split. He was just farming with that. On Breeze, we didn't see that until like towards the end.
Tripled the DPI. Okay, they're clearing house. In other good news, when I was checking, you know, in between the break, having a look at the watch parties, who's around, you know what I mean? Like, I just like to meme about in the chat.
Slugs in the chat and stuff,
You
yeah.
know, but FNS has joined Sliggy. We've got the worlds colliding.
Oh,
Yeah,
interesting.
lovely little combo there. Love to see it. But Kicks and Trex, it feels like, I hate always saying it, but it does feel like a formality in these sort of rounds. Maybe they can get some value, you know, a plant kill would be nice. And, you know, cost them a little bit of something on the reinvestment, but you can already see like the positioning from Koi, very aware of this, playing very safe, not really allowing an individual fight to happen, and I want to see more of that as well. Because something we said about them on Split that I feel like we didn't have particularly on Breeze was that kind of pack mentality, playing as a collective, making sure it's very hard to get those individual fights. This is a nice attempt from Vitality. They should be able to get a plant from this, I think, yeah. And Trex has a nice little angle to play from. Just going to be outdone. Yeah, this again, a nice attempt, not the end of the world. Shadow does go down, but I think he only had a ghost anyway, so no problem there. And it's going to be this bonus that could be, you know, that sword, right? This could be the turning point, or if Koi gets this...
3 Bulldogs and an Outlaw, as long
It's
as...
pretty big.
As long as FNS doesn't ask Sliggy about, like, what makes Starxo a good player for Koi, or whatever, we should be okay. We have Thrash out on attack, though. That's pretty early, considering it's round 3, and they lost both the other rounds. So, you know, the wingman getting that spike planted on a couple times, couple kills, couple deaths.
Kicks.
That might be a difference here. We'll see if Starxo is able to deny that with a knife, but
even then, that'd be tough, right? Like, it's so hard to get that positioning right from across the board. And what a cool matchup as well. I don't know why my brain's just seeing this, but like Trex against Starxo. Trex has been monumental for Vitality. Starxo's starting to heat up again. Whew, this is such a nice third map. I just hope it's competitive. Even if the scoreline doesn't look like it, I want the rounds to feel really, really good between these two. So it looks kind of like, well, maybe just like more standard B exploration, right? Standard Dizzy to kind of clear close, make sure no one's pushing up. Going through the motions here, going to be building towards that ult, prioritizing Trex. Yeah, but does Rubino, well...
Does he have a flash? KO's coming to flash.
I'm waiting for it. There it is, flashed in. We talked about these flashes, and you can see why. Rubino is going to lap that up. That's kicks down and out. They're going to try and clear through this, though. And now the layering comes in. Shadow wants to help out as well. Mosh gets invested, and they have to respect this. Yep. That's what we're talking about with the utility set up there. Starxo playing Rubino perfectly.
And the retake setup on A. They have the Viper Wall camo holding the site cross. There's no Gecko for the attackers. That means no wingman to go in and plant. They're going to have to potentially sacrifice a player to go do that.
And that's the ult gone as well.
That's the ult
That
gone.
was the ult that could have been huge.
Yep, and Viper Wall's also towards B, so this is going to be really exposed here. Anything can happen.
It certainly can. They still have Vandals, right? It's still Bulldogs and Outlaws, and they used a little bit of utility here. So again, Koyon coming in fully equipped to this. It was that one flashbang in the swing. But out of all the players takedown, Kicks ain't a bad shout. He had that ult, could have been big, but so's that shot. Runner clean with it. Shadow gone, and now 4v4. They've got to be careful on the way back through. Burn a little of that utility to get those steps on the site, because Runner's not leaving. They've got to deal with the backline, and Runner, who's still finding value, 3v3 now. How do you disrupt the backline, though? That clock's starting to tick. That spike's going here. Yeah, and Safe just going to run utility through this. Even with all that work early on, this is a bonus round. So they'll still be happy enough with this. Hold on. Hold on. Yeah, okay, no problems there. No problems. So a costly round. So Koi won't be unhappy with this, right there. You know, they cost them 3 rifles, force a reinvestment, but Vitality make it out alive at least.
That actually could be a pretty disappointing round for Koi. You have a really good kind of fight.
There was a chance for it, yeah.
You have that good fight on B main. Perfect pop flash, you get the kill, you get out, you reset, you took out the Gecko. And then I think Vitality played that post plant really well.
Yes.
You know, Runner getting that first kill onto Shadow, that means no wingman for the defuse on the defense. It means it's equalizing into a 4-on-4. And they leave Runner up in the site to kind of like put pressure on the defense.
Well, I mean, if you're going to have in a deeper post plant, Sender and Safe, who both had utility, I mean, I think it was actually only Safe who had the full utility to run through. If you don't have a flank, how are you meant to deal with that backline anyway? You know what I mean? Like, it's so difficult to do that logically and tangibly. So I think from an external perspective, we can see that it's not bad that Koi lost that at all, even though they were set up quite well. In their minds, I'm sure they're probably quite frustrated, because it seems like they could have actually gap closed to that, but ult's back in play this time. We do have one on the other side as well, but gonna clear sight, and
recollect it as well.
Yeah,
it back.
That's smart. And that's clean, okay. So that makes the post plants a little less safe, right? You've lost out on what Sender's utility could do for time purchase. So that's gonna be something.
It's a little less Sender, not safe. Sorry, I'm sorry. Continue.
Are you good though?
There was a pause in the round. It was an acceptable moment.
Debatable. Less recoverable that time around, but again, trying to stall out. They're still playing really active on the side here. Safe finally going to fall back from this, but not by many means. I'm surprised they're not seeing it deeper at all. They are happy to brawl on site. Maybe the wall enough to dissuade them, but his Kicks trying to do what he can. Turns to the right, turns to the left, gets 2, and now down to just Safe. And this man plays the clock like a hero, but he can't do it that time. Too many bodies. And the time he should have it on this defuse. Might be a little close, but he's got it.
69, nice.
Real mature.
What?
Like 40?
1.69.
How old are you?
34. I got a few years left before it's unacceptable completely.
1 year older than me, that's...
Yeah, so you're old too.
I'm aware of that. I'm acutely aware of that. All right, how dare you? How dare you?
I'm just trying to fit in with the crowd, you know?
What, just calling me old? Rough.
Potentially.
If I fit in the crowd with what they call you, I think I'd be cancelled. but let's kind of focus in, because we've got some big ults coming through, right? Camo 1 off. We've got Starxo with his. We've got the lockdown. On the other side, same for Trex. He's got his there. But again, the buy is rotten for them. Sheriffs, Frenzies, the gun you hate, crazy. And the Vandal, right?
Only on Breeze, when it's like a, you know, you got to shoot across the map and it's dealing like 14 damage a hit.
Okay, so I want to see them play in Trex as best they can, right? You want to set him into motion. What can you do to facilitate this one rifle you got to play with?
He's going to get one here.
Think he's good for it?
Yeah. No.
Nice try.
The optimist Josh just doesn't work.
Who are you these days? Have you found happiness?
Someone I'm not.
I've heard that works out really well. You should try that really, really often. So as it stands, let's kind of look at what they're doing here. They've kind of left this operator over towards B. Yeah. Nice long line of sight. And they... They've cleared close.
The thing is, like, the op hasn't been spotted on
No,
A. They
it
have
hasn't.
to realize that it's towards B. I think a good flash from the KO could take them off the line. Instead, they just go for the dry peek.
Yeah, that's sketchy. I mean, they've already burnt utility trying to clear like close towards A, so it's even going to be harder to go back to it, but a double pump, right?
And they do have the KO ulti still, but do they burn in a 4 and 5 when 3 people have pistols? Probably not. Sights open anyways. They could probably get a kill. The Killjoy got the mollies to deny the wingman plant, and that's going to cause someone to have to run in and pick that back up.
That's the spike, Wings. All right, so this time an adjustment.
JK.
Yeah, unlucky. They're going to have to change where they've been traditionally planting, which means they have to kind of shoulder on the site more. So, again, it still falls back to where we started. Trex needs to be played in here, and with Zender in that position, actually the others, this could be possible. Only with one, though. Good trade, Zender. Nice from him. 2 back-to-back, and suddenly it's game. Oh, Zender, you're filthy with it. Grabino, what are you going to do now? Kix is just playing around with timing, right? Trying to sit in like a dirty position. Grabino clears the first hurdle, but he needs to get this to halfway. There we go, swing! Oh, it's not going to work out for Sender. Diffuse comes in. So dangerous, but a koi round nonetheless.
That's a Viper diff right there.
Yeah.
I think that was still a really good play from Sender, and I think when people are in these types of situations, it's really important to be tight. You got to take your time with the shots. So yeah, you got the perfect flank, but you need to make sure that this connects, and just realizing, hey, they're not looking at me. Okay, take a deep breath, make sure I connect this shot. This first bullet's gonna count so much. Gets 2, gets 3. Like, that got really close for Comfort. Starting 4 versus 5 on attack side with 3 people with pistols. Like, that came down to the wire. But big clutch from Gorbino to be able to close that out first.
We've got a little mid play coming out from the defending side here, so they're going to stall out, it looks like, towards B as long as they can. Gorbino's got to try and make some presence happen, but they might cancel on this. I'm looking at what Starxo's up to. I'm looking at what maybe Shadow can do to play him in off the back, but already Camo's come around towards B main. This is Camo. Ah, come on! What is that? What is that? What? Gorbino's still alive! What is this round? Yeah, of course Camo's going to re-peek. Of course he will. Of course he will. Why respect it? Oh, God, Kix is really uncomfy. Camo not going to get that one, though. So a new lease of life, at least for safe here. Viper's pick going to come in.
Killjoy
the
has
plant's in
ulti
place.
for the post plant, though. That's going to come out first. It's going to force them out of position here. They're going to get really close to do this. They want to get
Maybe
all
yellow
the
as
Viper's
well.
and push them out.
How much of yellow gets cleared? Just that little back corner too. Yeah, this is really hard actually. That's going to be brutal. And do they still have utility to being put into that little cubby? Yeah, Camo's already found safe. Camo just wants... he was chomping at the bit there. Okay, Sender's got to buy time. I don't know how he's going to buy some bodies too, but he's going to find one, and actually Kix gets another. This is working out. Until then, oh, overwhelmed in the end. Just so many bodies to throw at this, to throw at the problem. But that goes so close.
Body's working overtime over there.
5-1 though, Josh.
That's now, yeah. Now's the time to panic for Vitality.
Here we go. Here we go.
You know.
Give me that coach cam right now. I want to see it. I want to see the stress I build.
I could have sworn right there Kix was like full blind too. When the player runs past him, he's just full blind, but still just one taps the first guy coming through. Still, too many bodies to deal with.
Okay, would you rather, right? Here's the thing.
Okay.
It's a really safe game. It's a safe game, I promise you. Would you rather be in, like, let's say Vitality's position here with a game you can affect, but you're losing 1-5, right? It's rough. You're in map 3, weight's on your shoulders, you know, your outcome is in your hands though. Or would you be one of the other teams waiting for other results still, where it's out of your hands, like you can't change it anymore? Which situation would you rather be in?
It's always good to have control of a situation. And I know how like nerve-wracking it could be being in the situation. This is a do or die situation type of thing here. You're only down 4 rounds. It's quite still not even like halfway to getting match point. So it's not like it's not the time to panic yet. They still have a little bit of control of the situation. They can bounce back and recover very easily. All it takes is one big swing round. And looking at the economy of Koi, it could happen very soon. And we have great ultimates to do it with. We have Showstopper. We have Null Command. We've got Thrash. We got everything to throw at them. And all we have to do is convert one maybe 2 rounds, and then we can snowball off of that. So let's look to make a really good plan for these next 2 rounds here, and then we can hopefully stabilize, get comfortable again, and stop having this kind of like freak out stuff.
Okay,
Koi
let's see.
Can't stay lucky forever, you know?
I think it's just luck.
Well, no, that's what Vitality's saying.
Crazy that
I think it's pure
crazy
skill.
that Starxo's like beating you once and won like, you know, like a champs and like Shadow's around as well. And you're still bitter about it. That's crazy. But still, Camo, oh my god, the flash again. Camo, how are you? Oh, come on. You don't land that, but you're going to just flick up to sender. Cool. Cool. That sounds good. But again, in my mind, Starxo with the setup so well. Runner's going to be going down, and actually Koi's still trading effectively on this though. Shadow's still finding so much value, even with that detain, even with the side pressure. Kicks and safe. It doesn't even feel comfy to plant. They haven't even been able to fully able to clear the site to like a confident level.
They have to do like a weird off-angle plant, but I like what they did on the previous round at B. They walk up, they clear close, they get in a kill first before they try to get that plant because they know that the wingman's going to get denied instantly.
Shadow is not untradeable, but in the positions currently, the Koi... Oh my
Here
god. Safe's not going to be happy about that either.
30 seconds left.
And now, Kicks, what are you meant to do? You got a 1v4 to pull off. And his little buddy in the form of Wingman's gone. And the imposter's here, Grubino. My, we might have a problem on our hands.
Yeah.
Vitality are faltering here.
If you're Vitality, that was one of the must-win rounds of this half of this game. If they want to be able to convert this, that was their best way back into the game, and now it's going to be kind of uphills both ways type of situation. Very difficult situation to be in. Camo, yeah, it's kind of like the 30-degree angle situation here, right? You miss the easy ones and you hit the hard ones.
Who was that? Was that like Draken?
Yeah.
He played VALORANT for a little bit. That's
Did
wild.
he?
Yeah, for a little while. And that effect still kept on, which is also nuts. I just like seeing Barbar animated. I always will. I'm a simple person. I see Barbar react, I smile. 6-1, Vitality probably not smiling here. Again, if you're wondering why we keep hammering on about this, Vitality, they lose, they're out, they're done. There is no permutation that makes anything different for them. It doesn't matter who wins or loses after that point. This is where it's at. For Koi, there's nothing to gain for them apart from the fact they get to break Vitality's hearts. Yeah, they also get a win, which is obviously very nice for them.
They need to use this null point. I can't believe they didn't use either of these ults last round. They used just the Thrash. They needed to throw everything at these guys, and now the decision is, do we use it here? Nice against 5.
It's everything. They know, oh my god, Starxo's still sticking around this close with an operator? Yeah, I think they got a little overconfident, or maybe didn't expect them to be so close because they're kind of running it dry almost. Shadow gonna ult in here. Does he get to catch anyone on site? No, but he's cleared it, so they can kind of work off. But again, the Killjoy lockdown is in place. They've got to respect this. Grubino's position, Josh, look at this. How's he gone here?
Gnarly.
It feels like Sender might be considering it.
I think he does. The turret's gonna block.
Kicks doesn't.
Toxins going up.
Oh, it's weird. Oh, it's weird. When's he gonna pull the trigger? Grubino, this is nuts. He spotted 2, he's gotta go for it now. Yeah, he has. That's both the removed. And does he know about the third player? Does he know about Sender? Because they've got to assume one's on the side, where's the other? They know where Runner is, he's dead. But it's still Sender. Can he be the surviving Grace, the one to keep them alive? Not now. He's gotta go and get this defuse. Dearie me. Is there enough time on this? It's going to be close again. No! Okay, Sender is the hero they needed. Just about keeping them in this one, but they still don't look happy about it.
Not enough HP to tank the Molly a little bit to get on it. Just a fraction quicker. Great presence of mind from, I guess this is like the flip side of the Viper situation, right? We saw the Sender taking his time on the backstab one of the rounds, and now it's Grubino, and just taking your time on these situations, lining them up, the trigger discipline to be able to get in the back lines, pick off the target first, make sure that you kill them with that first bullet. That's the most important thing.
Did you hear him there? It was like, oh, we won.
like
literally surprised, yeah. I mean, that round was kind of a coin flip at the end, right? And now we look at the ults. I'm with you. I want to see Trex and Runner play with this in mind. Now, after that sort of round, maybe they're expecting a little bit of aggression. You got the Viper's Pit controlling over towards that B-long approach. So maybe kind of pausing for a second here. Safe, feeling pretty paranoid. Maybe just wondering if there's something lurking a little closer. It's not. You can see where Grubino is further towards the backside of this.
Gonna use the showstopper with the wingman and maybe even the Dizzy to get the info.
Could do. Has been suppressed.
They clear both lanes.
There it is, yeah, Grubino. Okay, he got fouled, cool. There it is, good usage, worth its weight in gold. 'Cause that's the B side, looking like it's on a platter until you look who's here. Shados is still around, playing towards the side, but he has to respect the utility they invested to kind of zone him away. So they've got themselves a safe plant. What do they have for the post plant? Still have Trex's ult, couple of bits of kit for safe, and Sender, and Kicks.
Can't play there twice in a B post plant. They're gonna get spammed. That's the first place they'll look.
Oh, Jerry. Oh, runner. Oh God, what is going on here? 4 HP. It's not pretty, and that's 4 players against you. Camo gonna take away Trex. You're looking at Sender and Runner. They're trying the best they can, but it's not enough. It's not enough this time. Sender did so well before to be able to stall it out long enough. Now he can't do it. There needs to be more from Vitality. I'm wondering if they're gonna call a double timeout here, because if it's lost in this first half, is that it? I don't know where you draw that limit.
Yeah, it's a tough decision to make. I probably would. I don't know what's happening in the camp of their like attack side game plans and calling right now, because you see them sitting on these ultis for so long, and they could combo all of them and convert around. Even here, like I think they did a pretty good job clearing out the Viper. They boombotted one side of the lane. They used the wingman on the other side. They used the Dizzy as well. They just dropped everything on the Viper, got the kill, got the 5 versus 4. But where do they go in the post plant? Kick stands behind the spammable box, just gets taken out right out of the equation, right then and there. And the retake comes in with the KO molly, everything. We're like, how do we look one way on an A post plant looks so good, and then on B, on the flip side of it, it looks so flat. Yep. Good initial fight with the flashes again.
God, come on, Camo. And again, they can get confident, right? They can get confident in this. Koi can start making some more, you know, maybe coin flip fights, or, you know, more confidence-based fights, because they've got a lot of rounds to play with now, and you know that you've got Vitality under your thumb. They're feeling that. Now Shados, first time he's going to be kind of tested maybe towards Tube here, but you've already got Shadow on this. I don't know if he's noted someone, but he's already falling to a deeper angle, so may have seen something. I don't know.
I think they know that something could have happened, because the orb was up in mid, the turret wasn't placed up yet, and this is going to confirm that information.
One suppressed.
Okay. What do they do with this? They're still making slow progress towards the A site. They've drawn a lot of Koi to respond towards middle, but they're going to clear behind them pretty quickly in this. But it's a clear site. They should have full safety for plant and at least post plant.
Good plant for the post plant, for sure. Viper wall is going to deny a little bit of information there.
Okay, so Trex has the nade. We've got utility for Sender and
Flash the wall together. I think they're going to do that as soon as the...
They're so close. They're already close. They're already at maze. They thought they had so much time to just sit there and rest on their laurels, and they don't. And now they're going to run short on the clock here a little bit. I don't know if Sender can keep buying time. I think he might be screwed. He's desperately trying to do it, though. Can't blame a man for trying, but again, this isn't enough from Vitality. They are watching this game slip between their fingertips here.
I wonder when they watch this back, are they going to look at that Shadow interview before the game started, and he's like, yeah, I think we fixed our defense side here, and they're like, damn, why didn't anyone tell us?
I should have watched that sooner. Because it's, and I hate to, I don't want to say this and it sound weird, but Vitality don't normally look this disrupted. If you watch Vitality throughout regular play, throughout regular season, yeah, they've had a couple of close games, a couple of, you know, questionable results here and there, don't get me wrong, but once they got that full roster rolling, they looked really robust, the fundamentals looked solid, like everything looked right. This game, I'm seeing nerves. I'm seeing them look a little bit out of sorts. I'm not seeing the Vitality I'm used to. They're sat at 2-8. Yeah, it's not over, but it's certainly not looking good. It's now, or is there again the pop flash? Come on, Starxo! He's starting to heat up. If we get vintage Starxo again, it's wraps. I don't care what they say. And yes, this is looking so labored from Vitality, but this could turn the tide. One big round, one big over delivery, and Trex just forgets CT exists, maybe just hoping, praying, and just blind to the world. Kicks has to face the music and fight, and Koi just smothering them. They're looking broken here.
It looked like Dizzy shot at Shadow, but Shadow didn't seem blind. That's crazy to me. But yeah, I mean, I think this is a perfect example of where pressure acts differently upon two teams. No pressure on one team, and they're just looking revitalized. Yeah. Like a completely different team. Like 5 different people are on the computers right now. And then on the flip side of it, you have this team that's, you know, been doing decently well all season. They're looking like a pretty strong team, and they're crumbling to a team that has posted no wins.
Zero wins.
Literally 0 wins. Like, I think 1 map win.
Yeah.
Throughout the entire season. So it's just like, this is the both sides of the coin right here in full display. If there's any example of it, this is the example to drop on.
And again, I don't want to harp on about this, but again, Starxo's already on 13 assists. Every single round, he has so much impact in this sort of series. That's why I love him on these sort of agents, seeing him in full control. Didn't know if I liked the operator in his hand there, but you know what? Who knows? But now Vitality turn their attention towards that B site. There's already 4 players leaning towards this side. They've cleared close, but there's spacing in between this. Maybe waiting to see if there's a re-aggress or take back some of the space. There isn't. Kick's going to go for the plant. And we're going to see the lockdown as the response.
Can't use this. Can't use this.
It's going to be interesting to deal with.
Kicks on the front line. He's made it away. He's made it away. High flash. Trex to the left. Oh, God, what? Starxo just thriving in the flashes still. 4v4, though. Keep in mind the time and keep in mind the stall. Sage still going to be doing work. He's put himself forward. He's become the turret. He's got 3. Said before, the Trex was the hero they needed. Right now, it's going to be maybe Save. Yeah, fantastic round from him. Gives them some buffer, a little bit of safety to live through a pistol round. But that's about it. 9-3, Josh.
That's that's not the score you're looking for, especially Koi going onto their attack to close out. Vitality, this is like a must-win pistol round coming in. I really like what happened there again from Koi on their defense. We didn't get to see it too much. Basically, early setting up the Jet for a deep line. That knife going in deep on A main, seeing nothing. Jet's alone, Camo able to hold the line, and then everyone just fully rotates over. So, you know, a combination of right-hand flashes, left-hand click, like flashing for his teammate, and using the knife for information just to get the information move around. Koi staying one step of Vitality the whole way.
This half means everything for Vitality. They've got to pick up here. 3 rounds to their name and a gap to close. So do their chances for qualification. Starxo already starting now as he means to go on towards this A site. There's 3 players close by, and they're going to know where there's at least some of them are. How much play does Runner get in on this? A tag and no frag, and he's overwhelmed. Oh no, it's crumbling in front of their eyes. Shadow's going to find 2. Trex just has to evacuate. He's got 22 HP. He can't be the one to try and do this on his own. The rest of them not even there yet, but he wants some space. He wants to give them some sort of launch pad back into this. Maybe spotting a foot, but just dancing out of the way, but he's fallen. And 1 by 1 they come, and 1 by 1 they've fallen. It's all on kicks in a 1v5. He's gonna find 1. Dizzy goes up. Flash goes in. What more are you meant to do here? Nothing. Starxo gonna put him to 10. Koi looking more alive than ever.
Koi might run away with this. Vitality, their setup didn't even look that bad. It was just like, they got a little bit teased. They saw the Jet, they saw the Viper, but then here comes a Cloud Burst. They can't see them, can't track them. Here comes Dizzy, flashes them, and everything just falls apart. I think Vitality, they're just looking like they are already defeated. That's how it looks in their gameplay at the moment. They gotta dig deep here.
Yeah, this is... This tests that kind of resolve of a team, though, right?
Yeah.
That capability to come back, to have faith in the systems, to back to the wall Valorant, it's not easy. I mean, mathematically, it's so difficult to do it, but it wouldn't be the first time. This team is capable. These players are so capable with Vitality. But Koi have come alive in the final hour.
It's full rotation here away from B. They have the deep line from the Killjoy with the turret and the Killjoy. They had the KO flash through the tube, get all the info, and now B is exposed. It's just the Viper here to defend. The rest of the team is across the map.
Oh man, this is sign away heavily on the shoulders of those Vitality players. Dizzy in hand, gonna clear probably pretty close by. Just not for the plant instead. Off we go. Should deny it, but a quick pick up from Starxo, but it's Scorpino to find. And Camo gonna lean forward to make sure no one else can get involved. Camo looking real snappy. Yeah, I think he does have that Draken sort of effect, right? He can only snap to those shots, but then we see a flawless 2 in this one. Well, this is it. 11-3 now. And what's this bonus looking like? A lot of Bulldogs coming out to play.
There comes a timeout as well.
This better be a damn good speech.
What would you say here? You, the optimist.
Me?
Yeah.
Nice! Let's go, guys.
What would I say? If I'm on Vitality side?
You're on Vitality. What do you say?
The classic round by round, you know.
One round at a time,
Yeah,
boys.
that's the one.
Stay focused on the end goal.
That's it.
Round by round. Don't get ahead of yourselves.
Don't be shit. Probably that too. I'll take the fine. It's fine. I'll take the heat. You can't say it. You'll be all over already going, I can't believe he's disrespecting our show like this. Me? It's fine. But it looked like a little speech there from Sala. I'm seeing him getting a little pumped up there. But you do have to have someone to get you pumped up because this becomes such a mental game as well at this point. Because it's like every other day a week, if this game meant nothing, right? If this was just like a prac game, I don't think we'd be seeing the scoreline. So Vitality have to just switch that mental. And it's no disrespect to Koi, but being factual and looking at results, Koi had not won a single series this entire run so far. Yet here they are, about to deny Vitality their chance to qualify. That is just... So there you go. That is a perfect example of this pressure in motion, let alone in what we're seeing in the game. But this round is everything. They have a bye, no big ults to depend on, but they've got the best they can achieve here.
I hate to, you know, kind of do a Lauren Scott Glaze thread here, but I think you're absolutely right.
Crazy.
And you hit the nail on the head.
Feels like Senna just can't avoid being under the gun as well. Like when he's like playing over towards B, like he's like, oh my god, they're all here. He's on the A side. Christ, there's 5 on the other side. Can someone help me?
Well, I'm getting out of here.
Yep, bless his heart. And the rest of the map, what are Vitality up to? Okay, so we've got eyes towards B long. That's already kind of checked off. That's runner. Middle's had a little bit of a look as well. Safe tried to clear through that a touch. So it feels indicative of this A hit is on the way.
Yeah, Vitality have a good read of what's happening. It's just a matter of how do we deal with this and deal with it appropriately. And I think Koi's also given away their hand here a little bit. They use Mosh Pit, they use KO Flash. They showed a couple of different people here. So it's going to be interesting to see if they actually peel off of this and rotate off.
Looking a little into it blind though, right? Like, I guess, yes, they've got Grabino here, but they have no information on B-Long. They don't know if someone's pushed up, if anyone, you know what I mean? They don't really have that full information yet, and did safe spot him on that.
But they know that there's no op on the board yet. It's too early. There's no way. Oh, yeah. Safe getting that kill on the rotation, left. Peeking before the orb goes up, shadow down. It's a good start for the defense. That's what you want.
Here's your opportunities. They're trying to apply pressure on both sides of the map, right? They're trying to keep them split as best they can.
This fake's not going to work, though.
Camo. Oh, good from Runner. Good from Runner. Where is that spike? He doesn't know where it's going. 12 seconds, it's not going anywhere, to be fair. They can make it costly, maybe. Like, Trex, no gun for you. At least be carried on for free. Yeah, this is just going to peter out.
Enemy remaining.
That's about it, really.
I brought it up earlier. Koi, they're so good with like the first phase of the round, and they're really good on Icebox with like the push and pull and everything.
Yep.
But it looks like right there, the fake could work.
Okay.
If they stay there with the KO or the Gecko or whoever they want to keep there to throw another flash, another molly, whatever, to keep the defense occupied on A. But that orb needs to come up before anybody tries to cross middle there. Once Shadows goes down crossing mid, trying to go back to B, the jig is up. Like, Vitality, no. Whatever happens at A, I saw this guy trying to cross to B. Like, I don't care what happens at A now. It's a B hit.
Okay, let's see what this knife does for him, though. This is a 3-play stack. There it is. So they're going to note 3 players. Does this spur them on maybe towards that A site? Maybe noting. Oh, again! Was that blind? Or was he ahead of that utility?
I think he might have been ahead of it, but...
That's a really accurate shot to just get blind. I mean, I'd love to see it from his perspective there. Because if Safe is starting to activate, this could be big. Camo's on. Oh my god, Camo! I thought there was a third to that. I thought he was going to get another. Sender's kind of maybe bounced it out a little into this 3v3, but no plant. Again, big denial. Shado's going to deny Sender this time though, and now Safe has to play forward. He needs to try and get involved in Dizzy. Noting position. Runner's got to keep him safe for a second here. What can these two do? Anything for the post plant? Yeah, Grabino's even got utility. This is such an uphill struggle. It's looking like 12 here. Runner tries his best, but it ain't going to be enough. 12 for Koi now. There's a lot of chances now for Vitality to catch up, but it only needs 1 round to go right for Koi.
8 chances. And when you're in a situation like that, you have that opening kill. Safe just bopping down at middle.
Yep.
They know what's happening. They know it's going to be an A hit. They have that man advantage. They can kind of keep that advantage, but it's just, oh yeah.
Safe's really good at this game.
I've seen some good things from him.
Yeah. But right now, probably not feeling like that. Real quick, just...
Get out of my way!
Oh, that wasn't my best work, but it will do the job. You get the idea.
Let me try.
No, we've got to focus here because Camo is getting involved. He's already going to pop the ult and trying to close the gap. Runner, got to be careful. Yeah, very, very dangerous start there. Everything to lose in Vitality's hands, and Safe is once again exploring middle here. Looking like he wants to be the player to try and dissuade this going the way it's going. But Grubino making progress. And again, on a platter is Sender. So isolated, so alone. And they've already got ahead of this, and they had no idea Safe was clueless because they slipped ahead. Sender now just left to rot. They've just... Oh, they had no idea. Oh man, this is wild. And now you get Camo being played in the middle. They try and play it back this route. You have to clear him quick, because what else are they going to do? He can just play the time. He can just be like the dagger in the back here. Yeah, Runner's having a look, but Camo can just buy time. He's going to make himself a nuisance. Dips around. They've started to clear towards the site. Going to put Mosh down, Dizzy up. This has to be everything. And Starxo with a nice little flash and a push around. He's spotted at least 2 players there, potentially understanding the third. Shados delivers the first nail to the coffin, and they're about to put him in it. It's all on kicks, and it's over! The first win for Koi, and the final chance for Vitality. I can't believe this is the game that it came down to. Vitality's last chance, and it's gone.
The perfect mix of variables to kind of concoct this upset. I would call it an upset.
Absolutely, absolutely.
First win posted for Koi, and I mean upset in multiple ways. Vitality, obviously the overdogs in this matchup, and completely upset at the result. That's it. That's over. You have to just like look forward to the next split. Basically, it's just, oh man, the way that it's split. But the thing is, like, we do have to highlight what Shadow said before the game about fixing their defense. They did fix it. They looked so much better compared to the entire season. It was like, if they posted 3 rounds on their defense, it's like, oh wow, they might have a chance to, you know. But now they're getting 6, 7 rounds. Like, that is a tremendous improvement from them. And it's not only that, their attack looked pretty decent as well.
It did. And I think a lot of us, when you looked at this team, when you looked at Koi, you saw that potential there from the start. It didn't happen as quickly as I'm sure they wanted, or you know, the coaching staff, the fans as well, but once you start seeing it land, you think, bloody hell, what this team could have been if it just happened a little bit sooner. The fact that they pushed Vitality here so well, the fact that they pressured Carmine Core, there is method to the madness, it just didn't come through early enough.
Yeah, I mean, if your goal is like a Masters event, unlucky, but if your end goal is going to Champs, doing your best at Champs, then you know, you can miss out a little bit on the first split.
Yeah.
It's all about how you finish. And this is a great start for Koi to start building upon this, because this is going to give them the confidence that, hey, like, we're actually seeing tangible results.
Yep.
And this is a good step forwards, because now we can go into the next stage of this event and we can be a lot more confident that we could do better. And they can build from there and still end out the year in a pretty strong fashion, potentially.
Yeah. And look, I've got a lovely little thing lined up for you guys at home. If you're impressed with his work in the server, and you should be, because his assists were off the charts, this guy is nuts, and it's great to see him back in form, is an interview with Starxo and Yinzu.
Thank you very much, Pansy. That's right, we're rolling back the years here. I'm joined by Starxo from Koi. Congratulations on that win. Now, I know this is not the season maybe you wanted, but it must feel good to end on a high, right, finally?
Yeah, you know, it is good to end it on victory. Our plan was to not let Vitality go playoffs, so
Wait,
we did everything.
We thought that was a meme. Was that actually a thing that you didn't want them to go playoffs?
I mean, it was, what else could we have, like, as motivation, right? So, like, we had nothing to lose. We just said, like, we go, we do everything. Like, we just practicing to be better, and that's all.
I mean, you did what you set out to do. Now, before this match, I spoke to Shadow, and he said that the defense sides, I feel like this split, you just didn't know why it wasn't working, but there were solutions. We're going to ignore Breeze. Are you happy with the way that you guys played on defense today?
Yeah. I don't know how many rounds we won on defense total, but I think it's getting better and better. I'm being way more active in, like, calling on CT, like, rotations and stuff, so it's getting better, yep.
Now, how long have you been sitting on this Yoru for?
2 days.
Only 2 days? That's the change. Why? Why did you guys decide to change it to the Yoru?
Why not? We had, like, last game, like, we knew, like, we need to do something to surprise them. And we just said to go for Yoru pick, and it was pretty good on Prax, and it worked out.
I think they were surprised, but hear me out. Camo on the Yoru, you on the Raze? Was that never an option?
You never know.
I mean, we've seen your Raze in the past. It's great, right? So that's what we were expecting if you guys were ever going to incorporate the Yoru. So how come that didn't come to fruition on stage?
I think we just wanted to be more explosive and just give Camo Jet. He didn't play a lot of Jet during the season, so he kind of missed it, and it showed that he has a great Jet, and we just used that to our advantage, and yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you all had a really great game today. Now, some people have said that in the last couple of weeks, the last game and today too, your personal performance, it feels like Ascend Starxo. We're rolling it back. You're back on your prime. Is that fair to say? Do you feel like you're back to your prime as well?
I think I'm on my prime on Prax like all the time. I don't feel like I lost my prime ever, but...
Yeah, Fanatic and Navi are coming to stage, but yeah. So you feel like you've been on your prime basically this whole time?
I think I'm still all the time here, and I just need to have like good chemistry within the team, like good confidence that nobody is stressing over in the official games, and I'm here always for the team.
Is that what happened today? You felt like everybody was more chill?
Less than last game, I would say. We had some like stressy moments as well, but it was way better than before, and hopefully continue this.
And last question before I let you go. What's the plan for next split? What do you think you guys are going to be prioritizing? What are you going to be working on between now and then?
I don't know. Maybe I'm not here next split. Who knows?
Don't say that, Starxo. No. Okay, I'm going to have a chat with Baba after this. Thank you so much, Starxo, for joining me, and congratulations once again. We're going to take a quick break here. But boy, oh boy, what is coming up next? Of course, it's Fanatic versus Navi. Don't go anywhere.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe, 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my trophy, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my.
Welcome back, everybody, to VCT EMEA. I am now joined by Ash and Shadow. We're in the fan zone right now. Yeah, all these people came just to listen to you talk, Shadow. I made sure that everybody was going to be here to witness this. You finally won. You did it.
Yeah, finally.
Yeah?
Thank God. Thank God. Oh, yeah.
Feels good?
Yeah, feels amazing.
I mean, Starxo was talking about how you had extra motivation because you wanted to knock out Vitality. Is that true?
I mean, it's always... No, it's not that nice to do that, but it was fun to win, to be honest, and we needed a win for this split, so...
Yeah, you definitely did. We have some highlights of your individual performance, because we talked about your IGLing, you know, taking up this new role, but today you were popping off. I felt like you hit every single shot, and how good were you feeling on the server?
Really amazing. Like, last week was not feeling that good, so this one was good for my... yeah, for me.
I think we have to address something now, Ash. We finally have him here with us. What is this crosshair?
Yeah, we have to talk about it. We have to talk about it.
It's the best crosshair in the world.
I mean,
That's it.
when you used to rock, I think it wasn't this one that you used to rock with. It was like a really fat one back in the day, and we thought you were trolling. So is this
This was
for
the
real?
same, yeah, that I had back in the day. It's the exact same.
What do you think, Ash? He's able to frag out on that crosshair.
You know what?
It's life on hard mode, I feel like.
You still have the center dot in the middle. You still have the center dot in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what you're looking at? You're looking at the dot. You're not actually looking
Yeah, like
at the...
close range is the big circle, and for long range is the dot. So it's
okay,
not...
there's method to the madness.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thank you for explaining that. Now I don't hate it as much. But of course, with our result, Vitality have been eliminated from playoffs. I think, Ash, we're all kind of surprised that it happened the way that it did, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think without a doubt, as far as what the expectations were because of previous results, it was an upset in this matchup. But were you expecting to be so dominant on the first map that we saw and then also on this last one?
I mean, we prepared a lot for split, so we were ready for that, and we came in like really hot, so that was amazing. And Icebox, we really tried to invent some new stuff for this match as well, so we try to improve every week. So,
are you surprised they wanted to start an attack on split? Because I was very confused about that.
yeah, we were surprised about that,
Yeah.
but I would like to start attack because then you can roll over them. But we kind of did it in defense anyway.
I mean, you started every map on defense, which again, you were saying to me, you weren't super comfortable on the defense. It wasn't
Yeah.
your best half. So was there any element of like, oh gosh, we got to play 3 defense halves right off the bat this match?
No, it was more that we wanted that. Like, then we can start off with defense and then we can end on the attack.
Yeah, smart. Definitely smart. Of course, I also have to update you guys with the fact, with that win, you've done K-Corp a massive favor. KC are not now locked for playoffs. I see some Gentlemates jerseys over there. Maybe you guys are not the most happy about that. But do you have a preference, you know, if it had to be KC or Vitality? Because the whole thing was in your hands.
I mean, I love Magnum, you know, so he's a great guy. Of course, I want him to be in playoffs.
Oh, he's got to buy you dinner or something, because as you guys can see, we finally have a team that locked after all this time, 4 weeks of not knowing who's going to playoffs and who isn't. KC have finally locked. Ash, I know you're a huge fan, so you must be really happy about this. So feel free to thank Shadow for his efforts.
Thank you. You know what? I'm going to shake your hand for it. I appreciate it.
The KC #1 fangirl.
You know, I mean, since like kickoff, I was, you know, tooting the horns of KC in that kind of sense. But I mean, today, did you guys feel that also there was the opportunity to play a little bit more loose, a little bit more like focused just on your own game and doing your own thing?
Yeah, it was kind of the same as the Carmine Corp game, because then we had no pressure at all, and that's it is some nerves in the team, but now we don't have any nerves, so we can just play our game, and I feel like we play amazing when we play our game. So.
I mean, since you're so good at playing games, we have a quick game here. We're gonna make it nice and fast. I'm gonna give you a statement about Fanatic versus Navi, because that is the game that's coming up next, and I want you to tell me if you think this statement is truth or just full cope. Okay? I want to get your takes on this, and I believe we are going to start. I have them written down here. We're going to start with a Navi question. You used to play with Navi, you know some of these boys. Yeah. And the statement is, Shao is better on smokes. It's better for Navi that Shao plays smokes than Angel. Oh!
I don't think anyone's going to deny that. At least they have smokes past the mid-round.
I mean, for me, Angel is just too aggressive to play smokes. Yeah. It's the most important agent to have in the late game.
Okay, what if I flipped it around and say it's better for Navi for Angel to play initiators? Is that truth or cope?
Yeah, true.
Oh, you still both agree with that?
Yeah, I think so, because when you're thinking about Angel on an initiator, he is throwing his utility first, and then he's at least being like that second entry in, getting those trades.
All right, okay, we'll go with the second statement here. Fnatic have a terrible map pool. I mean, you played against them. Oh, okay, you were both wavering a little bit there, so why did you choose cope?
Cope is no right, or like they have a good map pool.
Oh, they have a good map pool, so that statement is kind of cope. I'll hold this for you while you hold your.
I think they have a good map pool. They can play every map. Maybe they play a bit too basic on every map, but that's it.
What about you, Ash?
I mean, realistically, their permaband's just Sunset, and we haven't seen Ascent, sure, during the first split, but they played it during kickoff. It was a map that was really good for them last year as well. So I think just because we haven't seen the depth in the number of maps that have actually been shown, it doesn't mean that their map pool is bad.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have one more question, and I would love to hear your take on this one, Shadow. IGLs have to frag. It's important for them to frag out. Oh, okay, well, as the actual IGL here, I'm gonna ask for your opinion first.
I don't want pressure at all.
Okay.
But I think it's important to frag for like, you don't need to massively frag, like you don't need to top frag, but I think you need to put up some numbers.
It's like a bonus if you top frag, right? Yeah. And Ash, you went for cope here.
I mean, I agree with what Shadow's saying, but I also think that right now with the resurgence of a lot of rookies coming into the fray, we're seeing a big shift in how we're expecting every single player to step up. Obviously not in every single game, but if your IGL is consistently bottom fragging, that also makes it difficult.
Then it's hard, yeah.
Well, we have Shadow here, but another special guest in the arena with us. Guys, you're gonna love this interview. Oh, this is a real treat we have here at VCT EMEA. I'm now joined by the one and only Coach Mini. Welcome back, Mini. This is like a homecoming, I feel like, for us at least. I got to ask you straight off the bat, what have you been up to? Been a while since we had you here.
What's the implication here?
No, what have you been doing?
Assistant coach and just not in Berlin, I guess. Just working from home. Yeah.
How's that differ from your experience as the head coach from before?
I mean, it's a lot less stressful, I'll be honest, yeah. Like, the reality of head coaching is just, you know, it's 6 days a week, 12 hours a day. Obviously, I'm doing as much as I can as assistant, but trying to reel it back a little bit.
Yeah, let's talk about that real quick, because I think people are very curious as to what you've been doing, you know, since taking a step back. Why are you laughing?
Because I'm just a fraud
they
now.
want to know.
I just pay checks still. I do nothing. They fly me in last second for Berlin, and if we win today,
it's the mini buff. It's a mini buff. But what kind of input have you been doing with the team? Because obviously I know before you were kind of in charge of everything, and the one-on-ones, the strats, the pistols, what have you. So what have you been focusing on now?
Okay, like I'd say that I'm a bit less involved in macro from the ground up, if you know what I mean. So like trying to let Elma and Jake kind of find their groove together and trying to make sure they're doing that together, because there's no point of me kind of doing what I was doing last year, you know. So I'm very much the assistant, I guess, at this point, and I'm just trying to support, like give feedback more so than create, if that makes sense. Just give feedback, and then a lot of just dirty work, preparation,
anti-strats, that kind of stuff,
and that kind of thing. Yeah, and just get feedback. But this week I've been kind of like hardcore, like scrims and anti-strat this week. So
more stressful now.
Yeah, this week was stressful because you need to be stressful when it counts now. So
a lot of people have been theorizing what's different or what's the same about Fnatic this time around. Obviously the boys are still the same. You retain the same roster. So in your opinion, what's the difference? What's been going on? Why haven't you been as dominant?
I think there's two major things I'd say. Like the first thing's like, when like a band comes out with like a banging debut album, and then like the second one's hard. Like this is like our second year, you know what I mean? It's always going to be a bit more difficult. But I think one thing that people don't quite realize is that we've had a lot of personnel change technically. Like me, SLK, our assistant coach, Anders hasn't been around, and our performance coach have all changed or left. So like it's not like Elma's come in and he's now the problem. It's like we've had a lot of change going on behind the scenes. So I think it's about kind of realizing that, I guess, and kind of trying to get our system back a little bit.
Work with what you got now, basically.
Yeah. And hopefully, figure out where the holes are, I guess. Yeah.
And lastly, I know Sliggy is probably watching this. He's going to be delighted to see your face again on his stream. So anything you want to say to Sligster? I think that's your camera.
He needs to get on, like me and him are doing a project together, right? And he's been slacking, so.
I can't believe it.
I'm joking. He's not been slacking, I've been slacking. No, just shout out to the Slug Club. Get your slugs in the chat, everyone. Slug Club Hooray. No, Slug Club Hooray. That's
a new thing.
That's the new one.
All right. Thank you for your time, Mini. Make sure you guys drop some Slug approves in there for him as well. And good luck today.
Thank you.
Oh, not just the Slug approves. I believe Finesse is watching as well. So what's up, Finesse? But yeah, Mini, I feel like he shared a lot there about why he thinks things are not being as dominant. Do you agree with that statement, maybe?
Yeah, it's hard to be dominant all the time in this game, I think. So yeah, I agree.
And I mean, we also heard from Mini about how there are a lot of background changes for the other staff as well. How much do you feel that can also affect the team?
I mean, I think having different coaches and everything is super different. Like everything will be different, how you approach the game, how you approach like work, how much you're gonna work, how much you're gonna have a tech, everything is.
Well, that's enough from us. It's time to bring out the two teams. A huge rivalry here in the VCT EMEA. It's Fnatic versus Navi. Oh no, he's Fnatic, they are back on this stage, and today it will be do or die. A win here will secure them a playoff spot and the possibility of reclaiming their throne in VCT EMEA. But if they want to get there, they got to take down a very, very familiar opponent. 9 times these two have faced each other in VCT, and it's Navi, of course. The record, it does go in Fnatic's favor, but this Navi has been the best team we've had this entire year, and it's the same story for them. A win here, and they will be going to playoffs. You saw Mini on stream a little bit earlier, but it's time to bring out the coaches here. It's Elmer Putty, of course, going up against Eric, an opponent Eric isn't as familiar with. It's always been Mini standing on the other side of this, so it must be nice for him to be able to fist bump somebody that's taller than him for once, but that's enough flaming. That's enough flaming. We're going to take a look at the map vetoes real quick. We played that Truth or Cope. The reason I feel like Fnatic's map pool is terrible against Navi is in the past, when they have beaten them, they had Haven, they had Fracture, they never lost Icebox, and this time around, those maps might not be here, and Shadow, they have a permaban of Sunset as well, so I feel like Navi have the edge. There we go, the Icebox is gone too.
It's true. Like having a permaban is never good for your veto, so it just starts off like that.
Yeah, and Ash Fnatic picked Breeze. I mean, Lotus is there, Bind is there, they pick Breeze.
Yeah, this is a pretty interesting the way that this map pool has and like pans out and whatnot, and then you also have that split ban coming in later for Fnatic, something that they've floated into that second ban pretty consistently. But I will say that this map pool currently is definitely leading Navi heavy.
I mean, Navi always wins on Ascent, right? That's such a good map for them, Shadow.
Yeah, Ascent is really good for them, and I really like the pick of Bind for Navi as well. I think they are favorites on the Bind for sure.
I mean, you played against Fnatic on Bind, so you think they could have a chance perhaps against Navi?
Yeah, I played a bit against Navi on Prax as well, and they're kind of good on that map.
They got some cool stuff going on. Okay, we got a bit of insight here.
It's gonna be amazing to watch this, I think.
You think we're gonna go to map 3?
Yeah, let's hope for it. Let's hope for it.
You're hoping for a map 3 here, but let's talk about that Breeze pick. The interesting thing is, like I said, they played against each other so many times at this point, but they have never played each other on Breeze. This will be the first time we see Fnatic versus Navi, and we got to look towards players like Durka, right? Shadow, for him to kind of pop off here.
Yeah, he usually is amazing on the map.
Angel. He does this, right? He does this. Oh my god.
Yeah, that's amazing.
What do you guys think about this?
It's gonna be crazy. He's gonna fly. That's all I'm gonna say about that. It's gonna be cool.
You know what? I'm actually not that mad about it because we saw him playing Omen on Breeze over in kickoff, and he was just walking out everywhere, pushing mid all the time. I like this change for him.
But this without Viper is gonna be hard.
That's
it's gonna be hard for them. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you think Fnatic might have a chance?
Yeah, now like no Viper, it's gonna be hard. They need to have some special stuff here.
All right, brilliant. Okay, we're ready to get into game. Thank you so much, Shadow. Congratulations once again. Thank you, Ash, as well. I'm just gonna jump right in. I cannot wait to see Mitch and Tom's reaction to this.
Well, this is exciting, Tom. For once, Angel can go down first, and we're not going to be upset. This is great.
Well, there'd be a few other things that maybe I'm upset about. Look, I'm perfectly fine with an Astra being run on this map.
Sure.
I'm perfectly fine with running a double duelist on this map.
Sure.
I am not perfectly fine with both. That's where I think they've cooked a little bit, and I agree with Shadow. Not running a Viper on this map, unheard of. You don't do, maybe a few teams were like, maybe we do it with a Harbor, but not like this. So I want to see what ideas they've got. Navi always cook. Sometimes it's bad.
Someone read the patch notes and thought it was this week. Well, let's see what Navi got cooked up for us. This is going to be an exciting match, a unique one, if nothing else, and a historic one. That's for goddamn sure. Fnatic on the defense, starting this one out in a little bit of aggression. They've already gotten into elbow. Durka's in spot, and he's going to TP back to B, but they're forcing this aggro on the wrong side of the map. And the question is, will Fnatic get that read quick enough to make any sort of adjustment? Navi, on the other hand, they are pumping the brakes, waiting for someone to overpeak, waiting for a mistake to be made. They'll have to make a choice eventually. I am intrigued to see how Angel makes his way onto sites, because that Viper wall is essential for almost all the setups that we see coming through for Yoru. There have to be ideas, and, well, this team's never afraid to try something wacky.
No, straight away, you're going to have the smokes, getting them across. Not going to have anything in sort of late round utility. That's going to be one of the bigger issues that they'll have here. Shock darts put through, but not really going to be able to die too much. And already look at Xiao lurking his way through the backlines. The first kill finally onto the board, and it goes the way of Navi. In fact, so does absolutely everything. Only going to be 2 remaining. Leo at least will be able to find 1. But they've got to watch out for the man lurking in the backlines. Even if they manage to find a kill up front, I don't think it's going to matter.
Now at this stage, there's nothing to be done by Chronicle. It's only a matter of time. Lined up and ready to take him down. 1-0 for Navi, and a convincing start. They found the space, and it was wide open as well. Again, this is an area that Fnatic put a lot of presence on B, so the A site's that little bit easier to get onto. From that point, though, it's all about Zipan. Nothing but clean shots out of this guy dancing around those pyramids.
Yeah, a pest. I think something that needs to be brought up as well is this match has more stakes than a lot of others. Not only we talk about qualification to the playoffs, both of these teams will get that with a victory. Obviously, then life goes into other teams' hands, although I feel like both these teams are in okay positions, but not the best. But also, Boaster versus Angel. This has been going on since 2020. These two guys have been facing off against each other. I'll say at least in recent times, Fnatic have probably had most of the wins.
Oh, yeah.
They had most of the wins in general last year. But it's looking like 2024 is different for everybody. Navi having a loss last week to BBL should tell you all you need to know. And the question is, who's going to be waiting for other teams to do them a favor, and who is going to make it straight through into the playoffs?
Yeah, a long time ago, Tom, it would be nothing but these two teams in the grand final again and again. This was the
G2.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I was going to say, right? This is like the second iteration of VALORANT. The first was a year of G2, 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 and then we moved to these two battling for it. Angel was constantly winning those battles, and that was only weeks to months after we had heard Boaster say...
people on the street.
Yeah, as Angel said, he just picked those guys up off the street. And you know, for Boaster, he used to say, I can't wait to play against Angel. I want to be considered an IGL who's up there in terms of respect with a player like him. Have a team like his that can stand as one of the best within the region. And well, that dream was achieved, but lost more recently. Looking to reclaim that former glory, and no better way than to defeat those old rivals.
I think that's both teams, really. Like, the Navi have been one to looking to try and get back. Ard is in the roster again. For now, though, it's just about what damage can be done. Only going to have themselves the pistols. They stacked the B site. Have managed to garner a Guardian, at least for a second. And you have to bear in mind the way that Navi plays is those 3 rifles, couple of pistols, and one of those rifles is currently in the hands of Althea. Looking to try and take anybody down with him, but more importantly, try and remove that gun from play. Angel's given up his position, but the shot not quite connected, and he won't even win that fight either. Eventually, they get it over the line, but are they actually going to be able to retrieve that? I don't even think Sugetsu tried to run for it, no?
No, he was never going to make it there. No dash on the Cypher, so unlucky. Another weapon lost and decent damage done. Yeah, Fnatic get off to an okay start, but this is really where the meat and potatoes is. The rifle's out, and you get to capitalize on any damage done. With 15 seconds before those barriers go up, much different look out of this squad in the defense. A presence, 4 players around this area, and it looks like one's going to be rotating back. It's the Viper, leaving the Viper wall for a potential retake on A, and of course to make things that little bit more awkward for them. It also helps them out massively on mid. You know, you got to commit a player to controlling this section of the map, or you're going to have much more awkward rotates and positions held by Fnatic late in the round.
Well, the thing that's going to be interesting, especially for Navi, is only having this Astra available for those smokes. It means that your hits, you basically get 1 attempt.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you can play slow around the map, you can look for these openers, but you get 1 attempt and execute. If that fails, you don't have the smokes to do it anymore. So it definitely has a high level of risk, but a decent amount of variance that they can try and pull in. For now, it is that slow default. They've still got 4 rifles. It's only the one that was lost from Xiao in the previous rounds. There's still a lot of danger for Fnatic in this one. And they're playing it very passive indeed. No mid presence other than the slight jiggle peek coming out from Chronicle. And eventually, with nothing really found, Navi are going to have to build into that take.
If they were trying to bait an early rotation, it's not going to work this time around. There was no gate crash down for Dirk, and even now, his gate crash, I'm not sure if it's intended, but it didn't make it all the way through, so much more passive fallback keeps him around this site for a fight early, and Chronicle doubling up on the angle. They weren't ready for it, weren't expecting there to be another player around there. Angel, he's stuck destroying utility, and the fight won by Chronicle leaves them in a very tough spot. Still a pistol on Xiao, who will be quickly taken down, and Chronicle's looking to get that a little bit more. Although it's Dirk to steal it away, the round goes to Fnatic flawlessly.
It's an Anderlude here flawless. I'll say I'm pretty sure that Dirk stole that kills in more ways than one. He completely blinded his teammate and then got the kill. But
his kill.
Hey, he took it, and that's all that matters. The openers as well, the 1-2 punch, and I think also just the fact that the stun was there, maybe expecting somebody to still be on that angle, but it didn't really matter. Chronicle landing every single shot placed in front of him. But as said, that still was a bonus. Even though it was clean, there is going to be a purchase back up for Navi. Dimensional Drift online. Now, we have seen Yoru played by Angel on this map a few times before, but definitely not with the consistency we've seen recently from other teams. This time, though, a little bit quicker in their take of mid, but as you can see, Fnatic are not fighting for this whatsoever.
No, they've given up a lot of control, and again, a different Viper wall. Despite Viper being on B, it's a much more aggressive one inside A main, blocking off a lot of space. If you're the attackers and you're not inside A main, as soon as that wall goes up, you've lost so much control of the map. There's just going to be a trap left to catch them as they push up, and these things are going to be interesting to see in the second half, where Navi don't have that wall to work around. They don't have those setups and what they bring to play instead. In round 4, it looks like a very direct approach to the B site. Gate crash thrown out from mid. So this is going to get him in position to TP onto the boxes, and potentially even catch that Viper off guard. It's all timing based. Apparently, Artis is way ahead of it.
Even still, Alpha, he's going to get wrapped on. There was Angel. It was actually the fake out that got tagged initially. But Angel's just going to go looking for information, just try and clear everything out on those back lines, even go potentially back through mid. May have even seen Durka going through the spawn. I'm not necessarily sure. It seems like Sugetsu's already holding for it, though.
Oh, there's the flash. That's going to give it away. Maybe for Durka, you know, it's the right play in a lot of situations, but the element of surprise gone. The flash is perfect! That double that secures main, gets ult online, and now they look to the site. Gate crash in, no flashes, but he can reveal the information. That's all this is about. One on the backside spotted. I don't think he saw Zipan somehow, but there's the info. Eventually connected. They can start the defuse, bait them into open fights, but Durka's gone down. Chronicle does well, protecting the president on the defuse, and Leo comes out to finish the final kill. Neck and neck, 4 rounds in. Fnatic have got some fight to this defense.
Oh, yeah. And that was a full-on retake as well after the openers. That was the thing. The way that round started for Navi was fantastic. You have the initial opener from Artis, the 1-2 punch of Angel, but it's Durka. It is Durka in that 1v2 in the backlines. They were ready for him, they were watching for him, and he still manages to get both of them in quick succession. A huge start for someone who's had a resurgence. Like, he started off very slow. I definitely think a lot of people were starting to ask questions, and that's the crazy thing. There's so much depth to this roster that it's difficult to ever find someone to blame, but a lot of people are looking at Durka. As said, the last couple of weeks, he's been back to form and has started this map off strong.
Let's have Fnatic a little bit of damage round 2, good connections. And the last 2 have left Navi in a spot with just pistols. Cosmic Divide for Xiao. Zipan has his Hunter's Fury as well. Artis, the only man with the rifle, and he's dropped alone. That rifle irretrievable at this point, and it's a wall bang, not even off the back of a reveal. Just having spotted him. A devastating way to lose the only real chance you have to do clean damage on range. They can still be nasty with the Sheriffs, but those shots need to be precise. That's a good one to start.
Chronicle's lucky to be alive. Oh, aggression from Durka though, and he might just get both. Chronicle? Yeah, Leo's got a team kill, but we're just gonna try and ignore that. Somehow that's brought it back though into a competitive position. Angel's got himself a rifle. Leo almost needs to try and fix this. He's gonna be able to hear the steps already of Angel, and he may just catch the rotation. Timing here is gonna be everything, because Alpha is on his way back around. I don't think Xiao's necessarily going to be expecting this, and he won't spot Leo either. It's going to be left all onto the IGL. 1 versus 3 to try and at least do some damage here.
Well, this round would be a heaven sent with 13 seconds as he goes for the second plant. Having been spammed down originally, revealed, hit by the vulnerable of the snake bite, caught by a bit of decay, and now peeked out from the side. Really wasn't a lot of ways out of there for Angel. They had him surrounded and dealt with quickly, 3-2. And after a pistol round win and a follow-up, Navi find themselves behind by a round.
Yeah, you're seeing the way that they're able to be proactive on this defense. Okay, sure, there was a few shenanigans in the mix, but it's again just what Durka is able to do with these aggressive plays on that Yoru. Seems to be having an absolute field day.
Happens to the best of us, because it happened to Leo.
The thing is though, coming into this round is where the ults start to come online for either side. Zipan and Leo both having the Hunter's Fury. Blade Storm as well for Artis is always going to be terrifying. And also, one of the ults that, for once, is going to have mass impact is that Cosmic Divide. Because, yeah, you don't have yourself a Viper screen, but every time you get that ult, you're going to get it for a little bit.
Hey, maybe that's the idea behind putting it on Xiao. Right? It's almost as good as it's a Viper wall every 2 rounds. If he's having a good game.
Except he's having a great game.
Then I guess you don't really need the ult, right? Just send him out to do some more of that.
He's like, guys, I got another 3K, we have the ult. It's like, yeah, you kind of killed everyone.
A slower approach to the attack. Again, we saw this in the pistol. Waiting for Fnatic's proactivity, for the overpeaks to come through. There's no pressure on this setup. And the other thing we haven't mentioned really about Navi, the thing that hits me the most, some of my favorite plays and favorite strats on this map have revolved around a KO. And coming in without one, it can make things a lot more difficult and running into players like Alpha's setup. Curious to see if we have issues there later. Durka This is a nasty position, not one you'll see occupied all too often at any level of gameplay. He's TP'd out to yellow. Although there's a decoy running around the left side, there's no one really to challenge him up close. Still catching the kill onto Artis from miles away. Flash is good, it's great in fact. And now everything left onto Zipan, a 1 versus 4, the spike not planted.
Left.
They have a good idea where he is now with the push out of Durka. They've boxed him in as well.
Yeah, this is looking like prime Durka at the moment. He is just running right around the server. There is nothing that anyone on the Navi squad could do. He's getting an opener, he's getting out of there, and then goes back for a little bit more just a few seconds later in each different circumstance. And that's the thing, that is the real value of this Yoru, is he's still able to basically reposition similarly to what we saw from his chamber in the past.
And one other aspect of the Viper as well, because this is the Viper screen that's in play that blocks out Tube. It's the same one we saw on site that can cover out mid control, but thrown a little bit to the left, so you have no control over that deep angle. The thing is, you're just not going to suspect a player in a round like that with high stakes to go walking up, take that nasty little position. But the benefit of the Yoru, he had a gate crash to get out of there no matter what, and the fact that is you're very rarely going to see 2 players swinging that angle to trade it. You get the one, you get out, and from there the advantage was clear. Although he went about extending it even further. This is a timeout from Navi as they look to solve these problems early on. I think a lot of that has just revolved around the space Fnatic are able to take. In the pistol, they took B. They weren't really able to connect on it, but that's how a pistol works when your opponent executes the other side. Since then, though, once rifles have gotten in their hand, there's been next to nothing to challenge them.
No, they managed to flawlessly win round number 3. And since then, it has looked pretty easy for them, I'll be honest. It does definitely help that Durka is just murdering everyone before they can get anywhere near the site. And in this round, at least, we're not expecting a mass response. However, Ard is likely to throw in the Blade Storm, try and do an extra little bit of damage, and we have just seen Angel looking pretty vocal. So maybe something that he believes can get them back in, especially going a little bit more direct. I think with what Durka has been doing with these cheeky, aggressive plays, playing as a unit, moving as a squad, gives you a lot less likelihood of being caught out.
Who's next? Well, the ult popped. A minute 30 on the clock as Angel looks to move towards the site. Not a ton of information to work with, and well, now a little bit of danger. Oh, coming out of the ult, just tried facing him. That hasn't worked out according to plan, and now the response from Durka. They've already got the advantage, but they're not happy with it. Hunter's Fury thrown through for even more. All things considered, Navi might be happy with the amount they've been able to force out of Fnatic. They had a lot of ults online coming into this round, and with mostly pistols, they're able to take those ults out of their hand.
I guess the counter is they've also used a couple of their own. That's true. Like, to get no kills in a round where you use Dimensional Drift and a Blade Storm is definitely not ideal, even if the ults are traded out on the other side. And if we're being honest, Durka hasn't really needed them much thus far. He's playing an aggressive game, but a safe one at that. He's still going to go in for the further fights, looking to try and get himself even more in terms of that ult coming back. He used it this round as another Andaluthia flawless. And he's already getting close to halfway to the ult again.
It's got to be so frustrating as well. You hear the gate crash activated because he fakes the TP, and a shock dart lands seconds later. It makes perfect sense. You threw utility in, he got out of there early. Nope, he's coming back to fight. And, well, yeah, seeing that from the perspective of Sugetsu, I don't think there was much he could do. I'm very surprised that Fnatic decided to commit so much to it, but after the pause, they're making Navi feel like they're outclassed. But that was with pistols. Navi can fall back on that mentally. Now they get the rifles out, and this big old gun, the operator in play for Artis. Again, though, that wall has been blocking vision, not just on middle, but in tube as well. So that early information and early fights won't be there for Navi, and Durka's taken advantage of it with an off-angle position. And although he doesn't hit his shot, there's no punish with the gate crash.
Yeah, that's the thing. He has not been greedy in any of the fights he's been taking. It really is incredibly disciplined Yoru play out from Durka right now. On the other side of things, can't say the same. Angel's been very aggressive, and he is not prepared for the reswing. Even still, it's only going to be a trade. Chronicle has gone down in response. But again, a lot of what we're expecting from this attack side is having those few smokes and then having Angel there to take the space. Well, Angel's already gone, and they've got a minute left.
Well, that's it. Durka was showing him he's a little bit predictable. Sending the decoy out, Durka just walks straight past it, taking the fight on Angel, leaving them with an advantage, and now he sends out his own on the back of a flash. No, flash not committed just yet. He's holding on to that for a little bit later. fact, it looks like he's about to get a push right up on top of him. Sugetsu down, but the trade comes in quickly. Advantage still sitting with Navi with that spike down. Shao manages to find Alpha just moments after the ult. And the shock dart for damage, but it won't get enough. Leo needs to find his kill on the Zipan, and there it is. His shock darts have been deadly for either side. There's still enough time to get this one done. And a position that they can manage to defuse on just behind that pillar. The orb going to be used. Delaying it with the grab well. Time's still there as they attempt it one more time. Here come the spams.
No.
Not quite on, and it's already too late. It's gone. Leo confirms it with the kills, but I don't think they could deny that anyways. Fnatic have stolen the round out, leaving Navi trailing on 2.
Yeah, it's a painful one. Again, a lot of the fights were going their way. You see Xiao with an effective lurk into middle. Zipan kind of gets caught in no man's land, just being forced out by so much different utility that just trying to get away ends up going down to a second shock dart again. Leo, the shock dart king. We've spoken about it. On this map in particular, just unbelievable, but more and more we're seeing the value of having a Viper. Post plants would have been wonderful there. And that is almost is dead immediately. 5 HP.
Toe tapped. Luckily, the updraft saved his life and the utility that came alongside it. Trading out that HP for a little bit of control. It's interesting as well in that replay. I've never seen someone look so upset at getting a 3K in a round. Leo looked genuinely frustrated. There's Durka after the reposition, catching Zipan on the mid swing. And the 5 HP Artis about to step into a firing squad on B. You've got Alpha staring him down, and that shouldn't be too difficult of a kill. He's got to, I mean, you'd think he's got to be so careful. Artis on 5 health, playing it as if he's got 150, and Sugetsu's got one with the Sheriff. Damage has been done. It's not an easy round to convert, but this is one of the best chances they've had.
Wow, a little bit depressing, if we're being honest. Durka, though, still alive. And with this many players tagged up, it's like a kid in a candy shop, but it'll be interesting to see if he actually goes through it as well. He will now. Has every single piece of information the team could ever need. 3 players already spotted. In fact, I wonder what he's going to try and attempt here. Just playing in front of that screen already. You can see the Viper util, but Angel does manage to win the fight. It's another incredibly low player.
Yeah, that's it. Sugetsu and Angel, a sliver of health. Sugetsu's quickly dealt with, so is Angel. A headshot, in fact. It's all down to Xiao's Sheriff. 5 kills on the board, 3 more to tally up. The time, you can see how slow Fnatic are approaching this. They're waiting for the Toxins to come back up just to lock him out entirely. Still a Gravwell to work with, and that's going to buy him a bit of time, but they've gotten it halfway already. The Toxins go down, but every shot needs to land. There's the first. Can buy himself another battle, another duel, and that's where it ends. Fnatic 7-2 in the lead. This is their map pick, and it looks like it. They're dominating.
Yeah, I think every single team that is currently within the Alpha group is going, wait, so second place plays third place, right? Is seeing Durka play like this and currently has their cheeks as clenched as they've ever been. It has been a world-class performance. And then there's the fact that Leo's also 10-2, having an absolute field day. Still waiting to see some sort of response. The Artis Angel combination definitely hasn't been too fruitful just yet. But they are going to have themselves a buy on the ball once more, still having that Hunter's Fury. More importantly, though, Durka's just gone walking down mid.
Yeah, this is a bit more of a conventional spot. Chronicle almost serving as a bait. Trying to spot them out on the aggression, nothing there. Until there is Xiao. Very late in the round, peeking out, clearing every pixel bit by bit. He suspected the push. He's got himself one for it. Second gate crash used up by Durka, no more to fall back on. This will be for the B site, suspecting a late play there. You can already see rotations from Leo as well. And the read is perfect from Fnatic. I don't know what they've seen on A, if steps were heard by Durka's spot. Now he has to give that up, you'd imagine.
Will eventually fall back. Second man advantage gathered up, and almost a good flash in the end. It's going to have to be Durka going absolutely huge from the backline. It's going to drop the spike. There's still so many players here. Rotation eventually comes through, but he's now going to be stunned up, and nobody able to really capitalize off it. Navi definitely have the information of where these players currently are, but You never know with Durka what he's going to be able to achieve. They've just gone swinging around the outside, though. They still know that he's here. It is Angel. A double to convert another round for Navi. Finally, they break back onto the board.
It's been a while, but yeah, they've got a round under their belt on the side of Navi, and with the pistol under their belt too, look, it can end up being an okay scoreline for them. The 7-5 possible, but they've got to string together these rounds. They come in, Dimensional Drift and Hunter's Fury to work with, and a clear direction off rip. That Yoru ult is going to be used to break presence on B, to get through to the site, maybe even trying to target Alfier and take out his utility. And you can't really do it with a KO knife when you don't have a KO, so instead try to do it with the rifles in play. Angel spotting out a lot of info. That site clear. He has got Spike in his hands. I don't know if that's going to play into it, make him a bit more cautious. Apparently not. Alpha drop, traps down, and plant secured.
Yeah, another one for Ardis as well. Seems like they're starting to wake up a little bit.
Spike planted.
Leo's still here, ducking out with an operator, probably not the ideal gun for this sort of scenario, and they know exactly where he is. I thought for a second he was going to win that, but Xiao's a safe pair of hands. A 2 versus 5. Opportunity still, with Leo hitting shots like this, you can never really doubt when he's in this level of form, but clearing these players out is not going to be easy. There's not really a reason for them to overpeak. There's Sugetsu still in middle as well. A late lurk, same as the prior round. Just try and make sure there's no escape and no chance of them getting any level of a defusal. And while eventually they'll swing in, and it's going to be the easy double kill coming out for Navi.
Yeah, fantastic use of their ultimates in this round. You could see from before the barriers even went up, they had an idea, and this idea couldn't have worked any better. As soon as they take down Alpha here, that B site is taken, and it all relied on them finding value on the side of Fnatic, going for flanks, flanking with an operator. It's not the ideal weapon for it. I think he was somewhat lucky the cam wasn't spotting him, but it didn't matter. Xiao's still able to connect that shot, and then you're all retaken from the same angle. Not really going to work out. Especially in a round where Navi dumped those ults to get control. They still have all of their utility for those late fights. 7-4. One more round to play for. It was a dominant start from Fnatic. 7-2 up. But Navi might be able to bridge that gap. 7-5 scoreline, not quite as devastating as it could have been. Aggression out of Durka, but it's not as much as we saw before with this wall. Although that might change the next time those toxins go up.
My camera is destroyed.
Well, Durka again, looking for a little bit of aggression.
I have the spike.
Of course, for Navi in this matchup, losing 2-0, I believe actually qualifies Heretics and puts them up against Gentlemates in the standings. Needing a 2-0 of their own. Definitely keeps things interesting, but I'm sure they won't want to do that. He's actually TP'd in! I didn't think for a second he was going to stick that one, but Alpha's just been destroyed.
Yeah, the flash was absolutely perfect. Alpha couldn't see a thing. Boasters dropped as well. And this site wide open. We said how hard it is to hold on to control once Alpha falls. And with no Viper screen in play on this B site, there's next to no holding on. Op shot from Ardis seems to be sealing the fate of Fnatic at a 7-5 scoreline. Durka also going to be dropped, and Leo doesn't stand a chance following that. 7-5 we go. Navi, they've really recovered this half nicely.
Yeah. No, a very good resurgence from them. This was looking like they were about to be absolutely blitzed. But I think Ardis starting to step up a little bit, moves himself up to the top of the board on his team. And also just some of these set plays. Like, it is just the riskiest of gameplay coming out from Angel. At all opportunities, he is very happy to go down if it gives his team the space. And I think that's exactly what it did for them here. It's going to be interesting, though, because now they go onto the defensive side, and historically that's where we've always talked about this double duelist being problematic. But normally you have these site anchors. You have people on that Cypher, on that Viper, to delay, to slow. Now you can do similar things, I would say, with Xiao, being able to slow pushes, have a little bit more utility in that respect. But I want to see if they've got any plans, any aggressive plans. And well, fighting into Tube might just be one of them.
I must wait a moment.
Part of their early half plan on the defense. Makes sense that the offense is going to be much the same. Some decent tags as well with the wall bangs coming through. Zipan and Ardis have taken a lot of damage. Ardis a little bit more now with that shot connected from Alfier. Fnatic will set their sights on A. Wall goes down. You can see how much easier it is to push into this site for the Fnatic squad, at least taking the control towards the site itself, planting for main as well. Although Xiao seems to be swinging wide around the side. Looked like he had a chance for a moment, but well, I guess they pushed him back with the util.
Zipan's lost the battle as well, putting this heavily in the advantage of Fnatic. Although Sugetsu at least gets one. I don't know if there's going to be too much more. Xiao still survived for an unbelievable amount of time, but eventually Alphayer is there as he will put his fourth onto the board, and Fnatic extend their lead a little further.
Oh, attacking side, pistol secured. And the follow-up should be that little bit easier. Alpha feeling activated in this round too. My goodness. Finding 4 kills early on. You probably wish it was anyone else on the team farming those orbs. But, well, 2 away from the neural theft, Tom.
They're winning the rounds. I don't think they're going to care too much.
That's true. Hold fire, Alpha. Let me get it. Yeah, maybe you're not making that call.
Ardis at least is going to have a Marshal. We talk about the days of old. This man was the original in terms of that aggressive, run it down gameplay. And he started it off on the Jet. Wasn't a part of the Angel team at that point.
Here.
Played for a little team called Fish 123. We'll see if he can get anything in this round, because the rest don't really have too much. You got a Sheriff in the hands of Angel, who was already taking quite a lot of control. He's by the dropout of Tube, but again, it's sort of how much would he even be able to get from this position, especially with Fnatic being so patient. That's a nice shot, though, and that's Boaster out. A lot of the time, I think he may have even been holding on to some of the utility to try and get them in. Angel, though, on the reswing is going to get nothing.
It was a little ambitious.
It has to be.
In a round where everyone's got rifles to work with. On the other side, not on your side. Ardis has picked up a second now on middle, and I'm not too sure how he got that one, if I'm being honest. We'll get that one in a replay later for sure. Guys magnetized ahead, but so is Alpha by the looks of things. Clean, but he's tagged down to 31. Another well-placed shot coming out of Ardis. And with 14 seconds left, they've got to be speedy, making their way into this site, but Ardis doesn't know where Alpha had gone. Element of surprise, catching another kill for Alpha and leaving Sugetsu all by his lonesome, Sheriff in hand, and not a lot of hope. I think going down to the spike might be the end game.
Yeah, I think he was originally trying to find some sort of weaponry, pushing all the way down the bottom of mid, but didn't really see anything in the end. And now you can see the players on Fnatic are just not really giving him a fight, clearing their flank, making sure that he hasn't been able to get in behind them. And now everybody trained in, trying to spot this man out. For Durka, obviously normally you'd want to try and throw him over or throw his gun over to a pistol player, but they are not surviving at this stage. He was hoping for an orb as he's only a couple away from having that dimensional drift. But for Sugetsu, as you said, it's just going to be going down to the spike. A 4-round gap now created. And if Navi don't have a response here, we might be quickly moving our way towards Ascent.
That was very nearly a phenomenal round coming out of Navi, in no small part due to this. The amount of time that Chronicle had to react to that play, that player miles away from him, and then half obscured by a wall. I'm not sure I can fault him for not connecting that on time. And that as well, a little jump scare for him. Well, Alpha's been doing incredibly well in this half. Fnatic 9-5. We had the question on the desk earlier with Shadow. Does an IGL need to frag? Well, Fnatic are 4 rounds ahead. Boaster's got 1 kill. Think that might seal it. Shadow was right.
He's also helping himself out a little bit with that comment, but let's ignore that.
I don't know what you mean, Tom. I don't know why he wouldn't say it was the truth. He had a great map earlier on as well. I think Magnum would agree. But 9-5, looking for double digits.
Shadow would as well, just because of the last week. Either way, it's a little bit of aggression for the defense, but they haven't really been able to find too much. It's so patient from the side of Fnatic. They are waiting for somebody to aggress, someone to make a mistake. And in the meantime, slowly garnering up map control. I think their Tube presence thus far has been a problem. You can only see Xiao trying to adapt to this.
definitely a snake bite there. Canceling out any chance of utility out of Zip, and Recon going through. The pressure's on. Doors opening back up. Players on site having so many angles to consider, but Fnatic with 30 seconds left on the clock, they've pumped the brakes yet again. And from the perspective of the other squad, it's got to be frustrating. You go out to check if they're still here, if there's any players around, you lose your life. Xiao just had that happen. Although Chronicle taken down, seemed to equalize things a little bit. 12 seconds left. Spike goes in for the plant. They finally dealt with Zipbound, but Artis is still here. No angle to deny, and the 24 HP very nearly loses his life. You want to see him wait for Sagetsu. He's on his way around to main. That off angle could help them out. In fact, Sagetsu had the chance, but Durka ripped his head clean off. And now he's looking for another target, finding it with great success. Double digits for Fnatic and double the score line of their opponents.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where Navi had the right read. They had 4 players within the site, but then just the battles, you could see that, I think it was only really Artis winning any of them, and he was on 24 HP when he took his first kill. To have a stack up like that and get barely anything for it. And again, we're seeing Durka just farm. 21 and 10 right now on the board. An unbelievable showing from the Yoru, and he's got his ultimate online ready for this next round if they need it. The thing is, though, it's not going to be a pretty picture for Navi. The purchase not looking particularly good, as they'll likely be coming in with just a few pistols for this one, and unfortunately for them, the ults aren't even particularly close.
Yeah, not a lot to help them out. Who knows on the side of Navi if they can pick up a Blade Storm on Artis. And in some rounds, you'd even see them go for the Force buy up on him now, the hero rifle. Maybe even just give the man a Marshal, after what we saw a few rounds ago. There's lots of hope for this squad, and realistically, I'll always fall back on this being Fnatic's map pick. I think these two teams in particular against each other, I see them taking their home turf and bringing us to a decider.
Well, the thing is, Navi are quite well known for losing their map, but it's normally if it's the first map. Just whichever map is the first map, Navi will almost definitely lose.
They're big fans of BBL.
Yeah. I think they know that like Marcus is watching and they want to give him a panic attack every single day, you know? He makes them film content, so they create content from him panicking.
It makes sense.
I did the same.
Relationship. Yeah. Knife up and over. And as I said, a big factor of a lot of these attacking sides when it comes to Breeze. I think I didn't even say attacking side, I said plays in general, but specifically on the attack, the value of having agents like Viper and KO, to me, it's tenfold what we're seeing on the other side. Not to say that Navi's comp, I think, as I said the other day, Vlad made a great point that not every comp works for everyone. It's not a one-glove-fits-all kind of scenario. You have to find what works for you. For Navi,
I don't think this one works for anyone.
Yeah, right? But hey, if Angels picked it up, there's got to be a reason. Not a great start with the pistols. Double shut down on elbow. They found the information. It is a B hit, but there's not much they can do to react to that. All pressure on Artis. And, well, he is eliminated before he even gets a chance.
Yeah, he had a 50-50 chance of looking towards the fake out, and he guessed wrong. Zipan now just hoping for anything, and oh no, okay. Leo is a merciful, merciful man, because there was no bullets left in that gun. He would have got knifed.
I know what you're thinking. Did he fire 5 shots or 6? Well, I don't really care. He was getting knifed if it wasn't for that swing. Looky. His reputation is saved. And the Andalucia flawless, though. It's a bit of a statement from Fnatic. There'll be no mistakes on their side up against these pistols. And with the rifles in hand, Navi have one last chance to stop Fnatic from running away with this. It's already pretty far gone.
Yeah, and their rounds, when they have been winning, have been so clean. Like, every single time. They've been building up a pretty ludicrous amount of credits to think that they won't close out just a couple of rounds seems unlikely. This is why there was save credits. Artis, he's not going to get out of there. It's a one and done. Okay, Durka has been getting probably about 40% of all of Fnatic's kills, so maybe it's technically taken down a couple of players. But I don't know if they're going to see it that way.
Say the same for Artis, though. He's been doing a lot of the heavy lifting on Navi. Now he's down and out, so equal trades. Well, that seems to put Fnatic a step ahead from what we've seen so far. And it being the attack side, this map now thins out. It's the same size, but the numbers you've got to defend it, not quite there. That's a free kill onto Sagetsu, from Sagetsu, pardon me, onto Boaster. Just a swing out on mid, catches a Viper, I guess setting up a lineup, or just holding the angle for his team, but, well, you can see him clearly behind that box.
Look how far Alpha's managed to get. They're wary that he's still in tube because he's been there every single round. He's just managed to walk out onto the side without anybody even noticing. And then it's a little bit of a bait from his teammate just to give him the freebie of a kill. Nice shot from Zipan, at least, and a second one added to the death toll. It leaves Leo. A clutch scenario. 15 and 6 so far. He needs 3, and he's not even going to get the first. His opposing Swede will take him out, and finally, Navi have their first defense round.
Is it too little, too late?
Probably.
11 to 6. Massive margin to get back into it. Dash wasn't even online there, wasn't activated. So Artis couldn't use it to get out. Nice attempt with the updraft, but not quite enough. Zipan, beautiful little shots out of him. Those first two, we didn't see this from his POV, but just as nice. The gap is large. The Navi will look to fight their way back through, and, well, for a moment I thought we were going to have opponents coming in, but no. It looks like they're going to buckle down and do it. Operator in hand, Blade Storm to work with, Hunter's Fury as well. A ton for Navi in their back pocket. But it's not like Fnatic don't have some ultimates of their own, and, well, pushing into a site with a KO. When the knife hits can be good. With the ultimate in the back pocket, it can be free.
Again, last round, the biggest threat was taken out almost immediately. See if they'll be able to deal with Durka again. You can see already that aggressive position, the exact spot that Artis got a kill from last round has already been cleared with the drones, so Fnatic are trying to react to him, and I can understand why, with how he's been playing. Alpha, he's straight back there again. I said, in tube, he's been a menace. They've been watching for him all the time. This time, he heads in with an operator, and immediately after this, Fnatic look to just execute. Move straight through almost immediately. Durka is trying to clear these angles, but he hasn't actually managed to spot anybody within this site. It's only going to be Xiao here, just trying to catch someone off guard, and while Angel is going to go down in the end.
Xiao's in a nice spot to follow up on as they attempt to push the Hunter's Fury. Durka getting a little ahead of himself, has given 1 kill back, but it's still a 2 versus 4. The advantage clearly in favor of Fnatic. The only downside is not having planted that spike just yet. But even as these Navi players move towards the site to attempt to deny it or to defuse it later, Poster has an off angle.
Alpha just ran up.
Alpha just runs. You know, sometimes you got to take the fights. Can't hide away.
I would love, I don't know if he would have said anything, but I just like the idea. What are you guys waiting around for? Yeah. Just go straight in again. Just get that kill like
pulls
it's
up
nothing.
to the site, swinging like a duelist. Well, he has every right to. 16 and 8. The guy's KD's off the charts. He's feeling it with the opera. Oh, yeah, that's a little unfortunate for Angel.
Guys, what are you aiming for? He's there. You knew he was there, didn't you? 12 and 6. A blip on the radar, it seems, as Navi once again are coming in with a weaker purchase. Bladestorm will pad the gap at least a little bit. It seems like Artis wants to try and take this round into his own hands. We saw this with the Marshall a few rounds ago, that when he's given the opportunity to be aggressive, he definitely can cause teams issues, but for the most part, Fnatic have had all of that and more.
A very slow approach from Fnatic. 1 pick and they can pop that neural theft, find out where their opponents are, make a decision on the fly. Always a problem with someone like a Yoru around. That flash perfect.
Nice.
And the updraft from Artis connects the kill. If not, it would have been Angel trading it out anyways. Now they reset for the A side control, but Durka's taken some of his own. Decoy on its way out. Good tag and good follow-up. Zipan thought he had a fight on his hands, but the decoy kept him in position long enough for the ult to work out. Only Sagetsu left to make this one work, and the neural theft got the assist at least. 13 to 6 on map number 1. Breeze was Fnatic's pick, and they played it like it. What a dominant scoreline. And after those 7 straight rounds, it felt like their hands were on the reins. Little bump in the road, but they got there in the end.
Yeah, it was an incredibly clean victory. Luckily for Navi, Ascent is next, but we'll see if they can turn the tide.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life.
Oh, I got 25 on hard mode, bots.
I got 26.
Just now?
Not just now, but bro, I did like 35 times or something.
On hard?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
It's a fantastic start from Fnatic, but before we jump into map 2, I'm joined by Cloud from Giant X. So welcome, Cloud. First of all, I think they were talking about shooting the bots in the range. What's your high score? What do you normally get? What do you average?
I mean, my average is like 23, 24.
Oh, easy for you, easy for you, Cloud. Now, on Breeze, it's the first time that we've seen a comp without Viper on Breeze. I think this entire split globally. Do you think that's what costed Navi here, not playing the Viper?
I mean, from what I have seen, it was super rough game for Navi without Viper. So it's definitely not right choice, as I think.
Yeah, and also Angel does Angel things, you know. Sometimes he will lock in the Yoru. What did you think about that Yoru?
I mean, if you have seen Derky Yoru, it was much better.
Yeah? You think the Durka's Yoru was better? Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned Durka because I feel like there's been some Durka doubters here. I cannot believe we live in a time where people doubt him. Do you think it's a mistake for people to doubt him after seeing Breeze?
I mean, maybe some people compare him with a Jet, you know, Yoru with a Jet. But he's definitely stepped up for this game.
Of course, you used to play with Durka back on Crowcard. I feel like that was so long ago. So what's he like as a teammate and how happy are you to see him succeed?
I mean, I'm happy for his performance right now because this game is actually super important for him and his team. So yeah.
How do you think these players might be feeling? Of course, you play on stage every single week when the pressure is on. How difficult is it, do you think, to stay focused?
I mean, it's not difficult if you have a right preparation before the game with your teammates.
Do you think Fnatic had the right preparation on Breeze?
Yeah, of course. They have played so many times on stage.
I mean, you guys beat them on Breeze, so why do you think that they looked so good there?
Because they fixed some mistakes after our game, maybe.
They probably learned a lot from you, I
yes.
feel like. Yeah. And last question before I let you go. Who are you supporting, Cloud? Because I see you sitting with the Navi fans. Are you cheering on Navi here?
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, he's waving at the Navi boys. He's waving at them. Why are you cheering for Navi? Dirk is giving you death stares over there.
I mean, honestly, I'm cheering for a beautiful game, no matter what.
That's a cop-out.
Yeah.
Okay, Cloud is supporting Navi. We'll see. We're going to head to map 2 in just a moment and see if Navi can bring it back.
Exactly. Thank you very much, Cloud. Thank you for coming. Thank you for everyone from Giant X that is joining us as we are seeing right now Angels warming up here in the Aim Labs warm-up. Ash, what did you make of that game?
I think we saw a lot of weaknesses just purely composition-wise. There's a reason why Viper has that 100% pick rate.
Well, there's many reasons.
Yeah. yeah. But the Yoru for Angel unfortunately left a lot to be desired.
I mean, here's the thing, right? Angel is the kind of player that will surprise us here and then with this picks. Maybe he thought he could be also a surprise, but yeah, we definitely could tell that the Viper was not present. Now, thinking about the next map, about Ascent, what can you tell me about what Navi's chances are?
I think Navi have a really good chance on Ascent. I mean, it's one of their strongest maps when you're looking at it overall, but at the same time, we also don't really know what to expect from Fnatic this time around. They have yet to show their hand on Ascent throughout the first split right now. They did just previously stick with the meta composition on Ascent, so I'm curious to see if any changes will actually happen here in the compositions.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, you can vote, as you can see in that lower third in chat, to see who are you supporting for this second match. Of course, it's not only the viewers that are enjoying this match, but also some teams looking in the back of it, because if Navi is to lose this 0-2, both Team Heretics on foot lock in playoffs. So it's, you know, it's a very good moment to be a Fnatic fan, right? But now looking into this second one, do you think that the performance that we saw from Fnatic can be replicated onto the second map?
I think so. When you're looking at the way that the players on Fnatic were playing over on Breeze, we saw a lot of cohesiveness. We also saw, obviously, individual prowess. I think Alpha had a lot of success on those lurks. Ascent, another map where we're going to expect him to be very good with those timings here. But I also do think that we do have to see everyone also stepping up to the play. To be fair for Boaster, at the very least, everyone else on Fnatic was just getting all the kills. Like, he really didn't have an opportunity.
It was a cope. It was a cope. Hear me out. IGLs do not need to frag. Everything will be all right. Maybe Angel wanted to be on the other side of the spectrum. But regarding the roles, right, and especially going back to what we saw on Breeze, here on Ascent, we expect something different, as we're talking about that's more standard composition, but also the roles being a little bit more comfortable, maybe for the side of Navi. What do you make of Angel then going on the Sova and just Zip and going on the KO?
I think it looks a lot more comfortable for Navi because when you're looking at how Angel likes to play, sure, he's going to throw out that Sova utility. The follow-up is really nice when he is going to be helping the entry on towards site there for Artist as well. But I do also have questions as to the change from one map to another. It's going to have to be a little bit of that mental reset, a very different approach at that as well. Because we did see some of those plays coming out from Angel over on Breeze where he was getting hyper aggressive as the Yoru, but it wasn't, again, coordinated with another pairing in the team. We saw some great flashes alongside Artists, like helping him get those frags. But he's not going to be able to set up in the same way because the utility is much more supportive on that Sova pick.
Yeah, well, it depends, right? Because it's Angel. He will find a way.
Yeah,
he will find a way
true.
to change our minds. Ash is what he always does, right? But I think that one of the things that Yinsu was also mentioning on that interview, and we definitely saw on Breeze, was how electric Dirk is being. I think that the beginning of the year, maybe it wasn't his best couple of weeks, but man, oh man, he is alive. And going against him, it's definitely a problem, right? Especially because Fanatic is going to be starting on the defense.
It's pretty scary because I think when you see if Fnatic get that opportunity economically to actually get the operator online early for Durka as well, once he starts snowballing in that kind of regard, it can be very difficult to shut him down because he will be aggressive with that operator as well. He's not just watching sight lines, he will go for those aggro peaks, use the utility with the jet to be able to make that dash away and reposition, and he's just super dynamic with his positioning in that kind of sense where he will consistently make Navi guess where he's going to be, and that's where you're going to have your eyes again on Angel, on Ziban to use that utility to actually push him off those angles.
So what do you think has to be the strategy here for Navi? Do you want them to see more aggressive starting on the attack? Do they want it to be more cautious and just wait to see if Fnatic have more plans? How do you think they should enter this map to secure at least a third one?
I feel like that's a bit tough to say because when you're looking towards, especially if you're looking to counter an off for Durka specifically, you're going to expect maybe a lot more default plays coming out from Navi just to avoid giving him that space because the problem is that if they lean more towards these site splits, say you're trying to split A through Cat and A main, if Durka's on B, like he's walking up B main with that operator, he will have that line of sight.
At least this time he cannot TP.
That is fair. That is a really good point. The fact that he won't be able to TP away and make that quicker reposition, but on defense there for Fnatic, if you give Durka an inch, he will take a mile in that kind of regard, and Navi are going to have to be very cautious of that in how they're looking to handle that map control on the attack.
Yeah, exactly. I think that, of course, the pressure is on. We're talking about two teams that have been stellar in the past. It's true that for Navi to lose here, they would still be pending on what happens with Gentlemen to secure their spot. But for Fnatic, losing here means bye-bye. You know, they still have that first map. As we jump into Agent Select, we do not see changes in the composition. The only difference being the Killjoy and the Cypher. Which one do you like better?
I think on Ascent, you definitely tend to have your eyes on the KJ just because of her ability to have a bit more of an effect on the attacking side in particular. But at the same time, Sugetsu is someone who will be very dynamic with his Cypher setups, but playing for the fact that you're going to see Durka hard entering in with that jet dash on the attacking side, looking to counter that opportunity to dive. So there's give and takes with how you're able to roam around the map in that kind of sense. But this is a pretty intense match here for the last one of today because it really is the old guard facing up against each other.
Yeah, exactly. And especially with the performance that we've seen from Leo in this map, also Alpha that I think is having a great year. Things are not looking good for Navi right now, but this map, this is their home ground. Throughout this entire year, they have proven that they can take this Ascent an extra mile. So who do you think has to be the primary one to shut down Fnatic? If you're looking at one player from Navi, who has to step up right now?
One player on Navi to step up here, I kind of expect big things from Artist. You're looking over at him going back to his comfort on that jet, the role that he was initially known for within VALORANT, and it's going to be a big head-to-head here between the duelists.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome, of course. So we need two awesome casters to actually give us all the fun. Over to you, Mitch and Tom.
Thank you so much, Kukuka. Yeah, time to get into this one, Tom. And listen, It can't be much worse than the last map, at least. From Navi's perspective, that came in, they tried something new. It did not work. But now they're back to comfort, not just in agents, but in terms of maps. This is their pick, and this is where they want to start the comeback, the reverse sweep.
Yeah, this is one as well where Fnatic, at least the time they played it, looked decent. Like, managed to win it cleanly versus Vitality. So I don't think they'll feel too down in the dumps about going into a map like Ascent, but it is the home turf of Navi. They've beaten the Turkish teams. They've beaten pretty much everyone that's placed in front of them when it comes to Ascent. But they need to win this one. Otherwise, again, we say it, their life is out of their hands.
A lot of pressure on that squad, but Navi not a team to feel it. They will feel that shock dart, though. A lot of damage done, and a few spams, too. But it's Durka who's the first to fall. Fnatic lose control over market, over mid, and they lose Boaster as well. That's a big pick that sends the attackers back in the other direction. With the rotates already even coming into B, looks like the A side is wide open for business, and they leave a lurk late in from Artis. Nice shots connected. 3 already before he's put down. And I'm not too sure about Leo's chances. No shocks left. Damage has been done, Tom. A couple of these players are low. This would be a crazy clutch and an ace to start out the map if he's to win it.
If he had a shock dart, I'm giving him like 40% odds.
With that HP, yeah, for sure.
Just because he always seems to land one. Unfortunately, this I'm going to have to lower it to about 5%. Like, it's still Leo. He can still pull off miracles, but you can see where Navi are playing. They've had their silly, goofy map. They've had the one that they lose at the beginning of the day, and then things always seem to change from this point onwards. The one-way even placed up. This is how carefully they're taking this one. And Navi are going to get themselves that opening round. Now, I like the concept. There's something I've always liked sort of doing myself, is talking about a player to highlight when it comes to this map. And I think for Navi, although I agree Artis is a great shout, I always love watching Zipan. I think this is his map. I think whether he played even Sage in it in the past, he always just seemed to thrive on an individual basis. And I think it's always nice then to just do the opposite on the other side, which is Chronicle. I think it's going to be a battle of those KOs. To see who's actually going to be able to take this one over the line.
Well, Angel's been pumping the iron. I think he caught Xiao with a high five that Xiao wasn't ready for the power behind it. There's his keyboard.
If he just whiffs all of it.
No, it was his keyboard. It was his keyboard.
Okay.
All good. That's why you have Angel sit on the left of you.
So he's going to have bad movement for the rest of the game.
That's it. You see him walk backwards into a wall. We know what happened. We know who's to blame. This round should be an easy enough one. Fnatic just coming in with a couple of pistols, a Sheriff and a Ghost upgraded too. The rest on Classics, already damage done to Alpha. A lot of space denied. They won't be able to fight on range. B site left wide open, and it's a pretty big gamble from the defensive side. But in a round like that, it will be an A hit, right? Because they've got so many players there. In a round like this, it's where you take those gambles. As we can see, they've not chosen correctly. Navi avoiding all of that Fnatic defense and even taking down Alpha through the smoke. So this one's going to be a tough retake, to say the least.
Yeah, I always like the way that Navi play their anti-ecos as well. Like, having the 3 rifles just feels safer. And then they can have those risks at the beginning. So the risk there was Artis takes an initial fight, doesn't win it, throws the gun away now, and he's going to try and basically just earn himself up an orb or 2. He's probably getting 1. Maybe not in the way that he would have hoped. They've also left the late lurk of Sugetsu, and well, eventually Boaster will be there to at least clear out 1 player, although again, unfortunately, it's going towards from the shadows, which may not be the ult they wanted to build up.
Already able to match his performance on the previous map, Tom.
That was unnecessary.
It's only uphill from here. Positive mental state. I mean, look, you have a map like that and 13-6 it. I think that very much speaks to the point we had earlier. Perfectly timed as well. You know, in the segment before, do IGLs need to frag? Boaster, 1 kill, 13-6. Yeah, fair enough. And the question answered right off rip.
That G2 jersey.
It is.
A few years too late.
There were Lions back in the old days, you'd be eating good, but well.
Maybe an Artis fan, you know.
Although they used to be back in the 2021 days, we used to have the kind of what from home crowd. People could dial in, put their cams up and stuff. It was pretty cool. Those were good days. No, they weren't. Better days now. Got everyone in house.
Either way. This is where Fnatic look to try and make a bit more of a response. An aggressive stance already with Durka taking deep control on A. And actually Alpha almost looking to brawl into B. Again, this is the value of that Killjoy, is just being able to leave that alarm bot. Is something you're going to regularly see Navi just sending somebody down to break Or just set off, I guess. That works too. And now they're going quickly, very quickly indeed. In fact, Alpha's almost having to sprint his way back because of how quick they're moving into this site.
This player's on site pretty isolated. Alpha's util taken out. They can see it all and they can deal with it nicely. And Alpha's dropped. They weren't ready for Leo. Luckily, they'll drop him right afterwards. The trade's quick and clean from the side of Navi. Double swings, triple swings even out on the laneway. And Artist was sent out to find space elsewhere. He's caught on the stairs with a spam through the wall. And that does give Fnatic a decent chance to fight their way back through. That's not only a big player taken down in terms of heavy hitting, but it also leaves Sugetsu isolated. Now, they don't have a lot to clear him out of this position. A knife back online in 5 seconds. And I actually think that's what Chronicle just tried to activate. I'll have it online now to clear main. I presume it's where he was looking just moments ago, but this time it's decided to use a little bit more shallow. So Sugetsu strikes and finds one. They have to clear both players on site, then get towards Sugetsu. They've done that nicely. Durka getting on the defuse now, needs to get it to half, and the jump peak's enough to pull him off the full stick. That's gonna be it. Time already gone. Even with Durka's kill, he will not get out of here with his life. Yeah, caught by the spike just about right on the edge.
Yeah, a good round in the end from Navi. And again, it's a bonus, but it's about as good a bonus as you're ever going to get buying up those extra rifles off the pistols that they had in the last round. Again, this is always the thing I love about watching this team is we think about Navi, we think about slow, methodical gameplay until it's the opposite. And that's exactly what they did in this round. A quick takedown mid. You could even see, like, if you watch where Alpha is, he is almost peeking main and just has to sprint away from all of the utility. Not possible to get into the normal sort of crossfires. And then you're relying on, okay, is Leo going to get 2? Are they going to be able to get a multi-frag? But this round, again, definitely some vulnerabilities, and it is direct once more. But they may question going for this. Especially now they got the kill onto Durka. Already the counter utility's been expended. You can see immediately now they go, okay, we're not going to go running into this. That's one of the only ways we could lose this round.
Yeah, I mean, you're down to 1 flash on Zipban. Paranoia is already gone as well. In terms of entering in, you're going all in. And you'd have to wait until the effects of the knife had already faded. There was no need to take that kind of a risk. And as we said, Navi's anti-ecos tend to be pretty solid on them. Second round, coming in with rifles, giving their economy a huge boost that we can see the effects of. And if they can find this round relatively flawless, it's going to be hard to put them down to a weaker round for quite a while. Great start to this map and to this round, especially 2 kills already going their way. Possibility for more. They should have suspected Leo to be somewhere here, but the smoke, they thought it was safe. Proves not to be, and Alpha's picked up 2 with the classic in mid. This round is somehow competitive again.
Yeah, that's not the gun he's looking for. That is, got the rifle in his hands. Found the kill onto Angel as well. Now into the 1 versus 1. It took Artist to finish him off at the end. This round should have been clean. It should have been easy for Navi. But just that little spark, that little bit of magic from Alpha, yeah. For a second we believed.
Well, absolutely. It was possible. And if anything, mission accomplished. You don't want this to be the moneymaker round for Navi. The great start to the half, 4-0 up with the ability to lose 2 rounds and still keep on buying with ultis coming online. And it certainly wasn't that round. The whole thanks to Al. It was up until this man got involved. Up until he was left alone against...
This dude reacts like that. I love it. Anyone else would be stressed.
Oh, yeah.
And it just cuts to Angel just laughing.
Vibing out.
Oh, my God.
Positivity, positive mindset. There's a lot to be said for it. 4-0 up. As we can see, yeah, that economy hasn't gotten out of control on Navi. There's only 1 player who's feeling stacked for cash.
I like the change, though. After the quick barrels down mid and that alarm bot being destroyed at the beginning seconds of every round, this time they double up. A 2-man hold. In fact, it looks like it may not even be a hold, as there was temptation to go for a little bit of a push. But it's definitely something that's an attempt to try and force back these players. I'm looking at the ults, though. That Hunter's Fury, so good to get them an opening into one of these sites, or at least force people into more awkward positions. And just the sheer pace at which Navi execute once they have that information can be difficult to hold against. So Fnatic definitely have to be a little bit more careful. Getting down to the 40-second mark, though, as they now look to rotate back towards this A site, and Fnatic have got this spot on.
Spike retrieved.
Well, they did.
Yeah, looks like they're second-guessing themselves.
30 seconds left.
I guess that knife didn't catch anybody. As we see that rotation continue. Durka's not going to be here to deal with it. Chronicle, flash in hand. Here comes the swing, but it's too late. Artist has already picked up 1 and very nearly another. 13 health on Chronicle as he barely makes it out alive, and shock darts flying through the air send him scurrying. They've done damage back to Artis in the same way. The advantage sits with Navi, post-plant Hunter's Fury to work with as well. They can run that clock down. You already see Angel move back towards main for that very purpose. Durka dropped on the way back through, and with low HP on Chronicle, that word save is floating around. Looks like it's been settled on. They'll be carrying these through to the next round, at least trying Alpha. Oh, he's gotten so lucky to hear Angel before Angel saw him. He'll get out with his rifle, and it looks like the entirety of Fnatic will as well.
Yeah, it's one of those rounds where they are a split second away from getting that bang on. Like, they had 3 players on that side of the map, a 4th even starting to rotate over, and then I think it was even just slightly before the knife, maybe knowing they'd get the information, they started rotating a player back just in case, and when that caught absolutely nothing, that was where you can understand the reasoning behind falling back that little bit more. I don't like that sign.
Which sign, Tom?
The hair one.
That's a competition I feel like you've not really entered.
It's worse that you lost, though.
It is a little bit. I mean, to Wingman, that's okay. If it was to you, Tom, I told you should have put the gel in today. I told you.
You know.
You never listen.
Oh, it's going to be a pause. No surprise, it is 5-0 at the moment for Navi. As said, they throw in these gambles on the map that's not their choice, but this is their bread and butter. This has been a map where you can go back to FPX, you go back to Party Parrots. This map's been in there a while, and they have been good at it every single time. And it seems like something they've just mastered. Like, teams have tried to adapt, swap up comps, run different things versus them, and it hasn't been able to work. Like, even think about the composition that was run by Liquid. We saw yesterday, the Bear was saying, I really love this comp for Liquid. Well, what was it, 13-5? Yeah, 13-5, that was the way it went. So we just know that this team loves to play this map. Fnatic have got to come up with an idea, something a little bit different. Luckily, they've got 2 coaches now. They got their coach from, well, actually, I don't want to, they did have Kojo, you know. I'm sure he was adding in an awful lot.
The hell is this? You're going to disrespect
He wasn't
Kojo
there
like that?
when they won 2 events last year, though. Mini was.
You never know. You never know how much prep Kojo did going into those games.
What do we call the pause? Is it El Mini?
El Mini. A mini putty? No.
No, that
doesn't
don't
sound
like
right. Leave that one on the drawing board. Well, it's good to see the mini man back in that seat, or in the seat opposite. See if the results are the same as they have been before for Fnatic. 5-0 down. They need him more now than ever. They're on ascent. Navi have looked incredibly good, and now they use an ult to entry into sight, but pretty passive play coming out the side of Alfier. He was way back on mid, avoids his utility being taken out on that initial burst, manages to delay them a couple of seconds and leave Fnatic in an okay position for retakes.
This is the thing, though, with Navi. They're just so direct in their takes that you take a pause to maybe try and adapt to what they were doing in the past, and they just run it down through B main. They now have a Hunter's Fury, and you might be thinking, well, okay, but he's within the site. But it's such narrow avenues to try and get back in that would be such a disruptive ult if he decides to use it. But the fact is, Fnatic are the ones having to try and find a way in. That's not the start they were looking for. Durka already gone. They're spotting all the players out in front of them. They've done quite a lot of damage with the spams, but they need some sort of kill, and Sugetsu is still going to be causing them issues from behind. Finally, Alpha comes alive, picks up one, a second as well, a clean couple of kills, but look at the time. Already ticking so low. Alpha is trying to do it all on his own. He's going to try and stick this one. I don't even know if his teammates are sticking around. They've fallen back. They've left him on his own, and eventually, it's going to be the round over the line anyway. Alpha tried his best, but it meant nothing.
It came close. Hell of a run at 3 kills and almost sticking the defuse. You got to feel let down that player is able to reside in Boathouse and still find that value, but they had already killed players on site and one towards the back. Just the assumption that they would be elsewhere from his teammates, and unfortunately that was the wrong call. Defuse not secured, round for Navi, and like you said, Tom, you call that pause, you try to make your adjustments, but Navi come in with a change of their own. Instead, moving quickly towards the site, and now they'll default back out to map control, now that they've had that disruptive round.
That is the thing, that is a classic Angel move, which is just, oh, you've taken a pause, we're gonna rush B. Like, you wouldn't have planned for that.
One suppressed.
And if you try and mind game Angel, you're going to be in for a bad time. It never goes well. Aggressive spot. Zipper in an awkward position. They've at least been able to isolate that jaw. Better start, but there's a reaction almost immediately. Looking to try and run straight back in through short. They've taken that control, but they are surrounded.
Found them. Take flight.
But trying to fight their way back towards the site, realizing that space hasn't been fully taken yet. Updraft used by Artis. He's going to have a tough time making it out, but the smoke just about covered his retreat.
Spike drop.
Now they get to reset for another attempt at the round. Good damage done. It's the wallbang from Alpha to find it, playing underneath the turret. That's a nasty setup, and he's got the value for it. 3 kills with Spike dropped in market, and well, they might not know where Sugetsu is, but they don't much care. They can just sit down, hold this spike, and win the round on the time. Sugetsu's job to find all 5 members of Fnatic. It looks like there's no denying that round on the board. 6-1 with an Andalucia flawless.
What a way to return to the scoreboard for Fnatic. Doing it clean, building up some cash. And actually, with how close some of these rounds have been, with only 1 player actually surviving, it means that the finances are not perfect for Navi. You're going to have Artis, okay, it's a Bucky, but it's also a Blade Storm. But the thing that worries me is that so far, it's only really been Alpha. Like, there hasn't been much more on the board thus far for the side of Fnatic. Durka's not having quite the performance he did, although I don't know if expectations can be there.
Get out of my way.
And again, an immediate battle for space, battle for the orb. I assume Zipad's going to be taking it, because the rest definitely don't need it.
Which team's going to be the first to pop some of those valuable ultis? Lockdown for Alpha as well, thanks to his flawless rounds. Leave them in a position to play retake if they so wish, but the A site might be given up slightly, given up easily if it's pressured. Short won't be. Playing very aggressive. Flash goes through. Artis is caught. Poster pulling the smoke out. He's deleted. Hunter's Fury used, and it's catching 2 tags. No kill. No follow-up on the back of it, and that damage has to be followed by someone. 50 HP, and those shocks are landing 20, and it's time to leave for Chronicle.
Oh, it seems like they might be looking to even try and battle, to try and deny anything more. Obviously, the plan for Fnatic is to try and get that lockdown into position, but with Artis still here, he's just going to try and stop this. In fact, he has a little bit of help from Angel, so he can hold the ground. Nice one from Durka, though. He's got in on the flank. Made this one competitive, brought it back to an even stance, but not for long. Artis may be low, but he's still fighting. The battle of the Jets, with Sugetsu still lurking, but Artis lands another shot. It's left all onto the Finn. He's been quiet so far. The first goes his way through, and he hits it with the classic. The time's going to be close, but I think he's got it anyway. Not going to be a problem, and he's back on the board again.
That's a less than conventional way to put a second round on the board and ace off a classic in the end. Let's get a replay of this. The first goes Artis' way. They pick up sight. They move in for the plant, and this lockdown, it seems like it could be a big problem, but Angel's dealing with it. Gets dropped by this man. Unbelievable adjustment by Artis later on, but they thought he might have been defusing. They have to go through to spot it, and that gives him the opportunity, but how he converts it, I will never know.
Durka go kill is back. I'm waiting to see Zipan go kill. But even still, a 6-2 lead. A couple of hero plays have put the economy of Navi in the dirt. A lot of ultimates used by either side in that round to try and pad the gap. And while Artis is just fragging at the moment, they're happy to give him this hero rifle to try and do everything on his own. Paranoia is good, will at least force them back for the moment, but they're going to try and execute off this boaster under pressure. He's been spotted and he's just not hitting today, and Durka can't save them this time.
Well, we spoke about the money-making rounds for Navi, how they wouldn't be on a low buy for quite a while. Well, that was achieved at least, but Artis is here in force for the thrifty win. Even with the weaker weapons, they'll make it work. This attack side has got its groove back. And Artis 14-6 right now. Last couple rounds, he's been nearly unstoppable.
You know what? I'll hold my hands up. Ash, I think you might have been right. He's 14-6. Like, the thing is, if anyone else did anything in the last round, they would have won it. Because he was killing people on 7 HP. It came down to an ace. I almost wonder if that was his call to have the hero rifle. Just go, guys, I'm winning this round. And that's the thing, Ardis is the sort of person that will do that. So is Durka. He's just run straight into mid with a Blade Storm. They don't have much to play with. Oh dear, that's not gone to plan.
No, and now the crunch coming in on mid. Boaster tries to make it away. A little bit of cover from Chronicle, and the Guardian actually does a ton of damage. Of course he does. 2 rounds where he absolutely popped off. Got it off those alone. And he certainly would have it now with another kill on the board. Alpha's aggression spotted. They're more than aware of it. And for Navi, there were no gaps in this attacking side. Even a push-up on A, the one avenue that wasn't attempted with a minute left on the clock, is still being watched by Xiao. Seeing it from above the wall. And that's the beauty of it, Tom. It's been 20 seconds since we've last seen any sign of Fnatic, and Navi are still sat in that default, waiting for another mistake to be made, expecting it.
The other thing as well, Xiao can play so passive because he has his From the Shadows available. So if they were to find a kill that opens up one side of the map, he could just TP straight in, not any risk about it. And you could see, with this pressure now coming in onto Leo, there is no help. Chronicle is as far away as humanly possible. This would have to be the play of the century. And it's not going to be anything. Zipan opens onto the site. And I think we're just going to have the long wait now of Chronicle trying to save that gun.
10 seconds
Back in the good old days, man like Chihuahua would have won that clutch.
We wouldn't have seen it, though.
Yeah, we wouldn't have seen that clutch. We didn't see this one. For Chronicle, 1v5, other side of the map. Time against him, moving. Numbers against him, weapons against him. Yeah, I think he's made the right call to sit tight and run this clock down. For Fnatic, well, Navi went down by quite a bit on the previous map, but there was a little bit of a resurgence towards the end of the half. They got to 5 rounds. It was a 7-5. Nothing but domination in that half afterwards for Fnatic. But seeing this defensive side pick up the rest of these rounds, will still only be 4, and it's not looking great, Tom. A lot of credits invested in this round, and the result is the same. Navi able to absolutely dominate them. This is where they get everything on the line, though.
Yeah, it's a round where obviously you're trying something a little bit aggressive, but it's so well prepared by Navi. They were just waiting for everything. Already we're going to see another pause. Both pauses already thrown out by the side of Fnatic. It's understandable. If you go in at a 10-2 deficit, you're not going to pull this back. It's Navi's map choice. They're no slouches when it comes to that defensive side, and with Ardis playing this well, I reckon he on his own will probably win them 2 rounds in the defense, just pulling out the operator. And that's one of the unfortunate truths of the way things have gone with a lot of these rounds being close. Finance is not really building up. We haven't seen the operator out for Durka at all. They haven't really been able to take any level of fight to mid. And that's something that if you let Navi have, they will take it every single round. And the problem is, the couple of times they did fight for it, B rush, A rush. Like, it's so difficult playing against this Navi attack because they are so committed to whatever plan Angel is throwing out.
Well, B rush, A rush, or last round as well. Durka pops Blade Storm, they double push mid, they try to take those fights. The guys just, it's smoked off, they're playing behind the smokes. And once Fnatic try to fall back, Crunch comes in from Market. Like, it seems like Navi are a step ahead every time, even coming out of that pause that Fnatic called it straight into the B rush. Angel's calling a fantastic game, and he's getting even more time here to discuss how they're going to close this one out 10-2. A big lead, one that's tough to lose, but they still have to get there. With Fnatic, the ultis aren't fantastic. They've got a null command, but then again, Zipan has his own to fight right back, and then they've got a little more to work with. Ardis' Blade Storm, when he's on this kind of form, it will be terrifying.
Again, back to this slow, tempered approach. Chronicle has his ult available. It might be something to avoid, but the same is there on the other side. And we saw this last time out with the B push. Very direct when they had this ult available. Just removes all the utility. I don't think they've checked for Alpha, so that's at least something. That's already Ardis going to be gone with the immediate trade. Leo, I don't know if he'll be expected. I don't know if they'll clear both close corners. They have not, and that's actually just as the ult ended as well. Trade's working out perfectly for Fnatic, and this little trap play has got them their 3rd round.
Yeah, it couldn't have worked any better. Defensive side set up with 3 on the board, 1 more to be found. It won't disrupt Navi's economy, but, well, You see the adjustments on their way through. They try to fight for sight. They see Alpha drop a nade right at his feet. You know, it's a fantastic crossfire. That was the part that was unknown to me. Chronicle getting involved in the first fight, and it was just a straight spam through the smoke. Again, all those steps being heard, the eye being drawn by a teammate. Easy peasy. Typically not with a Guardian to spam through, but he makes it work because he's Chronicle.
Well, and I think 4 definitely wouldn't be a death sentence, especially if they win the pistol. In the game they played versus Vitality, it was a 6-0. Backside out from Fnatic, and that's a good start. Nice little pop flash to take out Artist the last couple of rounds. He's gone down early, but they tried to double down. They tried to go in with a second flash, and that's where they're punished.
One suppressed.
Durka dropped, but like we've said before, you don't see that immediate response from Navi. Maybe if Artist was alive, he would be leading that charge, running it down, spreading out, taking the mid control. Cautious of any aggression up on A. I think Angel might even be using some of his reveal. There you go. Yeah, indeed. It's going to be the drone put through to clear this out. It will go across to Wine because there was a deep smoke earlier on. Now they know that control is safe and secure. So the push up on A can begin. No need to worry about these players on off angles. They've even spotted Leo, taken down Boaster easily. It seems to be the theme of this game with Zipan on another. The site is secured and a plant is found. Man advantage swinging heavily towards Navi. Still an ulti in back pocket for Xiao. I'm not sure if it's going to get an opportunity to be used. Instead, he's just got his rifle out waiting for that overpeak out of Alpha, and he turns on a dime for Leo. 9 rounds on this attacking side for Navi. There seems to be no stopping this squad on their map pick.
Yeah, this is a map that I almost feel like is getting to those old BBL days of just, you almost have to ban it. Unfortunately for Fnatic, that they haven't played Sunset, and it doesn't look like they're going in that direction at all. It's a nice initial set play, but again, I think it's just the oversell. I think they're so ready to try and just go for a little bit more, and that ends up being their demise. Also, Boaster really has been having a rough time. He's been isolated in every single individual duel he's taken, and okay, it may not have affected them in the last map, but I think it might be here.
Moving over to the attack side. There's not a lot of hope for Fnatic to swing back into this. But I'm very excited if we get all the way to Bind. When I heard the veto, I said it to Alpha. He said, boring maps. And I said, Bind's pretty good. He said, we're not going to get there. So in the first 2, it's going to be a boring
So what you're
series.
saying is he might have been wrong.
I think we're going there. I think we might be going there.
Maybe he's really confident in their attack. And you know what? He's definitely had his moments. I don't think they'd have 3 rounds on the board if it wasn't for Alpha. Well, 2 of them. One of them was definitely Durka's. Nonetheless, if there's going to be a comeback, this team can definitely do it. I'd say they need the pistol, but 11-3 is their speciality. Especially with Mini back in the booth. But, you know, I don't think they're going to want to try that versus Navi.
You never know. Team's been underestimating their ability. Maybe Navi will call the pause at 11-3.
I doubt it. I doubt it. 45 seconds left. Fnatic have been feeling out the map, looking for where this Navi side is stacked up. It is the B site, and that's the opposite of where they're heading. Zipan does damage, but he doesn't manage to find an opening kill. Nice work from Alpha, as he could just split this team up. Goes back for a little bit more, but he's holding this, not allowing them to rotate. And well, all I'll say is good luck, Xiao. The last man on the site, they're going to go pushing towards him. That's the only saving grace. The time ticking on. He's managed to find a second kill, but he thinks they're going the other way. It's a little bit unlucky. You understand it after he finds those couple of kills, but if he has his gun out, I don't know. He might have won that.
Yeah, after seeing, I think it's particularly Alpha grabs those kills on market. Yeah. 2 of them. And then couple seconds later, Leo comes running up. You're thinking, okay, why is Leo there as well? It's because they've started to rotate. They're on the way. But why were the players running on the side, right? You can't put 2 and 2 together that quickly in the moment. Little misread, and it ends up costing what would have been a sensational clutch and opening the door for Fnatic. Pistol round under their belt, and the follow-up put them right back on the board, 9-5. Looks a little bit more manageable, a bit more of a bite-sized problem than it was before. It's only a matter of time before we see something we didn't see for Fnatic, which is Artis's mid-control, Artis's aggression. Already, well, matter of time, I guess not. He's come in with the Marshal. I'm thinking about the later rounds, the Blade Storm, the Operator, but maybe this is what I should be worried about. You just saw the leg. He's ready for the peak. That dash is going to run out, though. And he's bailing, whether it's his choice or not.
Yeah, I thought for a second he might be able to correct, but Chronicle is a little bit quicker. I think that's the major danger gone from this round. I guess Xiao's Sheriff is the other. But again, it would have to be astonishing, especially with how safe Fnatic have actually bought here. They've gone in with 4 rifles. There's no real chance to lose any players here. It would be incredibly costly if they did. Well, Angel at the back of the site is going to be under some serious pressure. Durka takes a little bit of damage. Maybe there is a chance.
Yeah, nice smoke from Xiao. I like the idea. Reveals on Angel meant he was never to get anything done, but Xiao has picked up his one, even though he's on the low HP. Sadly, that's all they're going to find, and the Marshal traded out for the rifle in the end means negligible losses for the side of Fnatic. 9-5, rifles in hand, bit of economy in the back pocket as well. This is where the attack side kind of need this round. Otherwise, I imagine Navi are just right back, hands on the reins.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, this is going to be a strong attempt at a bonus. There's no doubt about it. Good opportunity to really springboard this. It's not going to be the end of the world, but at the same time, you don't want to allow Navi to get to 10 already this early on in the match. Just look at the way the artist is already playing. He's going walkabouts. He wants to fight straight away. He's been spotted, but it doesn't even matter. It's an immediate kill onto Durka, and actually Chronicle got tagged at the same time.
Oh, wow, yeah, he's down to 40 HP. A big blow. Off rip for Navi. As I said, his mid-control, only a matter of time till we got to see it. That's a great shock dart, preemptive. I don't know where he got that precognitive skill from. Angel lining up perhaps a shock of his own. In fact, it's a reveal. We'll see nothing but Chronicle down on 6 HP. He's thanking his lucky stars that wasn't a shock dart.
Yeah, the knife as well catching Alpha. It means there's not going to be any rotation. You've still got all of Sugetsu's utility as well, so there's not going to be any nasty surprises. You can already see Ardis watching, waiting, and Boaster is just hoping for a timing, but you're going to expect Angel to have pushed back into the corner. It means they can almost start pulling the rotations away if they really want to. Not seeing anybody with 35 seconds left, you'd expect, if anything, this would be B, but they actually went back the other way.
Yeah, Navi put their eggs in the wrong basket. Seems they're going to come falling out. Let's see if there's a bounce to it. Zipban, one at least found. Chronicle still being very, very low. Will struggle to even cross to the side if he waits much longer. 12 seconds as Sugetsu dances around, attempting to isolate, fights successfully doing so. And that's the spike dropped. Well,
yeah, it's done.
We mentioned the spike crossing to the side. In fact, it crosses to the switch and it will stay there. Alphayer left alone, and well, it's a choice of Navi whether they want to punish him or not. Looks like the weapon will be carried forward, but the rounds now sit double for Navi.
Yeah, the rifle being killed off is no real importance for the side of Navi. Like, there's going to be a purchase on the board for Fnatic anyway, so it's not going to change too much. But yeah, the thing is, they did well to sort of pull rotations away, and then it just took them way too long to get anywhere near. I like the idea, though, from Zipan. So they throw down the util from Killjoy just to basically deny him. He just walks through it and takes a kill, and I don't think they were ready for him to just step into a nano swarm and take loads of damage. Now already, we see this aggression again. It's going to be something that is done regularly by Ardis. When he's this far up on the board, there's no surprises.
Caution here.
However, though, it's the swap up. You now have that Cypher on the other side of the map, and a stack up actually more so towards middle than anywhere else.
I don't think that's going to have much consequence not spotting Leo. Oh, that will have a consequence, though. I mean, they were even thinking about putting the drone through. Alpha says, hold on, wait 1 sec. Let me just see if he's still there. Takes his head clean off. Now they've got control towards the site, potentially just Ardis standing in his way. The dash was perfect right after the shot landed. Numbers equalized. Ardis back out looking for more. This guy doesn't know how to back down. Sugetsu not able to spray transfer. The ammo runs dry, and Fnatic with that pick, I thought they'd move towards the spawn. Instead, they look for Ardis. They find him, pick it up, and Zipan flashing a little bit early. Gives away the play, but still finds two. It's down to Xiao and Boaster. The Omen head-to-head, one of them's had a little bit of an easier series so far than the other, but this could be Boaster's chance to pull it all back in their favor.
My ultimate is ready.
It's been his awakening this round. He's got a couple of kills. but he is up against Xiao, a full belt of utility. Ultimate available for Boaster if he wants to try and use it to try and reposition, get some info, but may not want to give anything away to Xiao.
Shadows traveling.
Smoke already thrown out. Paranoia could be utilized towards this backside, and Boaster is just homed in on that smoke, waiting for him to make some sort of sound, but that sound is not going to be heard. It has to be the instant shot, but he's not seen him! It's perfect for Boaster! A slight reposition, and Xiao is bamboozled.
Beautiful play from the IGL and Fnatic. Look at the posture of Xiao. I've never
he's
seen
lounging.
him
No,
so
he is always
relaxed.
lounging.
That is impressive. Even in the 1v1, he doesn't sit up. He doesn't pull the chair in. All right, no worries. I got this. Not this time. Good paranoia, no follow-up. This is insane. The fact that they don't get hit by the flash, the fact there's a reactive paranoia, and he's ahead of it. And what a way to win out the round for Boaster. He's had a slow start. In fact, that 3K doubled his kills on this map so far.
Well, what a time to wake up. We know that Bind awaits if Navi closes us out, but Fnatic are not want to go there. We've already seen what Angel can do to players when he's on form. This round, though, a little bit more of a gamble. I say a little bit. Every single Navi player currently on one side of the map. You expect, though, with the weaker finances that Fnatic are going to do their due diligence. They'll take their time. Okay. Normally, Alpha's the one dishing out those sort of shots, not on the receiving end. And that actually cuts off one side of the map for them. You're already going to see Ardis go back to just jump spotting mid. But they are now making their way further towards that stack. If they push into this, it could be huge problems for Fnatic.
Well, not a big problem taking Zipan down, but yeah, the numbers what make this so terrifying. Drone on its way, running out, found one. It's not enough to send them in the other direction. They might think that's an isolated player. Dirk is finding out it's not. The dash reveals at least 3 here now. Fnatic realize they've ran into the stack, but there's nothing to do. They have to take these fights. They have to win them. And it's Leo with all the pressure on his shoulders. Great connection to close it out from Ardis. 11 rounds on the board. Navi do it again with the weaker weapons.
Yeah, they're just able to sell the ruse that there was no one there. Pretty much every player, I think, bar Xiao dodging the drone. You can understand Durka's response. Okay, I clear this man out, I win. And instead he dashes right into Angel. Who gets a free kill. Again, it just, Ardis not missing shots. He hasn't been this whole map. 21 and 11. It has been a display of the duelists throughout these series so far. Well, 11 to 6. Weaponry, it's as bad as it gets. Durka, he had an ace earlier to get them one of their first rounds on the board. They might need it again.
It's gorgeous as well, the fact that Xiao was the one spotted by that drone. Of course, you're expecting Xiao to be the guy that's left behind on A, so everything was adding up.
He's got paranoia, he's got smokes,
exactly
he's
right.
got all the
One-way
delay.
smokes, all this sort of stuff they'd already killed out. One on the other side, nicely done by Durka to find one, and the damage makes it an easy trade. Weapon retreat for Leo, but he's gone into his drone at the wrong moment. Boaster saves the day on the frenzy, keeps the numbers in their favor. 4 versus 2. Zipan and Sagetsu left to do it all, make that just the cipher of Navi. And with damage done, it might look a little bit easier, but when you see those guns in firing squad positions, there's naught to do. A Thrifty for Thrifty traded out 11 to 7. The gap is 4, but if they keep trading back and forth, Navi will be closing this out with 2.
Yeah, it's a very aggressive stance for a round where you know your opponents don't have finances. Like, this is so risky from the side of Navi. The double push-up up against that Blade Storm gave them an opener, and then from there on out, it's just fantastic from Fnatic to make sure that any of the cheeky plays just don't work out. I think especially Angel's swing was just... It was basically throwing everything into the wind. Everything relied on him just getting a multi-frag there, otherwise the round falls apart. Now for Navi, the back and forth has meant that each time they're getting a slightly better weak purchase. And they do have themselves a fair few ults to play with. Only the Hunter's Fury missing, but they got Blade Storm for Ardis, a couple of rifles that can be purchased up, but I almost feel like just taking less risks, forcing Fnatic into these late executes is what's been working for them better on this defensive side. And a lot of these aggressive plays, okay, at the beginning of rounds have been great, but a lot of the rest have been far riskier than needed.
Navi's timeout's coming to an end. Means it's time to get back on the server and just take a look at the board in front of you. Lots of ultis online. We could have somewhat of an explosive round, although some of them not going to be as impactful as others. Sugetsu, Xiao, not so much, but Zipan and that Blade Storm for Artis. And that's the real one in this round. I'm expecting him to pop it right off rip, Frenzy to fall back on. And we said about his mid control, how dangerous it can be. Perhaps we'll get to witness it here. He's backed off from short already though, on the rotate into the spawn where he'll be jump peeking, spotting that no one's pushing mid, and it looks like the gamble from him will be the B side. As well, Tom, with Navi having dominated a round before, I think it was a flawless, if I'm not mistaken, when they had these, or very close to, when they had these pistols. I can understand why Fnatic are so slow at the start, but they're now starting to group up and look towards the site.
I wouldn't mind seeing them use a lockdown here, honestly. Just to make sure that you can convert this round. You know that there's going to be something in play. The safer you can make this, the better. And you already see they're using the paranoia and a drone, but instead there's the counter. The knife was a split second late, just a millisecond earlier, and that wouldn't have worked. Now again, they've already got that man advantage. You can see instead it's going to be the Hunter's Fury, and while they've managed to isolate Artis, that's the main one. Shot not connected either by Angel. They see Xiao, low HP with everything to find, and they've done well. They've cleared things out without too many problems. Just the initial fight didn't go their way. And now, well, unless Sugetsu's going to pull something truly impressive off with a rifle, you'd expect this one to go the way of Fnatic.
Yeah, the peek out of Durka as well. A little too high octane for them. 1 versus 3. Sugetsu, no abilities, not that they'd help here. And the main thing being that Leo is on his way slowly up behind him. If this does get out of hand, he's the man that's relied on to close out the round, possibly even to find the exits, as we can see Sugetsu inside main doing very much the same. He's going to let Fnatic exit this site and try to take the weapons out of their hands.
Does Leo read it? If he does, then he can basically save his team a hell of a lot of weaponry, and that's exactly what he does. Well played from Leo, well played from Fnatic. It definitely looked like that got dangerous, at least for a second, but it's not going to work out for Navi this time. Even still, this is where they come back in with a purchase. It literally is a split second from him losing the knives. It's a little bit unlucky, but as I said, I don't mind Fnatic committing an ultimate here just to make sure that this round ends up being clean. Because if it goes back, I think that's where they lose the game.
I mean, just a glorious read, though, and a great call from Angel on the other side, to, or from whoever came up with that one. Artis initially peeks out on mid, sees no one there, pops the ult, runs to B, and waits for contact. The second the drone is heard, counts it up, lets it round the corner, and up he goes. The exact idea being they're going to use that lockdown, and we can punish it. It worked, at least to punish the lockdown, but now Fnatic have that ult to use here if they so wish.
Yeah, they've already spotted a couple of players. Counter knife, there is that lockdown, which is going to force them into more awkward positions. Nice shot from Xiao, though. They may just opt to try and play the retake from this position. Angel, though, is going to take down a second. There's no way they're getting into this site at this point. Counter Hunter's Fury as Navi want to get themselves to 12, although it hasn't connected onto anyone. Alpha, he's taking a risk, he's taking a gamble, he's got a chance to 2, and he finds it as well. Leaves things into a competitive position. He may have gone down, but he's given them a chance. Leo and Boaster stuck in a 2v3 scenario. No abilities to be had. They're going to be stuck at the back of the site, waiting for their opponents to commit to this. Artis with an operator, honed in on this position, waiting for somebody to try and swing. The timing wasn't the best, and he's not going to connect the shots, but his teammates are slowly making their way forward. Even still, though, that clock is ticking down. Navi need to get a move on, and the shot's just not hitting. It's left onto Boaster. He'll get one at least, but that is all she wrote. 12 rounds will be heading onto the board, and Fnatic will have to streak 4 together if they want to take this.
OT or map 3 for Fnatic. Either way, all either team needs is a win. We saw it earlier in one of our previous series this week, Tom. Had to be a 2-0 for Heretics or else it was slipping away. Not the case here. All you need is the series, and Navi are close to at least making that an even ground yet again. Deciding it on Bind. Oh, I feel like we're rolling back the years, especially Ascent and Bind with these teams, with these players as well. Great to see Artis back on this squad, and you really do think that's part of what they were missing in the past. 22 and 14. This Jet, unbelievable. Could have had someone else on the jet, couldn't they?
Yeah, they did have seen him before.
Had a pretty decent jet, but they were allergic to having him on that agent at times.
Oh, this is going to be roaming into middle. Look at the amount of counter utility that's just being expended just to try and take this control. A knife, a drone. I don't want to face off against this guy. An early stack up into B as well. Same as before, but with all of the Cypher utility on the other side, you kind of understand it. There's plenty of delay available for Navi. Even still, though, they are going to head into this stack up, trying to bait out that they've gone in another direction, but Navi are waiting.
There's been great punishes here before. Zipan, the first man to take contact, the reveal. Not going to give any information away past that there's one player there, but now it starts to come rolling in. Oh. Dash out of Durka, but he's obscured by the smoke. Leo manages to find one with the wall back. Okay. Chronicle on the double, and they're ready for Sagetsu. They were watching it, but they turn just as he makes it through that smoke.
30 seconds
with
left.
support on the way from Artis, they've got to deal with Sagetsu here and now. 6 HP and he's dropped, but the op swinging through. It spotted Leo, but the shot wasn't fired, not just yet. 7 bullets. Leo not gonna have time to reload, not gonna have time to do anything. Artis is here ahead of him. 13-8. Navi claim their home ground in dominant fashion. And we're set up for a decider on Bind. 3 maps between Navi and Fanatic. I wouldn't have it any other way. It's time to go off to a break, and when we come back, we'll have Bind coming your way.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it, see the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing. Ay. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. fearless, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try and get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things I wanna weigh up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the that's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes.
Nice out of this.
Not even close.
In his defense, a lot of those rounds weren't even close when he was popping off. And Navi, they hit back with a map win of their own, which means we're definitely gonna see Bind. I'm your host, Yings, and I'm back here with Kakuka and Ash. Ash, you wanted to see Artist pop off, and he did. So yeah, I guess we have you to thank for that.
Hey, I'm glad I didn't curse it, at least, so the Navi fans wouldn't be coming for me right now for saying that. Yeah, literally. But he did really well, and a lot of that was assisted by Zippen on that KO, of course, flashing him in to a lot of those positions. But it was aggressive Artists that we know and love.
Here's the thing, right? For most of the teams, you can think that starting on the attack might be a detriment to their playstyle. For Navi, they make it look effortless. The way that Artist was set up time and time again, also the way that he was moving around the map. Every single piece of utility that he was using came onto something. Also, the trades were coming in for them. But also, the fact that they started off getting 6 rounds in a row gives you that kind of momentum and that possibility of snowballing, that it doesn't matter what side you're starting in. You're definitely taking this map.
Honestly, I don't have the hard stats, but I'm pretty sure I'm right about this. I don't think any other team have as many reps on attack side Ascend than they do. Because they always pick this map, and their opponents always pick defense. They always have to start on attack. They have so much reps. And this is why I was talking about why Fnatic's map pool seems really bad when they go up against Navi now, because they have never won against Navi on Ascent. That trend continues today. And Navi ban out the Icebox, which Navi have never won. And now that leaves us Bind. I guess the data is a little bit more even here. But still, I feel like Fnatic, they seem to be in a bad spot now.
Yeah, I think that in general, right, the map pool is not looking the best. I think that Shadow was also mentioning in the pre-show, having a permaban this late into the game is always going to play opposed to you. But coming into Bind, literally anything can happen, because this could be the best of the best for both of the teams.
Bind is also that map where Fnatic ended up starting off 3-11 up against Koi.
One of them.
Right? One of them.
The fact that it happened twice.
Yeah, that's pretty scary heading into a decider here when everything is on the line for playoffs. And again, I was talking about it with Kakuka earlier. It's the fact that we're seeing this head-to-head of the old guard with Navi versus Fnatic, and the fact that one will not make it over to...
Oh, they might still make it.
Well,
they might still make it. Yeah,
it's not, but it's out of their hands.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to be great. But I want to bring back to what Shadow said real quick, because he was like, we scrim Navi loads on Bind, and what they do is super interesting. Do you think that's a comp change interesting, or do you think maybe it's just cooking?
I don't think it's a comp diff. I think that they've understood, like the composition that they chose is actually very good. They know how to make it work. I love also the versatility that they have. For example, map 1, Angel in the Euro, and then you have Artis going on the Jet, and now you're going on to Bind. We expect to see Zippen on the Raze. Having this kind of versatility and making everything work is one of the reasons why Navi looks so good. But I think that what Shadow was referring to is they're actually finding so many cool things to do with this composition. I know that at the beginning of the year, they lost against BBL, but to be fair, anybody that thinks that that was not an amazing map from BBL was not watching, because they were shut down time and time again by bare fundamentals. The fact is, if they have been able to move past that and actually became a staple in the map, go for them.
I mean, you also have to consider the fact that even just seeing Ascent there as we head into Agent
okay.
Where's the Gecko? Come on.
Angel's just gonna go play Cypher. He don't care about the Gecko.
Apparently, Angel doesn't care about anything today.
He's just gonna play Cypher.
He's just on brand.
Yeah? Do we like?
I mean, I understand what you want to do. I mean, you have a lot of Sentinel power now if you add on the Cypher. I understand that, of course, the freedom that all the players are going to have pushing over to you, even getting to plant the spike, these trips are going to make everything much, much more complicated. And I'm very excited to see the cameras that he's going to...
That's probably what Shadow was referring to, Ash.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
This change in the agent composition. I mean, it's interesting because normally you don't see the Sentinel coming in for the double control.
I don't think that normally exists with Angel.
That's fair.
Well, I can't wait to see what's going to happen here, of course. Whoever wins this map, Mitch and Tom, will be heading to playoffs.
It's time to send someone all the way, Fnatic or Navi. What a choice to make, and what better map to decide it on than Bind, rolling back the years. I'm excited to see what they're bringing to bear. No Gecko out of the side of Navi.
A Cypher instead as well. It's a pretty drastic change to sort of pull that one in. I almost wonder if this is just trying to catch their opponents off guard. That's what it seems like, at least, because the way that he played that Gecko was hyper aggressive. It worked fantastically well versus Vitality, went awfully versus KC. So I guess this is the change they've decided to make.
See if it throws off any of Fnatic's prep as we get into the game. Barriers up, and away they go. Fnatic on the attack side. They're not looking to make a move just yet. Passive play out of Alpha here, watching for any pushes up on A. Well, the rest of the squad has their sights set on some early long control. Smoke down, used early by Xiao to deny that control. Be probably a flash burned up to get through it. Or they'll just wait it out all the way. Whereas the good thing about having that Gecko on Fnatic is they don't have to commit their sky flashes that don't regenerate anymore. Leo, 10 seconds after picking up Dizzy, has it back online and ready to go. And it'll be used to entry in.
Yeah, already looking to try and clear that space. Of course, context here. Winner of this map is in playoffs. That is all you need to know. The other will have to wait and see. And for Fnatic, starting out on the attack side, that is where they have had some of their best performances. 10-2 after almost losing this map to Koi was how they dominated on that attack. See if they've still got it in them here already as they look to build into the A site.
This Viper wall gives them a lot of space, but the knife not going to deny the wall, but any extra entry utility.
30 seconds left.
Leo to have Dizzy back online soon, and players shifting away. But it doesn't look like that direction change is going to be sustained. Chronicle perhaps selling somewhat of a fake. The Tiger's going out.
Yeah.
While the rest of the squad makes their way back into the A side. Dizzy up top. Wingman going for the plant, and Alpha picking up one. 15 seconds left, and they've just about got this done in time. And now Navi are left scattered. 2 players on site, but they won't be taking the fights. At least you don't imagine they will until the rest of the squad rallies up. And now 4 players ready for the retake.
Yeah, they fell for the ruse and now have to deal with it. Alpha still kicking, in fact. He's just taken over the round already with 3 kills. It's looking like Durka is going to be that second punch alongside him. And Andaluthia flawless for Fnatic as they'll take that first pistol.
Nice and clean to begin it up. It's been a couple of rounds like this from Alpha. Seems like whenever he's got this ghost in his hand, his aim is just dialed up. Nothing but headshots on those first 2, and no different for the third. Very clean out of the side of Fnatic, and I don't know that the fake worked wonders over on B. The execute came in pretty quickly, but you definitely saw those players not being able to stack up, which is what Navi have been good at. Time and time again, able to get ahead. Now, the wall, I'm gonna say from Alpha, it probably just probably not the wall he was intending to throw out. It ends a little shallow. Just a little bit. Yeah, there it is. Thanks, Jack. Thanks for that one, Jack. Nice close-up.
No, it's an anti-flash wall.
Ah,
It's
yes, the
anti-flash.
famous anti-flash wall.
Anti-flash wall.
Pioneered here by Alpha
It's actually named after his auntie, who is the Flash.
I see. Right. Oh, God. This is going to be a long one. Well, now look, these things for Alpha, he's not going to be able to sneak his way up close, but realistically, this isn't the round where you want to be doing that. If you're going up for Lamb's control with that Viper wall, nice and stealthy, you're going to get shortied. As we can see, Artis has one in his back pocket, well, more so in his two hands, ready to rumble. The orb was thrown up and over, which does deny him space, but all of this slow play on A sort of gives away to Navi that that's not where the push is going to come through. They've decided to gamble up on B. And as we can see, that was the wrong call. Question is, does anybody make the misstep of running into Artis?
You'd have to hope there's going to be a hell of a lot of utility. Well, he's lucky to be alive himself. Now that Shorty's value is diminished significantly. In fact, they're actually going to push up quite close. Maybe there's a world where he can pull off a miracle shot, especially with Tucker just sitting on the other side. Already going to take away their utility, but had a little bit of help from a friend. Zipan does manage to get one, though. Any further cost would be problematic, but they are getting wiped out. It is simplistic for Fnatic. A single kill coming across in 2 rounds is not the start that Navi were looking for.
No. A lot of these have been that little bit closer, but I mean, the pistol, you can forgive it for sure. Let's see this lineup. Okay, so it's a little better now. We get to see on the server where Alpha has got the wall down. They just aimed a little bit too low last time. These things happen. Not very often, but they do.
It's all right. When he's 4-0, it doesn't matter.
No better round for it to happen in top.
If he was 0-4, then maybe we'd call in the question.
Yeah. Listen, but if that happens in a bye round, it could be pretty detrimental. At least it was here with the pistols. Round 3, as we saw, there was a lot brought to bear by Fnatic, and that means that they've got a lot of rifles, a lot of dueling power coming into round 3, despite those first 2. This is typically the bonus. I don't look at that this way at all. This is a full buy v full buy with a little bit of a safety net for Fnatic to fall back, knowing they can buy again if they lose this. For Navi, they need to stop this from snowballing into Fnatic's control early on. Little tag, but that's all it amounts to.
Yeah, that's the thing. Both teams are running a similar idea when it comes to the way they're playing in those second rounds, just making sure the rifles are on board. That trip has still not been broken, but eventually will be cleared. All it really bought was a little bit of extra time, as again, it looks like they're going to go towards this A site. This time the stack is there once more. Artis still having that knife available, could catch every single member. It's definitely going to catch a few, 4 of them. That might have to put a stop to this, at least for now.
Well, they're definitely going to have to wait out the suppression. TP available to go back if they wanted it, but I don't think they do. Durka already finding 1 nade committed, and they'll take control of Lamps. Here come the smokes. Fnatic looking to swarm the site. Sagetsu catches an angle up top, but, well, he had nowhere to go there. Big swing out of Leo, flashes through, and looks like Artis wants to do very much the same. A flash out of the smoke, and they were concealed, but Chronicle came marching in. The molly almost dropped Artis. He's down on 12 health. Xiao is tagged low, and maybe Zipan has to be the man to be setting the first foot on the site. Although with low HP, I've never seen Artis back away from a fight. Zipan down, now he has to be the man to do the damage. Here comes the swing, and Artis gets them both! 1 shot needed in return, but nothing found!
His aim has been crispy today. Like we saw it on the last map. I think he's one of the only glimmers of hope in the first map. He really has just been the hero that Navi have needed in many of these rounds. It's definitely good to see him back in EMEA. And well, a round where, honestly, it was needed. If a single of these shots goes amiss, he is down and out, and I think the round slips away from them. Either way, it's not going to be too much of a problem. In fact, they're going for an outlaw on Durka. This is curious, because he can still buy. I think he just wants that opening kill to try and get himself a showstopper.
I think he's also looked at the credits in play for Navi after that. A lot of damage was done. A lot of players are left low, and in fact, 4 players are coming into this round with light shields to play with Angel with none after those tags. There's a lot of potential, a high skill ceiling for Durka, who's 6-1 right now, and basically has a fast-firing operator for most of these players.
That's the thing. The reason they're pre-firing that angle is because Angel's game plan so far has just been to run and go for the trip.
Nice shot.
I think if he faced anyone other than Artist, maybe he has a chance there. But as I said, he's just not missing at this stage. But yeah, it's not a bad spot to pre-fire at all, because every single round he's placing this trip. This time he switched up his cam position to play into mid instead, but it's just a little bit of extra information. And that's all they've really got from it.
Flash up and in. Response is a snake bite from Sugetsu. Cam spotting another. That's 2 players around A. And the idea that Chronicle is in Bath is very much in their favor after the knife revealed him. Artist swings through to catch the kill, but no, the punish is there. The numbers are equalized, but Navi have got plenty more players to try to defend this A site. 3 in position, up top, Zipan not blinded, not even needed with Sugetsu's shots.
Spike planted.
Made good, Boaster out of position, he tries to take advantage of it though. Getting up close on the triple box, opportunity on the swing, but Sugetsu was ready. Just holding the angle, expecting some sort of over-aggression and finding a third with the big swing. Alpha's the last man standing with the whole squad waiting for that peak. There's no way to stop it. Defuse has even changed hands at just the last second time they're about to pull it through. But Zipan realizes he's 1 orb away, so his showstopper is now going to be online for the next round for Navi.
Yeah, I'm liking the initial stack up, and also this round was again just down to Sugetsu constantly trying to trade him out, put him in awkward positions. I think it took them a long time as well to actually destroy Angel's cam. It was constantly there just giving them extra information. I love how we had to censor the entirety of what he just said.
I was going to say, I love when you hear a player go, nice! You see him say 10 more words, they're all muted. You got a good idea of what might have been said there. Round 5. Showstopper was online for Zipan last, as they ended out the round.
It's the same again. Honestly, if they just spam that, he will die one of these rounds, because he's just walking out to put that in. Darker, I think he was just prepared to try and deal with the trip, not prepared to deal with Artis.
Never mind your showstopper, I suppose. And the juggle of the weapons from Alpha back towards the spawn. Leo's on his way to pick that up. Which one's Alpha going to give him? Ah, it's the Guardian.
We already knew the answer.
Okay.
We already knew the answer.
Okay.
The rest of the players, though, not going to have the same luck in those fights. Like, just be able to get anything done with a Sting or a Classic is not going to be easy. And you can see the second that Navi have got that initial kill, they are back to being so ridiculously passive. They know that the trip has to be broken. The thing is, he's not moved the position of it because it's only being put there for information. They just want to know that if that position is being fought for, whether or not they have to be wary of it. Otherwise, they can gamble, they can focus onto mid.
30 seconds left.
Well, actually, Ultimate is going to be committed here.
Yeah, 2 smokes already down. Angel has a spot to duel from, and he's doing damn well. Quick double, quick triple, in fact.
Spike down A.
You see the assist come through. Artis is getting some free rating out of that one. Not too much for him to really do when Angel's popping heads like that.
Left.
Although I suppose it does help that they can't bombard him with utility and get him out of the angle. Guess we have to give him the assist.
You pretend like Angel wouldn't have pushed that, even if he was blinded, stunned, snake bit. It wouldn't have mattered. He was still going to fight for that. They are. Navi, they've returned. These last few rounds, it's been a slow-paced attempt, but it's just these few little plays. You can see that there's constant wariness of where all of this utility is put into place. They have to be dealing with this. Again, the Cypher not necessarily the most common pick when it comes to bind. A lot of the time you're going to rely a lot more on that information play. Like the double initiator has become somewhat of a norm.
Breathe deep.
But they're still getting that. And the switch up again. This time it's going to be Hookah. Maybe after the failed attempts at the A site. There's expectations here that's going to be on to B. And it means that they can stack up a couple of players on the other side of the map instead.
Well, very slow play from Fnatic. No aggression this time seen towards A. They're not trying to move up and break the trap that we can see is not there. Soon the information will fall into their hands that B site's being approached. Boombot going through, but they haven't seen the traps just yet.
It's one of the pieces that just goes straight under it.
Typically, you'll see Durka, if you're going to use that showstopper for entry, move towards Hookah as well. I like the idea from Navi, but they've gone a little bit of a different direction, moving exclusively through long. And if this burst comes out of Durka, there could be a free kill on the corner, but no, they've decided to move it back in the other direction.
The thing as well is you've got Zepan in an aggressive spot with his own showstopper. So you imagine the second he popped his, the same would happen on the other side. Thrash is going to be used to take the space. Again, though, it hasn't got rid of the utility that's waiting there. Eventually, they're going to go straight through, but already, it's actually going to be Zipper. There you go, the trade out. 23 seconds, they've got to try and make a move here. Alpha, though, has stepped on when needed. That's exactly what has turned this round on its head. Everything else failed for Fnatic, but Alpha is still there.
Couldn't even get the Thrash through thanks to a brilliantly placed knife coming out of Artis, perfectly timed as well. Almost managed to catch the showstopper too. Xiao got an angle there, making a little bit of noise. Thrash part 2, and this time it's caught one. They're chasing him down, running it, but Xiao's there to protect. Flash goes in, doesn't go all the way, and Alpha realizes he doesn't want to get over aggressive. They'd already slowed them down with a Thrash connection. That should be enough. It could be enough, maybe not. Artis is in with 2. Alpha, the last man standing, suppressed as well. They've got him boxed in. The nade will keep him back. The swing will put him down. 4 on the board for Navi, now double that of their opponents, and another fantastic round from Artis, not just in the dueling. The early utility was perfect, but the late round impact immeasurable.
Yeah, I think this was just a really good setup in general from the side of Navi. Like having those trips there for the initial contact, that is the first time we've seen them place that utility on that spot on the map, a read onto the ults that were there. Then, as you said, the quick rotation from KO to deny them other utility that was being expended, and then just having the showstopper. Like, the rest of the players can't push in from long because he could just blast the entire team. So they are stuck in the mud. The only thing that almost saved them was Alpha. Like, the fact he gets 2 kills on the entry made that round even remotely competitive. And as you said, Artis was there for that too.
I love this synchronized Baby Bay from the coaching staff. It's perfect. Nice. As we see Navi now set up in a prime position. Weak credits from Fnatic, not much invested. Still a little bit of dueling ability, and those stingers can be dangerous. And a Viper's Pit, well, if a plant comes in, that could definitely turn the tide of the round.
There. Wait, it's not destroyed it?
No.
They're trying to use a blast pack to get rid of the utility, and it just has not worked. So if he tries to now go through this, he's still going to get caught. It's just irritating. Again, this is a lot of what Angel would do. He's just trying to be as annoying as possible. It was the same with his Gecko. Hyper-aggressive, ridiculous plays. And well, the trip is going to be hit, but again, it's not broken. Wow, Alpha a little bit less lucky this time.
Decent connection to start. Viper's Pit, one of the big dangers if Fnatic did get the plant in, now out of the round. Angel could be in trouble. This is a stinger up close in the trap. It might reveal, it might slow him down, but the shots need to be hit on the other side. There's the shoulder seen, spotted. Left. You expect that swing any moment, but Chronicle's just conscious of stepping into that trap. Flash used at the wrong moments. No way he could have known, but the snake bite came in, landed just in time. Orbital strike pushes them way out in the open, and the kills come in quickly on the back of it. Great response from Navi, patient, as they could see Fnatic were set up to push their site. And unwavering in the defense. Now 5 in a row. There's a timeout from Fnatic, and exactly like you say, Tom, there had to be.
Yeah, they're starting to fall into every single trap that's being played. I don't mind the idea from Chronicle just to try and deep flash for his team, but again, just every single time there's something put into play. Navi have had the counter. And again, we've seen a couple of teams do this now, where a Cypher has been thrown into a map where it's not the most common, but you're witnessing the reason that it's there. And I think that's something I've been enjoying over the last couple of days, is just how these sort of niche agents, or maybe not niche in the form of Cypher, but other agents as well, are being utilized to just irritate. And I think Angel is the master of that. Just putting this utility into position, and it's something that you can visibly witness Fnatic trying to deal with in these rounds. Okay, I've got to throw a blast back, I've got to throw in the Tiger, I've got to do this, because otherwise I'm going to run into the trip. And in the meantime, you're trying to deal with Angel, and every other member of Navi is going, well, if they're trying to deal with him, I can just spam the smoke, I can just run it down. Artis could just swing an angle with a flash. Like, it just makes things easier for everyone else. It is tough for Fnatic at this stage. The other thing as well is, what this comp is very good for Fnatic is post-plants. Their post-plants on this map in general have always been incredible. Well, the last few rounds, they haven't even got close to getting a plant.
That goes there.
I mean, Navi, just looking at that timeline as well, though, 3 diffuses, and even when they have come through, feels like a lot of those, a lot of the kills are already coming in on the way to the site. They're picking them off, leaving Navi with advantages late in the round that they're capitalizing on time and time again. Navi, defensive side, and looking to push up and take control over Bat. Same trap put, but this time Zipman's there to back it up. Fnatic, though, are looking for presence elsewhere, and they've already forced the Viper's Pit out of Sugetsu. It's at least something to work with. That ult not going to be placed later in the round. The post-planned ability of it neutralized somewhat, and Falfa can find his own space to get his ult in play. Well, the thing is, they're a lot easier to work with.
It's again another idea of just them trying to push them into Angel's utility. Like, they've got so many ideas based around this, awkward cam positions as well, and then even just a 3-man stack up. The thing here, though, is the ults. Like, if Fnatic don't manage to get this round through, where they almost have themselves a Seeker, Viper's Pit, as you mentioned, but also an Orbital Strike, which is always so good for just forcing players out, especially in a position like Lamps. I don't know how Xiao actually plans to get out of this one if things go wrong.
Something terrifying about Angel on the Cypher as well. Having all that time to sit back and calm, look in his camera, spotting them on the cross. There's 2 on their way over. Flash, nade used, but nobody is inside of Lamps. Navi have given up that control, playing on the backside instead. Angel wants to keep Bath in their hands. It'll be off the contact of Xiao. He's pushed out by the Orbital Strike, and Angel's here! Maintaining all the control, grabbing the ult for information, and with 14 seconds left, you can't even commit to planting that spike. The reveal would be the end for you. There's the attempt at it, but the shots are fired back immediately. No space for Fnatic on this A side, all thanks to Angel. Another round found, and the defensive side's running away with it.
Every time they do well on this map, I see him pick an agent, and I go, surely that's not going to be good. And then it's the difference maker. It was the same with this Gecko versus Vitality. I went, I don't know how that's going to work. And then he drops, what was it, 25 kills, 15 deaths, playing basically entry. This time, it's Cypher again. Just hits the timing perfectly, gets his ultimate, reveals everyone. As you said, it's just too disruptive. Like, the guys on Fnatic would have to take the biggest risk of all time of planting while they're visible through a smoke. It's just not going to happen. And while the ult was committed as well in the Orbital Strike from Boaster, it achieved something, but very little in the grand scheme of things. 6 rounds in a row now for the side of Navi. We don't normally sing the praises of their defense, and well, we talk about this man being hit and miss, but so far it's been nothing but hits.
All right, he took back a trap earlier on to place that one.
Camera taken out.
I mean, I can't question what the hell is going on inside Angel's brain, but I wish I understood it. Because the guy knows. He knows a lot more than I do. Oh, okay. No, that was too much. That flash, just a second too early. Maybe a little more.
Oh, they've thrown out Thrash here. Fnatic believing they can take this round home. It's going to be returned to Leo. Sugetsu has got this timing spot on. There has to be somebody watching this, and there isn't. They are not ready for the swing. First his way. Artist takes the other one away from him, but that doesn't mean he's stopping anytime soon. It's left all onto Boaster, and he has absolutely no idea where Zipen is coming from.
30 seconds left.
Just an irritating position, and nade to bring him low as well. Forced out, he's not even going to get away from it. It's another round for Navi that, again, things were committed there by Fnatic. It's damage, but look at the credits.
Well, that's it. 7-2 for Navi. No hassle in terms of buying up weapons. Later on, as you said, their credits stacked high, and that was before the round officially ended. Maxing out a lot of these guys. And with such an aggressive lead, you have to hope that for Fnatic, they've got some fight in them in these last couple rounds. We saw Navi equalize up to 7-5 in the first map. Fnatic need to do the same. Viper's Pit, still there. Seeker, still there, but post plans for Fnatic, they haven't been there.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning as well that although a win for either side will get them qualification, I do feel like Fnatic might be in a slightly more dangerous spot. I think Navi, they, especially after winning a map, it will come down to round difference or something like that versus Gentlemates who have a really bad round difference. Whereas for Fnatic, there's still a few teams that could make it through. Nonetheless, it's not over yet, but that's not the start they were looking for already. Zepan is going to find the opener and put them at a man disadvantage once again.
Yeah, Durka's first map was lights out. Not a good round from him here as he's shut down early, and they go right into the judge of Sagetsu to try and recover these disadvantages. Well, that's not going to happen. Mosh Pit Wingman committed. Traded weapon for Sagetsu, and Artis is picking them up on the cross while their eyes are set on lamps. They weren't ready for the Bath player to go swinging. 8 rounds on the board. Navi showing no signs of slowing down. Credits for the rest of the half. Ultis will come online before this one ends, and Fnatic, well, hey, Tom, they've actually still got their Viper Spit.
They have. They've had it for a while now as well. And I think the most dangerous thing it's currently at this point is you have to remember the game they had to come back from versus Koi. Like, they had a horrific time when it came to their defense. Yeah. Like, the reason they needed an incredible comeback was because they had such a poor first half. So this is really scary for Fnatic. At least getting those last few rounds are going to be integral.
Hear me out. Maybe they're setting up an 11-3 scoreline to do the funniest thing. They got Mini back.
Right.
It's all adding up.
I didn't realize you were running the Fnatic Twitter account on the side.
It's all part of the plan. I was speaking to Devard.
Oh, that's so sad as well, yeah. I like Devard. You've taken his job with the pure cope. He's probably tweeting just skeletons right now.
I don't think I can do it better than him. I'll be honest. He's always got faith. Well, 2 rounds on the board for Fnatic. Here's a chance to make that a little bit better. They're moving towards B. Another setup from Angel awaits them. They couldn't crack it last time. Last time, it was Chronicle sent there with a stinger.
Always in the right place. It's actually annoying me every single round. His setup is on the right side of the map. This time as well, they have the 2 agents that can bring the most delay. Seeker's in. Already going to be putting in a cage just to allow him to escape, but he's still hiding around the edge of the Viper screen.
30 seconds
the Seekers hasn't even allowed them really to clear anything. They're going to have to go through, pop through, but now the supporters come in. They're running into the trips. Still, you've got Artis here, and he has not really been missing. They need to clear him from this corner. He's going to swing back out. Angel under pressure, but he's able to turn. Hits the deke and hits the shot onto Darker as well. He's done so much damage, and still just clearing him from this spot is going to be impossible. Finally, Alpha will put him down. But even still, they're going to have to stick the plot. They need to stick the landing, and it's not going to happen. Sugetsu's already dropped it. The round's already over. And now it's about whether or not Alpha can survive. And the answer, is no.
Last round in the half.
Oh, this is not the way you wanted to see Fnatic go out in this series. A great start, 13-6 on the first map. It got away from them on Ascent. You always expect Fnatic to creep back up into it. But at 9-2 down, how far can this go?
That's the thing, though. This season especially, this has been the Navi way.
Yeah.
They lose map 1, you go, oh my god, they've overcooked it. They're not going to pull anything out here. And then they change something up on that 3rd map. They always just seem to deliver. Their series have not been clean this season. I think one of them has been a 2-0. That was versus Vitality. Every other one, well, they even lost last week to BBL. That was a shock. They could have been qualified at this point. They probably should have been.
Yeah, not to take anything away from BBL, but that was a match that we had already decided the conclusion in our heads. Angel's been playing a lot of rounds where he doesn't have a second trap put down. He's always putting these wires in later into the round. This time it's destroyed off rip, and so is Durka. They finally try to take the space to delete Angel, and there's 2 players stood on top of the site waiting to take a fight. Where's Angel, you might ask? Inside a smoke, waiting to fight, avoiding the orbital strike on the site. A couple of these players are in awkward positions, and Angel is forced back by the flash. Shao, only good for 1, returns an orbital strike to slow them, but with Artis down, now it's looking winnable for Fnatic. 3 rounds on the board at the halftime. Viper's pick coming through. Chronicle on another kill. This is it. They've even managed to take down Angel. It looks like it's all set up for victory on the side of Fnatic. Better late than never. 3 rounds. with a pistol, maybe they can make their way back through. All they have to do is avoid going down to Zipan. Still, a little bit to play with. No utility, though. It's all down to the fight. Somewhere that Zipan can definitely find himself coming ahead, and that's why Fnatic were cautious, waiting till all three players could get their sights on that final man. 9-3 at the half. It's not great. It's not ideal. And when you think about the fact that Fnatic won the pistol, it gets that little bit more scary. But now they're on the defense, Tom. Anything could happen.
Well, you know, they had a rough time on it last time out, but that probably means they've been working on it. That's gonna be the thing you have to try and fix. I will say as well, Navi, historically, very good on their attack. That's always been where this team has thrived. Obviously, last time out, they were running that double initiator, so instead, Angel's just gonna be a Cypher duelist, almost guaranteed. He's gonna be running it down. The fact is, though, for Navi, they are 4 rounds away from making it to the playoffs. A place we've expected them to be. They've had a fantastic season. It seemed like last was a blip. Well, it's going to be a technical pause. Not the worst time, I will say, going into the second half. I don't think there's a good time for a technical pause, but if there was going to be one, just as everything reset, wouldn't be the worst place for it to happen.
Well, you heard Alpha in the replay just moments ago. He said 9-3 again. They've been here, they've done that. They got the win in the end. A 10-2 second half, but there was a difference. The sides have swapped. Now they're on that tougher side. Making that comeback happen on the defense against a squad like Navi will be difficult, to say the least. Add to that, the form that we find players like Artis on. Now he's on the attack, he's unleashed.
He's already unleashed.
That's true.
If that was him leashed, it's very loose.
Well,
it's like when you just let the dog just run. It's just basically going all the way around.
Well, actually, maybe from an imagery perspective, he's on the leash now. Just the team's going to be, he's like one of those big dogs carrying a little owner along.
You.
Wow. First Mini, now you.
I'll call it first me,
first you, yeah. First you, then Mini, now you again. I suppose that's more it. But now the whole team can be right behind him, getting dragged along by his speed, his aggression, and his shots that he's been landing again and again. 9-3, pistol round. It's so valuable for Fnatic. They want it, they need it. For Navi, not looking to stress this one too much, not looking to overcomplicate it. 5 players moving towards the A site, and guess who picks up the opening? It's Artis and Angel. Well, he's keeping the theme of the first half. Bathroom control is all his. Boaster looks to battle the IGL on the other side, but the cage has bought enough time for him to tuck away, or maybe for Boaster to tuck away, and now come take this fight with Chronicle.
So much information. Angel just about survives. Should be traded out. Although now that he's got the info, he may not even want to fight this anymore. Plant still yet to come in. Boaster has been able to find one. Now he's desperately low. Alpha's still fighting. Normally good in these pistol round scenarios, but they're going to reposition this. I don't know if they'll expect the late lurk. It's left on to Boaster. Just 4 HP. As Angel wants to try and take him down. Maybe the disrespect. He's got to be careful. He's run out of bullets. They know exactly where he is. And on the other side, you can see Xiao is like, well, you know what? I'm going to let the old boys fight this one out. Some fisticuffs, and I'll just go and support Zipan on the other side of the map.
Angel gets right out of there. I mean, he's done his job. He's 3 HP, Boaster's 4. I guess Boaster won that fight. So he can hold his head high. Unfortunately, the rounds won't be matching suit. Double digits for Navi, unless in the next couple of seconds, someone unplugs all their PCs.
I think even then the spike might go off.
At this point, yeah.
Is Angel going to end it with a 4K as well? He really is. I don't know what it is. It's like a 50-50. Flip a coin. He'll either be the best player in the server or the worst.
Or Alpha will be.
That's
true.
Pistols. Well, 14-7 right now. His Cypher has been fantastic. And even playing a slower lurk, that's not a face you normally see from Angel at all.
Yeah, right? I mean, I guess he did go for a fight. Oh, it's good to see Angel laughing it up on the stage. And like we said, you know, for Fnatic, this is a series that obviously would qualify them, and that above all else is the goal. But the rivalry between these two squads, And you know what the worst thing is? It's been a while since Fnatic have had to deal with Angel, had to listen to this guy after they lose to him. I think they might have forgotten how frustrating that is to run into him in the hallway after the game.
Yeah. Someone will ask, why did you pick Cypher? And he'll go, oh, I just decided. Like, I just fancied it. Like, he'll give you absolutely nothing. He could have been planning this for the last year. You'll never know. And Eric will back him up on it as well.
Oh yeah,
the two biggest betas in the entirety of the VCT.
When he
and they've got artists on their team.
It's always some BS. Well, when I put the milk in my cereal, it sort of looked like Cypher.
Hello, revenge. There you go. Check your corners.
Well, that's one kill. Few more need to be found.
Yeah, that's also just a pistol gun. It's not too much of a risk for Angel. I think it's time to gamble. This is a good read from Fnatic. They are rotating almost the entire force onto this side of the map. Now, the weaponry is still desperately low. That knife. Yeah, maybe this will be the moment.
They're going in.
They decide to go back. I don't know. With the nade kill, they're still hesitant. There's only 20 seconds now, so they are going to continue this push. Now, the weaponry is still desperate. They know there are players here, so there's not going to be anything missed. Leo is going to try and just round the corner, cause issues as they reposition on the plant. And if Alpha had any other gun, maybe there'd be some belief. Oh, he's always so clean with the classic. You know what, Mitch? You can't come back from 11-3 if it doesn't get to 11-3.
That's true. This is what I'm saying, Tom. It's all part of the plan. Many of us have seen Boaster in these situations before. I think he's just tired. The last picture he has in this situation, he's got new hair since then, new style. He's updated, and he wants to show it off.
Wasn't the last one like a week ago?
I don't think we didn't get the iconic picture though, right?
Okay, because we didn't zoom in on his face. It doesn't count.
He's not doing the pose. He's not doing the pose. It's over. It's over, Tom.
Shutting them down. Smoke down.
Let's see if there is going to be a response. Already, Boaster off to a good start. That's going to be Zipan down. Definitely not as strong as up high. And okay, he's almost taken out Sugetsu as well. A fantastic start, but funnily enough, the danger men are coming from a different position. Angel is one of them. Already looking, he's going to swing off this. Eventually falls back, and actually Ardus found another one. This is it. It's just falling apart. It's completely falling apart. It started so well for Fnatic, but they may even just have to save.
Spike planted.
It's probably the right call. But at 11-3, to be honest, I'm not even sure there is a right call.
No.
You do what you feel. And if Chronicle and Alpha feel like this is the win coming for them with the damage that's being called out by teammates, Ardus, Sugetsu, both decently low. I don't know though, Tom. At this point, they've taken so long to get back in. The knife delays them. You also have to think about how much utility is still in play for Navi. They have snake bites. They have mollies for post-plant. At a certain point, you realize this is done. And I think it's now. It's now that you've seen no one on the site. Why are they not on the site? Because they're sitting back, holding, and playing their util. Molly hasn't even been expanded and doesn't need to be. Didn't even mention the nade from Ardus as well. They had so many ways to fall back into that round, and for Fnatic, the attempt to go in means they lose one more rifle. Only Chronicle to save. 11-3. They've done it before. It was an impressive comeback each time they did it. 12-3. Now that's one for the books.
They'd have to... Well, you know what? Once with Mini, once with Elmer Pony combined, maybe they can get one extra round. No, I'm not believing at this stage. It would be the most absurd thing we've ever seen, but the fact is Navi have been a different gravy on this map. Performing to a ridiculous standard. They deserve their spot in the playoffs, and Fnatic, as said, they're going to have to pray for others to fail. As their life will be in others' hands, unless they can win 9 rounds in a row. And I don't know if even the most hardcore Fnatic fan could believe in this sort of comeback. Weaponry's not even going to be perfect. Ult's not yet online, although Boaster's very close. I can't imagine Navi are even breaking a sweat. They've been laughing, joking. The second that second map begins, and it seems like they're just a different team. They wake up. Can Fnatic at least get a few more rounds on the board?
Just to have that better face about them. This is a team that never believes in a closer scoreline, only fighting for the victory. Those comebacks, the way these rounds have gone too, some utility here canceled out before they can even get it rolling. Flash from Artis. Space taken, but they can go back, and that's the idea. Angel is lurking up to try to find some space. Cage activated as he crosses through and takes Lamb's control. 2 players TPing the bathroom fight. This is where Durka could end it. He could stop them here with the spike on the ground. There's one already, and the spike is the next one around the corner. Boaster picks up one in the back lines, but Xiao finds it. He can still step forward with Sagetsu dropping Boaster. Another falls. Out goes Leo, and down he goes too. It looked like they could even win this on time. But now time is running low as the spike is planted. And Chronicle finds himself against Xiao, Angel, and Sagetsu. Angel still on full HP. The Marshal looking to take him down. The Molly post plant. Double snake bites as well. Xiao and Sagetsu don't intend to fight. That's Angel's job, if even we get that far. And at this point, for Chronicle, he has to find these kills so quickly. He has to go steaming forward, and Angel's caught him, boxed him in, and shut him down. 13-3. The old kings from back in the day come right to ruin. They take the fight today. What an impressive scoreline on the last map. You always expect Fnatic to make that comeback happen, but today, Navi were just that little bit better. We'll praise Artis all day long, but Angel on this last map, his Cypher was looking nasty.
Well, at the beginning of last week, we thought that playoffs was a done deal. Of course, as said, they have to give their fans a little bit of a heart attack, but the fact is it was back to business this week. Playoffs secured for Navi, and for Fnatic, their life now lives in others' hands. It's not a place that you expect the 2-time champion of last year to be in, but the fact is, that is last year. 2024 is a different year with different teams competing at a different level. And seeing Artis back with these boys has been a real treat throughout the season. And no doubt, they are one of the fiercest competitors heading into the playoffs.
It's not like we had any doubts about how Artis would fit back into this roster, right? He can fit in anywhere. But my God, it is so good to see them looking like the team of old, now dominating their former rivals. An impressive showing from Navi, and we're gonna have a lot to ask them, a lot to hear from them. Let's toss it over to the post plant where Yinsu's waiting.
Yes, that's right, Midge. I'm waiting with Ash here. We will be joined by Eric and Angel in just a moment. But first, Ash, it wasn't the best start from Navi on map 1, but I felt like they just got progressively better and better and better. That buy-in, they didn't even break a sweat.
They really didn't, and I'm so curious to hear from them on that Cypher change there for Angel as well. So I'm looking forward to the conversation we're going to be able to have. But I feel like also Artis, Tom was talking about it during the cast, he was so good, so consistent throughout the entire series, and I feel like he also just kept getting better with every single
Yeah, he was hitting every single shot, but obviously this is huge for Navi with that. They are finally locked. I feel like everybody expected them to lock a little bit earlier given how great they were doing, and I am quite I want to confidently say that this might be the best team we have in EMEA right now. Yeah.
You think so?
Yeah, I mean, who's better than them?
The Turkish Derby's happening tomorrow.
It's happening, but it just feels like no matter what, Navi, they find a way to win.
That's fair. I think this is a team that we also look towards to very often be able to pull off wins when it really matters. And when it comes to Navi, I think this being an old guard team as well, such an experienced team, a veteran team within EMEA, there were a lot of expectations for them to consistently perform. But at the same time, though they might be one of the best, if not the best, I think everyone's kind of hot on each other's heels right now.
Yeah, this is the thing though. If they get seed 1, I'm not sure if that confirms them that maybe Foot could still get seed 1. Maybe they could still get seed 1. But whoever gets seed 1 here, they're going to be 1 game away from Masters as well. So this is huge for Navi.
It's absolutely massive, but a lot it maths to be doing,
yeah,
to be honest.
But the round difference, I feel like the 13-3 definitely helped them.
It definitely did. I think that it was a big surprise to see such a wide scored line there in that last map, especially with seeing the fact that we had Fnatic initially starting off on the attacking side, but the switch up with Angel coming in with that Cypher really felt like that
it threw them
maker.
off. Yeah, I think it threw them off massively. Like Alpha couldn't do his lurks in showers and so on. This is the thing though, that bind could end up costing Fnatic, because as we know, if Liquid win and BBL win and there's someone else win and someone else lose, whatever, it might come down to round difference. And I feel like dropping that many rounds on bind, it's not gonna look, I don't think it's looking good for them.
It really is. It's tough. I mean, I think day one of this week, we saw Mitch's whole presentation on how
he's
everything
speaking it into
goes.
existence.
He really is. Like, he's really manifesting, I think, for Liquid right now. And unfortunately, that was also him then preying on the downfall of Fnatic in this matchup. But, oh, Mitch.
He's doing it.
I can't.
This is the thing, like everything that's happened so far in the last 2 days is helping Liquid. It is just helping Liquid over and over again. And obviously they win tomorrow. So Ash, I wouldn't be surprised if we somehow have like a last minute Liquid qualification to playoffs.
Well, you know what?
That will be fun.
He hasn't been casting them, so maybe that's the difference.
And I believe he's not casting them either tomorrow.
Yeah.
So I think Mitch is actually making everything happen. I do see the boys in the studio right now. We have Angel and Eric joining us. We were speaking about Liquid. So guys, it's definitely not Emil. This is Eric. This is Eric. Have a little seat, boys. Welcome, welcome. Congratulations.
Hello.
Thank you, thank you.
It does feel like, I think this is probably the latest that you've ever had to qualify for a playoffs. Normally you qualify by like week 4. Normally you're kind of comfortable. You're not fighting tooth and nail. So it must be a relief, right, to finally do it.
I mean, yeah. I think the format and the groups kind of makes it close until the end. You know, that's why I think it's a good format.
Yeah, to be honest, it's all about the system. When you're 3-1, usually out of 5 teams, you like qualify.
You're in. Yeah. Do you have any kind of thoughts on maybe, because people are saying one group is a bit harder than the other. Do you agree necessarily, or you think it's balanced?
No, I think it's balanced. Honestly, it's always hard to tell.
Just gotta win.
Yeah,
just gotta win your games.
I want to do a political answer because it's like, obviously I think our group is the hardest, you know, but...
What do you mean by our? The teams who we played against?
Yeah, the teams who we played against.
Yeah.
On paper it was like,
You have Fnatic, you have Liquid, and then you have some other teams, you know, but...
BBL, remember
BBL.
them?
No, I don't. No.
I'm just gonna jump into this because there's a lot to break down. So this year, we've seen, I feel like, a new old Navi, where you actually right now sit at the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of comp changes, believe it or not. Everybody else has made more comp changes than you have. Never thought I'd say that. But then today, you were like, who cares?
It's time.
It's time to go back to FPX. So let's talk about that Breeze comp, because we've never seen that ever before.
To be honest, I just wanted to play Euro.
Okay,
like you know, when you IGL, you can use the power you have sometimes just to have fun.
What do you do, Eric?
No comments. Usually it's my job to kind of reel in the cookie stuff, but on this point I actually agree with him. Breeze is kind of that map, you know, where you can let Angel go loose, and usually you win. This was the rare occasion where we lost a map, you know, but usually it doesn't go like this, you know.
Okay, you wanted to play Euro, but talk to us about the fact that you also have the Astra coming in.
Yeah, no Viper. Yeah.
First team to do it.
We saw Viper nerf already come.
Yeah.
But it's not
It's
on
not
yet.
from this week?
You're so ahead of it.
You're really scared. You're like really scared. I'm joking.
I'm really tired. Okay, I woke up at 6 a.m.
I actually don't think you're joking. I think you're just ahead of it. I think you're that smart.
We just
you're that big
saw
brain.
that it's not the worst idea. Plus, Viper will be unplayable like soon. So why not to start already adapting to the meta it will be, considering it's not the worst option to play. I think it was the worst option for me to play Euro, but everything else was fine.
I just felt maybe you got a bit unlucky that Durka just had a nice time, right?
And AlphaGer, it's like they win all the duels they had. It's like I can't even judge. Like, you know, I need to rewatch obviously game, but I'm not even sure the comp was that bad, because when you lose the duels like this, when people are just walking like one corridor, one A, and just winning duel, second duel, like third duel, like, well, okay,
just
go do it on
I
Ascent.
think
We say this and continue.
It also is about time, right? You know, one of the things that's challenging about changing comps a lot is the time aspect and how much practice you have on it. So I think on a map like Breeze, it can be a little bit 50-50, and usually the more comfortable team will win.
Yeah, let's talk about the bind one, because Shadow didn't spoil anything. He just said, we've been pracking them on bind. It's kind of interesting what they're doing. I think they're going to win. And he was right. So was this Cypher a counter to what Fnatic have been doing specifically? Or again, you're the IGL, you just want to play Cypher?
Yeah, basically. Like, I just like to switch agents. Like, it's boring
Eric,
to play the same.
what do you do on this team?
You choose other 4. Like, it's easy. I choose just my agent, other 4 on coach.
Actually.
They're not even trolling us.
I know they're not even trolling. It's it's pretty crazy to see just like the adaptations. I know this is something that you're obviously known for, to be able to do that in that kind of sense. Did the fact that you guys were starting on defense influence your decision to actually pick up the Cypher?
We didn't know what we started.
Actually,
we was preparing all week.
I think
I
think it's a bit overrated to think about too much on which side you're on. You're anyways gonna play both sides, in my opinion. And to the thing about counter picking, it's like just Valorant is a easy game to do anti-stratting on. You know, that's it.
Just get good, easy.
Every team is good at it.
Yeah, it does.
Like every team has good coaches. Almost every team has good ideas.
Trying to be nice, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I mean, let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at the standing, because I'm glad you mentioned that every team has good coaches, because you've done Liquid a massive favor. Every single team this week is just losing, so Liquid can make it. They needed Fnatic to lose, they needed Vitality to lose, they needed KC to lose, and they needed BBL to lose. So I feel like it's happening.
I mean,
I'm more interested in what our chances for a first place. Is there any?
You need Foot to lose to BBL.
Doesn't matter which score, or I think it's gonna be on the map.
It does matter, I think, but it'll be easier for you if Foot loses.
I know Foot have 3-1 already, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So they will be 3-2. So we're first place if they lose.
Yeah.
Doesn't
there we
matter
go.
the score. Thank you.
So that's the most important thing for you guys now?
About Liquid, I don't know. It's either we lose, we win.
Wait, don't act like you don't care. He's
Okay,
nervous
I care.
every time he watches his
Okay.
brother play. He's like literally like this.
You know, I'm always super calm when my brother plays. I'm like shouting, I'm throwing stuff away, I'm like doing all this. You know, I don't know why I care more about his games than my own. You know.
I mean, you've done a massive favor for him. I feel like he needs to buy you a meal or something. And speaking of that, we had Neil Zenio and Weber here yesterday, and they explicitly requested you, Eric. They wanted you to be here today because Neil had a question for you. So roll the tape.
Right. How many beers do you think I can handle before your wallet breaks? That's what it's going to be.
I'll give you a bit of context. It's because they needed Fnatic to 2-0, and he said if Navi somehow beat Fnatic and Eric is there, he owes me a lot of drinks for his mental. Yeah. So how many beers do you think Neil can handle before your wallet breaks?
Actually, we went out for a beer with Heretics before the season started, you know, just to hang out. And I'm sad to say, but I think the number is 2.
2?
Oh.
I'm sorry, Neil.
Wait, Angel has that for breakfast, I feel like. Yeah.
I just had it already after the match.
On the way from the stage to the studio.
Oh, he looks like a proper lad, you know, a top lad. So I think you could have maybe 3 on a good day.
Is that because your wallet is that small, Eric, that your wallet breaks after 3? Is that what you're saying?
No comments to that, honestly. It's like every joke has a bit of truth in it, you know, so but...
Oh, Eric. I mean, you're going to owe him some drinks now because they were banking on you guys to lose. Now, before we let you guys go, tomorrow we will have the BBL versus Foot derby as the last match of the day, and we'll invite a winner from their team onto our couch. It's always been CNED, I feel like. Every single time Foot has won, we've unanimously just yoinked CNED.
Listen, at the beginning of kickoff, you and Mitch had your Valorant News Network, obviously.
Yeah.
And you called him out for, you know, always avoiding those interviews, and now he's
Charles
doing the opposite.
Neddington is doing good.
Exactly.
So if Foot win, we'll probably have seen it. And if BBL win, maybe Brave or Epic. I'm not going to tell you who yet, but would you like to leave a question for our guest tomorrow on this camera right
so
here?
it's a question for CNED, right?
Well, if they win.
Yeah, they will win 100%.
Well, otherwise, then it'll be very awkward if BBL win and you're asking us CNED.
Yeah, 100% win Foot.
Okay, well, ask a question for CNED.
Oh.
There you go.
That's a good question for CNED.
They were so confident in who was winning and don't have the question yet.
It's not going to be CNED now, is it?
No.
It's going to be BBL.
They jinxed it.
Do you miss me? Do you miss me and Angel? Do you miss us? Hello.
It's going to be so awkward when we have Epic and Brave, and they're going to be like, what are they
If there is
saying?
Brave and anyone else from BBL, we're already partying, so it doesn't matter.
Wow.
We're not gonna even watch it at this point. Like, the game ends, that's it, for first place.
Angel, you're cursing us so hard. You're cursing us so hard. But thank you very much, Eric, and thank you very much, the coach and IGL of Navi.
I'm Angel.
It's Angel.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah, okay,
Angel.
okay.
Yeah, there we go. Congratulations on today's win. Thank you, Ash, for joining me as well. Thank you to you guys for watching at home. We're going to be back for the final day of regular season tomorrow, starting with Team Liquid versus Gentlemates. Have a lovely rest, and we'll see you then.
Bye-bye.
won't want to do that. He's actually TP'd in.
Enjoy the challenge.